Hello everyone! Let me just briefly double check all of my audio settings to make sure everything is right, because God knows something will inevitably go wrong. Okay, that looks good. I believe everyone should be hearable. Good. Thank you to Keenan, starting out member for 3 months with crew member chat. Thank you. Good to see you.
Awesome.
But yes, hello. I am Celtic Phoenix, Remy McNeil, your host. And joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the homeless Kaiser Shonen.
What the fuck?
My goodness.
That was the one it landed on.
Dog, what kind of shit?
It's an adjective generator, baby. You never know.
I bet my house one too many times.
You did.
When it comes, so that's probably why.
The other option that was in real contention, there was spectacular, splendid, and married.
I mean that honestly, that last one might work the best because Twilight had to say that she has a baby now. I'm like, what?
Yeah. The also joining us once again as a guest is Serial Navelgazer CBF.
Hello, it is me, Mr. Plinkett.
And joining us as a very special guest today is Rox, aka Tobi the Guy, who we covered the video last week of.
Hi everyone. Nice to be here. Thanks for inviting me. And I don't know what else to say other than I hope our opinions don't get too crazy.
Oh, we don't. Well, twice something might bite, but the rest of us don't bite.
Look.
Yeah.
I'm all bark, very little bite. It's okay.
Run.
But the bark is the
Allegedly.
scariest part of the dog. Like, you can deal with a little bit of pain. It's
Dude,
the bark that's scary.
Wait a minute. What
I mean,
kind of little
you
kid you talking about?
gotta hope that dog don't have no rabies then.
Yeah,
I am rabid, and I bite constantly. I'm just not gonna bite anyone here.
looking at the man who will not survive the zombie apocalypse.
okay.
Robert Glendinning sending 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that. Enjoy all of the custom emojis that you now have available to you, as well as their ability to enter the tundra.
Also, I don't know if you actually watched our stream last week, Rox, but like we didn't necessarily disagree with you on a whole lot. Our main frustration was you didn't explain yourself very well.
Yeah.
Or at all.
I watched the video and I think I watched like about 2 hours worth of the stream. I watched about the first hour, 30 minutes, and then the last hour, like 30 minutes in the middle. Just because I was technically supposed to be at work. I was
It's
at
a
work
lot of
actually.
time, yeah.
I had an
Very
earbud in, live, right?
We encourage everyone here to slack on work to watch our streams.
Hey, thankfully it's just pushing carts, so like I can have an earbud in without being noticed. So
Fair enough.
Very fair, yeah.
but yeah.
But yes, so for those of you who aren't aware, Rox here was the one that made the problem about Ruby's problems, which was him and his friends ranking the common criticisms of RWBY in a tier list. And we had exception to quite a few of them. And we also had some questions and clarifications about some of the things. So what I kind of want to do now, I'm actually streaming to you guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to look in there, I am streaming the tier list itself. And I thought we could actually go back through and ask some questions about some of these things and just see if we can get some good conversation going. So
Sounds good to me.
all right.
I should have had this open on both phone and desktop instead of just on desktop.
But yes, the first one on the list. I mean, I feel like we would usually do like a 20-minute preamble stuff. I feel like we have enough to talk about that we're considering our discussion about this took 6 hours last time. I feel like, and I know you don't have that long. I wanna make sure that we get through this. So I want to just jump right into it. And before anyone asks, yes, we do have a second segment that we are planning to get to, talking about the ProZD stuff. That will be after our guest. We've finished our little interview here. If our guest wants to stay on, he can. If he doesn't, that's all fine. Just making sure the out is available.
That's the part where I get to be useful, because I have little stake in this one, because I was only here for like 1.5 hours last time.
I mean, you know RWBY. You know what RWBY is.
True. I know of a RWBY.
So this...
I know of 3 rubies.
The first one on this list, I believe, was animation. What was the exact complaint that you phrased it?
Like, I guess people complaining about the animation quality, like whether or not it's bad or good. Does that make sense? Or
yeah, no. And I can't remember, how did you rank that? I thought it was like a A or a B.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure I gave it an A, I want to say. Hold on.
Sky Slasher, what am I doing here? I don't know, man. Why are you asking me? I'm a bird.
Yeah.
What do I know?
They're barely intelligent.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
I'm actually going to scratch
Also-
that. If we're talking about RWBY, ravens are not intelligent.
Fair.
True. But freaking I'm looking back at our stream and you gave the animation point an S, it seems. Oh wait, no, you put it at B. You put it at B.
I put it at B. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So, I guess the easiest way to talk about that is I consider the ones in Poser to look rather rough. Obviously, with the there's a peak fight every so often, but for the most part, it looks pretty janky in Poser. Like, I feel like that's not a crazy state, but at the same time, even as soon as it switches to Maya, a lot of things do improve pretty substantially. And my thing is, for a majority of the show, I would say it looks rather nice.
Okay.
Like obviously, I said it even then. Like volumes 4 and 5, you can clearly like tell things are a little jankier. They're not as smooth, but at the same time, Maya just naturally looks better than Poser, right? Like, take a still shot.
I'm actually it's a complicated question because complaining about the animation has a lot of facets to it. And I don't know if you got into when we started talking about this in stream, but one of our big things across the board was that RWBY has problems all over the place inconsistently when it comes down to the animation. So it looks a lot rougher in the early ones, but there's a lot of technical problems that it has that makes it look ugly in the later ones as well. Like, I go to like Poser, well, it doesn't look as good in motion, strictly speaking. Aesthetically, it has a more defined presence, whereas later volumes, everything kind of mushes together like a Play-Doh. There's a lack of texture in the modeling. There's I can't remember all the exact arguments. We put it up at an S.
As the resident animator of the group, I went on a big long rant about all of RWBY's problems from volume 1 to volume 9. Although Raymond did try to cut me off quite a few times because he's just like that.
Hey, to be fair, that was also me sensing
7 hours.
I was gonna say it was me sensing how long this was going to be.
But like for the most part, he isn't incorrect on that. Although I do want to specify, like, if you're just talking purely about animation, then yes, you are more or less correct. But animation as a whole, as a broader spectrum, counts for things that are not technically animation, like texturing, like modeling, like backgrounds,
camera angles,
like
lighting,
camera angles. Like these are not strictly animation, but they contribute to the animation.
Yeah.
And those are just as janky, or can be just as janky, just as bland, just as featureless as they were in Poser. And specifically with the textures, they never got very good with the textures.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Like
what-
the textures. The
like, even
textures
in
in volume 7 and 8 make me fucking cry.
Oh no, like
The textures in volume 9 make me agonize.
Oh,
Because
remember
the
that has the
smoke.
best and worst art direction in the entire show at the same time, somehow.
Yeah.
Roxy resentment. I don't. We didn't mean the steamroller. That just happens. Cascade effect.
No, it's fine. But I get what you mean. Like, even ironically enough, I feel like even like a cookie texture, like for example, like in the picture as the example, right? Like it wouldn't even look as good in current RWBY, just because the textures naturally, well, not but just it's just better texturing in. It's just, I would say overall, I think that specifically with Volume 9, I think Volume 9 is actually even a decent step up from Volume 8. And the reason I didn't put it that high is because I think also for what the animators have, as far as time and money constraints, they put up a relatively good performance.
I understand wanting to give them a bit of slack, and I do, especially for the early ones when they were much more indie. But I mean, there's the crossover when it got, Rooster Teeth got bought out by Full Screen and it became a much bigger company. It basically ballooned in terms of what resources they have and what kind of people they have. I very much ascribe to the Jackie Chan rule of you're not going to go to every single theater and say, oh, we wanted to do more, but, we were sick that day, or, it rained that day, or we couldn't do this because of that. No, because you can't do that, and everyone that comes out of that theater is going to have an opinion of your film, regardless of how it was made and the detriment behind it. All they know is the final result.
That's very true. Yeah.
So that's I know that's a little bit of a hard edge for a lot of people. I try to give some credence and kudos, and I understand that, but like when I'm trying to judge a work on its quality,
you judge it on the quality, not the conditions. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I get it.
Jake the Surgeon says, Volume 8 took a decade off my life. It made me wish to take a Tide Pod challenge. Don't say that, Jake!
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, no.
Long volume to say that for. You should have said 5 or 7.
Oh, dude,
I mean,
obviously
to
9.
be fair, to be fair,
Oh,
though, Jake had to make several videos about 8, so let's give him that. He has a bit of...
Well, I'm sorry,
has
but I have to
beef with
judge
that.
him purely on just the text of his. I just explained this. He can't. Also, I saw Billy Donuts here. Hello.
Oh.
Sorry.
Like, I specifically have not watched any of the behind the scenes stuff for RWBY, specifically because of that principle. Like, I don't need excuses for why this, that, or the other looks like that. I don't need it for any of the shows that I watch on cable television or satellite. Why would I need it for this one specific cartoon that everyone says, well, like everyone gives
a minute, guys. 1 minute.
Why are you
all
doing
right.
like this for this? It's
There-
weird.
Sorry, I'm back. Hello.
Okay.
What happened?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Discord froze.
Oh, look at that. We got Scuff already.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 England strikes again.
I guess this is just. I guess I just view it differently because I guess the reason I essentially view them as the RWBY volumes, especially the first couple, as just high quality YouTube videos. I know,
Yeah, no,
put high quality
I'm right there
in
with you.
but-
Like I view the first 2.5 volumes especially as just this big fan project that got really running.
yeah.
And then like we'll go into it when we talk about Monty. There is a distinctive shift after volume 3.
Yeah.
Now, the second one, like okay. So ultimately, you put it at B, we put it at S.
Yeah, which to be, I did. Okay, this is actually going to shake up the entire list, but I think I would not have an F tier if I were to do this again, just because I guess F tier, it's kind of like failure, irrelevant. There's no such thing, or I guess I've changed it where I don't think there's like such thing as like, you can completely dismiss this criticism, right? Because if someone is criticizing something, you can always gain conversation from it, which
we'll
is
get to that because there were a couple of criticisms that we all kind of cocked our head at that we thought should have be like either completely reworded or re-angled, but we'll get to those because
some of those were like, who says that as a criticism?
Yeah, so like I don't mind there being an F tier, but that's also because like some of the criticisms just feel like they didn't even exist. I'm like, yeah, that's F tier.
Damn, I'm creating new criticisms.
Jake the Surgeon says
Yo,
Mark
we shadow
Zhao
boxed
made
him.
silver in a cave with a box of scraps. Also, we have a Teddy Bear Paladin lore. Bedroom Party Cub Chats #1. Funko Bear, Big Brother, what is our cub afraid of? Teddy Bear Paladin. She's a brave, stalwart soul. Action Girl figure. Bug, Snake, Spiders, the Dark Collection of holes. Wholesome, I guess. Edie. Don't forget social anxiety. Teddy Bear Paladin. Brave soul. You're not a regular on our stream, so I can explain. Teddy Bear Paladin, he likes to tell little short snippet stories that we kind of have to.
He's got a lot of lore.
He's got a lot of lore, and there's some really cute ones, there's some really funny ones, some really serious ones. It's just all over the place, and he does it periodically in the stream. We try to shout it out when we can.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, big question time. What was the John image?
Yeah, what was that about?
You skipped past it completely.
Like skipped over that.
Yeah,
I was like, what is that?
I'm so curious.
The volume.
So, initially, it was originally it was how does RWBY handle trans people? And as you can see, and that was due to the fact that I at least have heard a decent chunk of complaints about people taking this comedy scene for John and acting like it is rude to trans people. And okay, so a little bit of background context. One of my friends in the video, they're trans, right?
Oh.
And she basically what it turned into is I asked this person's opinion and then I moved on. And I'm like, I don't want to touch this really. I kind of don't want to touch this with 10 football, I try to keep it relatively lighthearted. And also it turned into me asking this person, what is your opinion on this thing? They gave their opinion. And then I asked, hey, what tier? They gave that tier and then boom.
Okay.
So yeah.
I can understand hesitating. First of all, I would not have chosen the John dress scene. I know Critter also had the same complaint about it. Oh, it's a guy in a dress. How anti-progressive. I'm like, look, men and women, typically speaking, are going to dress in different ways for their time, and this is a guy dressing against typical gender stereotypes,
gender norms. Yeah,
and
I know. I'm just
that's like I don't find that. What I would point to more,
I mean, the scene wasn't
it,
funny regardless, but I wouldn't call it that insensitive.
I found it like it was heartwarming because it was all set up with him and Pura. It's like kind of a fine scene in terms of like, oh, these two are building a bond and she's having a good time now. It's small, but I thought
he's sort of like doing something that he isn't necessarily comfortable with for the sake of honoring. But
the one that I would have, the one that I would have gone to is probably more May Zedong. That's right, May Zedong. Yeah, sorry, May Marigold. Yeah. Wrong May.
May Marigold because of the scene in Volume 8. Yeah, I know. To be honest, I kind of don't want to mess with that.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
I try to keep my channel more light, right? You can tell I don't take everything super seriously. Me and my friends are all laughing in it, right? So I tried.
Sure.
I was like, maybe not the best. But yeah. Then I eventually, a bunch of people were asking me in the comments, so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna change it to the show wastes too much time in the first 3 volumes, which
No, actually.
Well-
yeah, I would say that.
well, no,
I-
I can
I wouldn't
see
say
that.
that.
I
I
can
can see that it feels like it could definitely be compact, but I guess in just my personal opinion, I think that having that much time at Beacon makes the sequential fall of Beacon more.
Oh, I'm actually
That's
like
right.
I wanted way more time at Beacon. I wanted them to finish
Yeah,
at
same
least
here.
2 of the 3 years.
Yeah.
I would have
Like,
loved to see
really?
that. Yeah,
I-
Yeah,
one.
because I felt like because a lot of it has to do with the fact that much of RWBY's problems, especially in the later volumes, story wise, are sort of a direct result of the fact that a lot of aspects of either the world or the characters weren't fleshed out enough where they probably would be in the earlier volumes. I
Yeah,
mean,
like legit
aspects
volume-
of oh god.
Alright, yeah, like legit volume 1 is patient 0 for most of the main problems we have, and especially the back half, because we spend like a quarter of it with John and folks, not enough time even really establishing them as a dynamic like Team Juniper before we get to this point, and then we also don't even have enough time to establish much of anything of value about the school or the lore within it or anything about that, or even to give enough time for the final arc that is like that is shorter than the Jaundice arc.
I was about to say the final battle of the volume didn't even feature the 4 main characters working together in this team
That's
show.
true.
That's kind of whack.
Like RWBY, like I have never heard people say that. Well, granted, I've also never heard of the complaint about trans people in RWBY. Weirdly, I hear a lot more
have.
about how
Oh,
it handles.
really? Because
gay folks.
I've heard that one.
Yeah,
a
I've
lot.
definitely heard that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I've never heard people say that they waste too much time. That they waste a lot of time in Beacon. No, the main thing is
Yeah,
that
I heard the
myself
opposite.
and everyone else say no. They needed more time in Beacon.
Yeah.
Well, here's my nuanced opinion about this. I think that they
Yeah.
waste a lot of time at Beacon, but I also at the same time think that they needed more time at Beacon. What I mean by that is they needed to have the time that was spent at Beacon actually have meaning for the characters and the plot going forward. So a lot of what they did at Beacon was just fucking around and not doing anything, not even necessarily establishing character dynamics. They are literally just existing in the space together and
Mhm.
doing wacky shit, which would be fine if it is a long form series like SpongeBob where you have
Yeah.
a lot of episodic shit, but that's not what they were doing, because they did establish that there was going to be a plot or hinted at it from the very beginning. So
Mhm.
having all of this time, just the characters fucking around, not really doing anything of significance for their characters until you get to like the Jean arc, which is still fucking around for the most part, just very, very long-winded. So we needed more time of the characters actually establishing their relationships, having much more meaningful characterization, and also just having a lot more time dedicated to that so that you would have a much better foundation for the volumes going forward.
The way I typically phrase it is that early RWBY had an identity crisis between being episodic and serialized, and it ended up hurting it really badly in the long run when it chose one of those two routes.
Yeah. It's like
100%.
weirdly enough, it could have benefited, especially Volume 1, from being more like the structure of most Teen Titans seasons, where it's just like, all right,
I was about to
you
say,
have a fair
yeah.
amount of plot stuff in the beginning, and then a bunch of fucking around, and then a bunch of fucking around in the middle that also is like, oh, we're establishing character relations, we're doing a lot of things with the characters, and then the big plot stuff comes in at the end. It almost feels like that's kind of what they tried to do, except there was like 1.5 episodes of actual plot happening anyway, and the rest wasn't even enough of substantiating characters doing things to establish themselves.
We're getting
Yeah.
a few super chats here I gotta catch up on. Jake the Surgeon didn't get to watch the last stream. Was Volume 9 making a predetermined timeline brought up? It was not.
No, it wasn't.
Adam Man 678 says, "Hey, I wanted to know this for a while, but when you were writing for RWBY, were there moments that you wished a character didn't get killed off so quickly because they had potential?" How many characters have actually been killed? Like killing off Pyrrha.
Not very many.
Killing.
There was that the what's her name? The
Vernal.
no, the martial arts chick. Getting in Volume 3. You killed her in an alleyway by Cinder.
I remember that.
You burnt her in half.
I forget.
Wait, me? Like in like my
In fixing RWBY.
Oh yeah, no. Like I think he's talking about in canon RWBY.
Oh, okay.
Like when I'm writing fixing RWBY is like, am I going through canon RWBY and being like, that character shouldn't have died here? And yeah, to some extent there are moments like that, but also part of it you got to detach yourself. You got to be like, okay, have they fulfilled what they needed to for this? Like, you know, Vernal is the one I go to. Is we expanded her role, but her dying now has a lot more purpose. You know, that sort of thing.
And
There's some more. Noah Wiley. Yeah, I agree. They could have focused more on characterization in the character's problems if they had a bit more time on Beacon. Jake the Surgeon. You could have had a subplot of Yang facing the consequences of her psychotic rampage in Junior's club.
Or just focused on Yang at all in Volume 1 for that matter.
Or 2.
As
Yeah.
many people have complained about.
Or
3.
2
as well, yeah. or just at all prior to 4.
Can we just give Yang some focus that's not depression?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you make it about depression, just make it good, you know. But
give her some focus that isn't just Blake.
Yeah.
But
or
Rox, we've been yapping for a while.
Before we move on though, I was going to say, like, Raymond and I have talked about this, and Kaiser knows this anime because he's been watching it. But like, if RWBY had the formula that Slayers had, it would probably be a lot better.
Yep.
Slayers.
Because Slayers had the dedicated plot, but it also had like 20 or more episodes dedicated to the characters kind of fucking around and having very episodic adventures. And then the plot was like trickling in at some point along the way, but it was mostly at the beginning and end. But it trickled in a way that you didn't forget the plot.
So
that's what it needed.
Yeah, something along those lines. For reference, Slayer is like a old
it's 90s
series of 90s old fantasy adventure anime.
It did have 2 seasons in the mid thousands. Was that like or was it the late thousands?
2008, 2009, 2010. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Do highly recommend it. Slayers is a lot of fun.
Definitely.
Very
Again,
funny.
Like, that formula reminds me it's like a longer version of like Teen Titans seasons 1 through 4.
Yeah, kinda. Go ahead, Rox.
Sorry.
I
was gonna say we ran all over the place there.
Yeah.
But do you understand the fundamental point of it, or do we?
Oh
need
no,
to,
I'm picking up what you guys are putting down. I understand. So
are we judging this on the RWBY is bad at trans rep, which I would agree with. I think that's actually a quality argument, or are we doing it that they wasted too much time in Volume 1? How are we gauging this? Which one are we putting for this?
Can we just? I would prefer the wasting time explanation.
Okay.
I just don't want to be.
That's that's fair.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
B or C. I mean, we're more so we're just trying to do this as conversation starters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The next one. All right, you use your own words. What is this next one with Miles and Carrie?
Bro, Miles and Carrie are not that bad of people, man.
Well,
Oh,
I thought the complaint
yeah,
was that they're
right, with the-
evil. Like, I think that was the wording you used. That
Yeah,
Miles and
no,
Carrie
no,
are
that's-
evil.
Like,
yeah, like
I've
go
seen
ahead.
a lot of criticism towards them as
Mhm.
not like of them just having weird morals, like, or just being evil people. That's the easiest way to explain it.
Okay.
And basically, I just kind of view that as kind of dumb because a lot of what people base it on is how they write the show, like specifically with the White Fang. That's obviously the
Okay.
big example, right? I just think that's kind of dumb trying to get someone's worldview out of, like, how they write a
I mean,
TV show.
to a certain extent, like I agree that calling them outright like evil people is way too beyond the pale. Like that's
Yeah.
obviously kind of bad.
I'd be more comfortable
Yeah.
saying that they're silly people. They're
Yeah.
they're not. I don't want to just outright and say they're kind of dumb, but they've made some dumb choices. I would have been like more so the common complaint is that they're just bad writers and.
Yeah.
That's also a very common complaint I hear.
I mean, granted, the writing, the criticism about the writing is a separate thing, and we can get to that later. But in regards to the whole White Fang thing, there are some. I have seen a couple of people who have somewhat moral frogged a little bit too much in regards to it, because I am fine with them making the judgment based on in the show, anyways, that saying that Miles and Carrie are poor at either understanding the complexity of or understanding the complexities of racial injustice, or at least don't really have a grasp of how to portray that on screen in their work with the material they had to go with. Like, I feel like that's a way more fair assessment based on that. But I have seen some people say that they are like, oh, outright, like, they'll never understand this because this, that, and the third. And like, yeah, that's way too far.
Yeah,
I think
That's why I hear more often.
I think that I said that this was a much more common complaint on RWBY Tumblr than anything else.
Yeah, you did say that.
And that is mainly because like a lot of people compound the different elements that they have in the writing to have a sort of wider understanding of their writing as a whole, and especially because they did try to put politics, like real world politics, into their writing for volume 7 and 8. So that made people think that they were also putting politics into other things.
Oh, I can caveat that. They were directly putting real world politics into the White Fang. It's just older politics because they directly cited the 1960s rights movement.
Yeah, rights.
Yes. And then you have the whole debacle with Ironwood, with people saying that it's a very ableist depiction of saying that he's the more body parts that he loses, the less human he becomes. And how his semblance is basically autism, and how that can be considered ableist.
Oh no,
I want to block that one says that like immediately.
I mean, I've seen that in what was it, Twins Inc.'s video talking about it, which to an extent I can kind of agree in regards to the whole what's the word, the metal point about his semblance. I wouldn't necessarily call it autism, but it's like, why in the world is this a superpower at all?
Yeah.
But in terms of the freaking prosthetics thing, I would not take it that far as other people have.
Yeah, like I think the main thing with them when it comes to the White Fang stock, everything else, or the fact that the way they handle the politics in Volume 7 especially gets to a point where one of the characters literally has to give an out for the show to be like, but I'm not here to talk about like or try to change the system or something along those lines. The writers are just tone deaf. That is the main thing. Like the way they handle subject matter is tone deaf. I think, more than they're
I
bad
think
people, malicious or anything.
that's where we ultimately
Yeah.
landed. Is don't ascribe malice when you can ascribe stupidity, that sort of thing.
Incompetence,
Yeah.
So if we're talking in terms of them being evil, I generally agree that's an F tier complaint. I don't think they're evil. I just think they're silly boys.
Yeah.
I think that they are very sheltered.
That too.
Individuals.
What was this next one? This tombstone.
Oh, this is about the show being dead, and like,
Oh, yeah. No, that's just. I don't even know why that was like a complaint. That's just a statement of fact.
yeah. Well, like it was true at the time, but like now, isn't Volume 10 being worked on?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, at the fact of the
Supposedly.
matter is, it's been how many years since volume 9, and the company went under. RWBY was at the very least dead for a time, and this is to say
Yes.
nothing of whether or not volume 10 will even succeed.
That's true. So would it change then if Volume 10 were to get released? Like, would that change your opinion or no?
I mean, I don't think so. I think this has done serious damage to the entire brand. Even if it comes back, it's going to have a lot of work to like reinvigorate itself. Or it'll just become a zombie. I mean, it was already like, to be fair, I think this argument would have been fair back in like volume 7 or 8. People were falling.
Yeah.
People were, especially 8. People were dropping like flies off of that volume.
Yeah, I remember like when Fat Man said that Volume 7 needs to like be like a dramatic hard pivot if it wants to survive, like before Volume 7 came out. And that was 6 years ago.
I feel old.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't worry,
that was a question I was going to actually ask. I mean, you don't have to say your actual age online, but when did you hop in? Like, A, how old are you, if you want to say? You don't have to. And B, like, when did you hop into RWBY?
Okay, so, for my age, I'm 21. So, no spring chicken, but I ain't, dusting the dust off my bones either. But also for RWBY, I actually kind of have a weird way I got into it. So, do you guys know Tubi?
No.
Is that one of those streaming services that died?
Yeah, it's a free streaming service, and so it was a way. Ironically enough, it was like a way to watch like anime. So I watched I watched Hunter x Hunter. I watched a few Mecha and some of the other stuff, right?
Oh,
And
we
while I
talking
was
Mecha
on-
now? What's up?
No.
He's talking about how he got into RWBY.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
But as I was on Tubi and like looking at anime, I see they have, I think it was volumes 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 on Tubi.
That's strange.
Yeah, it's very strange. And so, okay, I'm like this is gonna sound. I'm like a powered scaler. I do like versus.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. We love power scale in this house. Holy
Well,
shit.
caveat, the left side of the screen likes power scaling. The right side of the screen, we're a little more like nuance on that stuff.
Yeah.
But so, I've always loved like Death Battle is a big one.
Yeah.
And well, when I was really young, I watched the Death Battle Yang vs Tifa, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I have like memories of that. People were talking about that for a while. So I had that plus also, I watch a lot of YouTube. RWBY comes up on YouTube quite often. And so when I see it on Tubi, I'm like, hey, I've heard this thing exists. It's free.
Yeah.
I might as well watch it. And then I watched it, and then I caught up to it during winter break of Volume 8. So remember when they went on the extended hiatus?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that.
I caught up. So the first episode I watched was the one that came right off of that hiatus. And then I just kept watching it.
Okay, because like
Gotcha.
I think technically speaking, I'm the only one in here that has been since the very, very beginning. I was here during the Red trailer. So
yeah, and then I came in around the time Volume 3 ended. That's when I
Oh, wow.
jumped onto the show. Yeah.
Wait, so I'm the
And-
second oldest in that regard here. I was here since like after Volume 2, before Monty's death.
Oh damn! Really?
Yep. I remember the before times.
Well, I was shown Volume 1 around the time that Volume 2 was airing, but I did not want to watch Volume 2 because I was going through my first term of 3D animation at the time, and I was doing my storyboarding homework while watching it, and I just thought this looks like absolute garbage, and I was just like picking it apart, like based off of what I was learning at the time in my classes. I
This was
like,
the worst thing since my son.
yeah, like that was me. I was like in such critical mode because of my classes, and I was like, why? Why are you forcing me to watch this?
Dedarex, I was there at the start. It all began with the cube. Yes, the default cube. No, wait, they use Poser. Does the Poser have a default cube? All
Now
right.
I just want to see.
Yes.
We also have some super chats. Ugok says, "Isn't Ironwood's thing a rather basic transhumanism? It's a poorly handled basic transhumanism." Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we have Noah Wiley. For me, I was in late high school when I watched it. Now I was
Gotcha.
in about my second year of college. I want to say when it came out.
Oh, really?
Only high
Yeah.
school.
I am
It was-
I am 33 years old.
And I am older than him.
Okay.
We're geriatrics.
Because see, I was.
Yeah.
I guess I was like
they're-
kind of the.
Go ahead.
I guess I.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait.
Kaiser, you go. I'll go after.
Oh,
you.
I think I glitched out
You glitched out.
again. No, I think I glitched
Oh,
out.
God.
Yeah,
Of course, the robot's glitching out.
We got to update your firmware, buddy.
But okay. So
no,
I guess
you gotta update your freaking semblance, dog.
Oh, you say as you take like 10 seconds to reply to me. I don't even know if I want to chalk
No,
that
it's-
up to scuff. I want to chalk that up to you just processing my words after a while.
That's not even. I didn't even. That's not even what happened. The freaking Discord wigged out again. But yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you go, Rox. You were trying to say something, and Kaiser rudely kept getting glitched.
no, but like, well, see, I watched it. Like, I was watching it when I was 17, so I think maybe that probably impacted.
Oh,
I just
absolutely.
absorbed it.
Because like that's
Yeah.
one thing that is very common is encountering a lot of younger fans. And one thing
Yes.
that is just kind of true across the board is when you're younger, the media you watch influences you much more deeply, even if it's
Right.
not necessarily quality or not. Like there are shows that are very close to my heart that I know in the back of my head are probably awful. They're probably
Yeah.
bad. But you know
Yeah.
what? Damn it, they're special to me. And I can
Yeah.
understand why a lot of people would like get up in arms when something that they love is attacked. So it's or,
Yeah, a
or
lot more
should I say they're
defensive.
criticized because it's viewed as an attack.
Yeah.
This happens a lot with anime, and it goes double for RWBY, considering that it tends to attract like the DeviantArt crowd, and a lot of the DeviantArt
Pretty
crowd
much.
is like teenagers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
Speaking of, Teddy Bear Paladin says, we've got the Bedroom Party Club chats too. Elegant Doll. Young Squire, you seem to have taken an interest in my kingdom's telling of Balinor. Funko Bear. Big Brother's obsession is infuriating, but I want to know what happens to the Flame Mage and the Princess. Oh, yeah, so there's a story within a story in one of his lures. That's kind of how that's going on.
Yeah, that's based off of a book series that I'm reading to the boys from my childhood, which is bad, called Unicorns of Balinor, and I've
It's
been
very
subjecting
fucking
them.
terrible.
It is.
It's a good time. The Epic
I
Chaos-
like. Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, we were just talking about media from our childhood that is bad, but we still
Uh-huh.
love. Unicorns of Balinor is mine. It's my.
This is
Ruby.
my trash.
the Epic
Yes,
Yo.
this is my trash.
Just tuned in, no idea what's going on, but I have a new RWBY question. If Team RWBY plus John were in a fantasy RPG, what classes would they have? Oh, that's a good one.
Well,
Vice of support.
if we were basing it specifically off of Final Fantasy classes, or just classes in RPGs, in
I would go
general.
D&D because they're more like ubiquitous.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, Blake is rogue, Yang barbarian, Weiss
wizard, probably.
I would probably give her like a Magus.
Really? I forgot how Maguses are in D&D because they've been discontinued.
I was gonna say Magus is their half melee, half caster.
Okay, fair enough. And RWBY, I would say, was probably a ranger.
Yeah. And then John is paladin.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially depending on how you lean into the aura stuff, paladin or fighter.
If we did go Final Fantasy, would we call Weiss white mage?
Skill set wise, she would actually. I know what you did there, but skill set wise, she would kind of be a black mage with some blue mage thrown in there.
I think she'd be a red mage.
Yeah, more like a red mage with a tiny bit of blue mage, if you want to interpret that part as like her. How the summons work. Oh yeah, she's like a red mage summoner. There you go, like a mix between those.
Yeah, that's a mix.
Blake would be. I'm pretty sure there are ninjas in Final Fantasy.
Ninja, yeah, there's ninjas.
Yang's obviously the monk or brawler, however you say it. And RWBY. I guess in using 14 as a reference, she would be a gunbreaker.
Yeah, I don't know what early
or a machinist or a
I'm
machinist,
not very familiar with all of the different Final Fantasy classes. John's just straight up a fighter after that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there are paladins in Final Fantasy. You got Cecil from 4.
I guess you're right. You're right.
That. There's a Reaper class in Final Fantasy.
Dude, there's like a billion classes in Final Fantasy 14. And yeah,
I'm sorry, Jobs. Yeah. My bad.
Jake the Surgeon says, look, Kaiser, power scaling takes the fun out of everything. You can't measure fiction. I'm going to use a franchise that power scales as my example.
Oh my God, don't even remind me. Rocks, for reference, right? And maybe you saw this video or something. So on my channel, I responded to this guy.
Oh, is it the free written?
Yes, it's the free one.
I saw it.
Okay, there you go. I thought your profile looked familiar. Did you comment on my comment section?
I think I did. I probably did. I don't know. Okay. I try to encourage positive power scaling because I know it can be a little toxic.
Divisive.
Oh no, that's totally fair. And I'm not gonna, like I said in the video, I'm not gonna deny that happens. But the problem is with a lot of anti-power scalers is that they just sort of pretend that the positive discussion just does not exist, and they don't bother Googling or using the search bar for YouTube videos to see how well it's actually done.
Well, sometimes they also they use power scaling to say that power scaling is dumb. Like, I'll always watch something and it's an anti-power scale and they bring up the Batman and they're like, Batman can fight God, and then in the next chapter he's getting shot by a bullet, but that's not possible and it's like
that is not how it works. There's a difference between getting amped or having prep time.
I don't touch comics with a 10-foot pole. There is nothing
they're
in
always
it that's consistent.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't scale comics really either. I'm more anime, manga, and kaiju. I dabble in a little bit of kaiju. Because my latest video was Team 7 versus
Why? You okay?
UM.
Like Gara said, for a moment I thought the Digimon on Twilight's head was a pair of shades with boots.
Titan Executor says, hey, didn't you call RWBY a Final Fantasy VIII ripoff? It is, but there's no classes in Final Fantasy VIII. That's a strange game, so I couldn't easily tell you. The Epic Kyo never considered Weiss's summons to be part of her Blue Mage job, but it makes a lot of sense. It does.
Well, yeah, because Blue Mage's whole thing is that they encounter specific enemies in the game, and they basically copy those signature spells and add them to their list.
Yeah, like Bad Breath from the Malboro.
Or Big Guard. Big Guard is one of the best ones. Fight me.
Yeah, it's funny that we, this after a few minutes of me just reading Deaderex saying Weiss is a red Rhapsody Heartless. He just gave himself an idea.
Shoei Era Godzilla is just crackhead energy.
What?
I don't know. I'm just reading some of these comments. Anyway, So, now that we can move on, RWBY is dead. Yeah, it's a fine complaint. What is this next one again? It's a copy pasta meme, isn't it? Copying your homework.
Yeah, it's the can I copy your homework? It's
Oh,
the-
right, RWBY being unoriginal. That thing. Right.
Yeah.
Homework.
So like,
I want Rox to
Oh, God.
actually take the lead on this first. I'll be right back. But Rox, you have the floor to explain your rationale for where you put it.
Go right. Yeah.
All right. So originally I put it in F tier.
Yeah.
I kind of don't agree with that anymore.
Okay.
I would probably move it up to D. But
and what made you change your mind?
well, like I was talking about earlier, this isn't talking negatively about anyone or anything. So it can just be used as a springboard to have some discussion on it. So that at least provides some value, right? Like the way I see it is F is like, why is this even here? You know?
Okay.
Whereas like D, like a D tier criticism, like you can still get something out of it just by having a conversation, right? With F tier, like our example, you know, Miles and Carrie, like being bad people, right?
yeah.
Like that's
Sure.
not. How does that help anyone? Anything ever? There's no good discussion on it, right? Compare that to, you know, talking about, well, this having inspiration from different places and different things, right?
Right.
And how it's unoriginal. Now,
Mhm.
I don't think it's okay. So I think the fact that it's like it takes so much from so many different things and throws it all into a big pot, it almost becomes something new. If that makes sense.
No, that makes
Sure.
I
Like
wouldn't-
we
makes
do
sense.
not disagree with the core of that.
Yeah.
The issue is that we found while we were watching it is sort of twofold. Number one, the show being unoriginal isn't exactly the crux of the complaints that we have tended to see online. It's more so that it feels derivative, which are two kind of sort of different things for the sake of argument, right? Because the reason why is because that RWBY has a lot of inspirations that make up what it is, which we don't obviously have an issue with. If we did,
Yeah.
we have an issue with everything ever. But it doesn't utilize those elements to tell its story very well.
It copies the
And it becomes
surface level
derivative.
of those elements and doesn't do a lot to understand the deeper levels of it or better integrate better justify them. It just kind of throws like a good thing to come to example is I'm pretty sure they confirmed that all animals have aura, but they kind of don't. Like they got really back and forth on that with like the whole Zwei having aura because he and that was all because Monty wanted to basically ape an attack that was from Final Fantasy VIII because most of RWBY is basically hard coded from Final Fantasy VIII for a lot of different elements.
And then they straight up stole a scene from the climax of the first season of My Hero Academia,
Oh yeah, I forgot
frame
about
by
that.
Yeah, that
frame by
punching
frame,
scene in Volume 5, yeah.
yeah.
Wait, what?
Not
Hold
to
on.
mention.
Oh, remember...
Okay, so yeah, remember when Gira was fighting? It was either Fennec or Corsair.
Oh,
and he did that
yeah.
punching thing that looked really cool, and it was actually decently well animated. Yeah, they just ripped that completely from the end of My Hero Academia season 1.
Yeah, from All Might versus the high end Nomu.
Yeah.
Looking really cool is a real stretch, though. But yeah, there was, not to mention,
it was the best animated part of that fight.
It looked like shit.
Listen,
Yes.
yeah,
no,
like
like
RWBY, and even volume 5 makes you go, "Oy." Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the best for that volume. Let's just stick with that.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if the reason why they did that was because of time constraints and they just got kind of lazy. But that does not make it excusable for why they just wholesale ripped that scene off frame by frame.
Oh, actually, here's an interesting question to you, Twy, on that. How do you rate that compared to something like the Akira slide, which a lot of things also take? Like, what is the distinction between the two? Do you think?
For one thing, like something like that, I think I mentioned this in the stream last week too, is that either it does something for the plot or it recontextualizes it or reframes it in some way. So like there are a lot of Akira slides out there, and a lot of them are at the time obscure homages to the movie during a time when nobody really knew about Akira or knew what anime really was. And by the time it started to gain traction, a lot of people were starting to do new things with it. So there would be like a slide on a bicycle, or someone would add a spin to the slide, or they would have the character crash out on their vehicle. Do something different with it, add to it, do something that is wholly your own, or even as something as simple as a different camera angle, especially with 2D animation, and that would fundamentally change how you look at the Akira slide.
Yeah.
So something like that, as opposed to just taking a GIF, which is what I suspect that they did. They took a GIF of All Might fighting the first Nomu, and they input that into Maya, and they use that as an overlay to pose the characters. They basically just use that as a guiding post to just frame the characters instead of actually animating it. That is what I suspect that they might have done. Because you can do stuff like that. And like that is basically just like ripping off, just theft. It is just theft if they did that. Like, I'm not saying for sure that they did because I cannot know, but like it's on a scale of derivative to homage. It is more on the scale of derivative, and kind of
Sorry, Raichi, an Akira slide is, just Google it. You'll see there's billions of examples of it. It's a very iconic shot from the movie Akira.
The movie Akira. Yeah. You know that meme? You know that meme that's all like, "Stop it! Get out of my head!" That's where the slide is from. That's the movie where that's from.
Yeah. But well, one thing I was also going to bring up that is also commonly used in this was like, granted, I don't think it was as used often until H Bomber Guy pointed out, but like the first scene of RWBY basically being one of the first scenes from the Cowboy Bebop movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was a pretty big one that people like that he broke down.
Yeah, and it was really nice because he broke down like why he thought that the scene was taken from the movie and why it doesn't work as a scene in comparison to that because of like the differences that they actually did make. So like the reason why Spike did the things that he did versus like RWBY just standing there reading a magazine and then the guy having to come over and be like, "Hey, can you be part of the plot now? You're the main character. Please do something."
Jake the Surgeon says the Ever After is just nonsensical version of Wonderland.
True.
I mean, in a lot of ways.
So I mean, we ranked this. I want to say B or C. What did we do?
I think we did go with B for that. Hold on. Let me checketh on my side. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's more like what we ironically, the complaint that you're posing is that it copies someone else's homework. Is you scratch the surface because you're not wrong that you can take inspiration from anywhere and cobble it together. It's just that we had a level of depth to it that we didn't quite see as discussed in your video.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I hope we didn't like just overwhelm. I feel like we're talking over you a lot, and also, man, we are ballooning the time frame on this. It's already been an hour. I feel sorry about that.
Nah, it's fine. No, okay. The whole reason I said we should probably have a second or not, I agree to it, right? Is because I didn't know if I could keep it. If I could like keep a conversation going for like 3 or 4 hours, because like this is my first real live stream, you know?
I mean, sure, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
no,
totally
perfectly
fine.
normal.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Like last time I did a live stream, I was reacting to like a random One Piece chapter. That's a very different thing than like,
Fair.
you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't mind if this takes a while.
Okay.
'Cause,
Oh,
you know,
but what did you think of the points that we had made about this specific thing?
oh no, I fully understand where you guys are coming from. I do also agree to some extent about certain things. I guess I have a different view on the opening scene, just because I view RWBY being lost in the world and being so obsessed with like weapons and staring into the weapon magazines with her headphones on kind of shows her naivety and like her I guess underpreparedness. No, that's not a word.
Her build, like the way I would phrase it is, it's an establishing character moment that she's just happens to be in this shop and she's reading a magazine. Like she's really just an unlucky bystander, and the unlucky ones turn out to be the thugs. Like that's fine enough. It's not super deep. I don't know about how Cowboy Bebop handles it, but I didn't personally have any problems with that given scene right away. Like there are small things in there, but the scene itself is
less
fine.
it's less about the scene necessarily being bad or even all that much derivative. It's more so the fact that it doesn't have as many. It has character beats, but it doesn't have character defining moments, if that makes sense. I feel me and CBF actually talked a bit about this last night because we were going over an OVA called Read or Die, and we had a similar issue, or I guess thing to talk about with that first episode, even though the first episode of that one was great.
Read or Die.
Read or Die.
Yeah. Where it's like there's a lot of good like character moments, like showcasing their quirks and certain things that they do and iconic shots. But in terms of the active decisions that they make, not a whole lot that's really unique there. Or engaging, I suppose.
You mean Read and Die? No, Read or Die. It's
Read or Die.
I highly recommend it. It's one of my favorite animes.
It's very good.
The OVAs are good. The TV show I think is better, and then the ending kind of sucks. But
Same. Don't tell them that I'm trying to put them on it.
Look, I enjoy the ride, and I'm still happy with the result. It's just there was some wonky shit.
Fair.
Hey,
Also, but yeah,
Darling in the Franxx. I know all about bad endings.
Fair. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no, that's incomparable. That show was bad from minute one.
Yeah.
When I rewatched this, we might have words. Because I
Yeah.
actually was invested in Darlene and the Franxx until episode like 15. And that's when shit started going downhill fast.
Oh yeah, no, it got a lot worse after that. It got a lot worse.
Now, with that in mind, though, I want to elect to maybe skip a little ahead of the list to talk about one of the bigger points of contention we had with the video, which is the potential man thing.
Potential man!
Of course, JJK. Of course, JJK always ends up biting me.
I mean, I feel like the other ones, I felt like we kind of had a lot less agreement after that specific point. Maybe the episodic one was a little long and made the White Fang one, but the potential one is a little iffy. That is the one we found a little bit more iffy.
Did the One Piece example confuse you guys?
No, it wasn't confused. No, it wasn't confusing. We just the example that you gave was that the example you gave was trying to illustrate the point that some people look at RWBY in terms of what they themselves like have in mind about it instead of actually looking at the show for what it is, if I remember correctly. That was your main point of contention there.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that, and this might be a difference in experience, right? So keep that in mind. We do not see that at all most of the time, at the very least. Like especially, I can speak for myself, I don't. A lot of the time, when people say that the show isn't living up to its potential, they are specifically talking about the potential that the show itself establishes, right? Where the show wants to go to tackle these characters and make them this multifaceted in interesting ways that flesh out the story, cover these hard-hitting topics like depression, racism, overcoming trauma, all that stuff. But it does not handle them the way that the story itself wants it to. That's what people typically mean in almost any media discussion when they talk about, oh, this show isn't living to that potential.
We have gotten
Oh my
a
God.
fan art from Deaderex
Oh,
of Weiss as a white rafts. I can't pronounce that name.
That's adorable.
The little jingly things
Rhapsody.
from Kingdom Hearts, not Resident
Kingdom
Evil.
Hearts.
Resident Evil, what the fuck?
Yes, the famous, cute, adorable enemy from Resident Evil.
Adorable.
It is adorable. It's so
Yeah,
cute.
it's very adorable.
I'm imagining it as a keychain.
Oh my god, that'd be such a good
Yeah.
keychain. And you know what?
That would be-
The baguette hair works for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
It does.
yeah,
This is the best
Rox.
RWBY best RWBY Volume 7 design right here. Better than
Yeah,
Weiss.
for real. It actually makes her outfit look good. But yeah, Rox, what do you think of that?
I honestly, the way you described it, it does seem like it just comes down to experience. Because at least what I've experienced, it seems like people almost thought RWBY was like going to be better than these like top of the line TV shows. And I don't know, maybe that's me not understand. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm not reading between the lines.
I mean,
enough. I need to go stare at
it's
some
sort
blue
of-
curtains, but like.
I mean, it's sort of
There is
weird.
a bit of a degree to that, yeah.
Yeah,
but,
there's a
like,
specifically with the fandom, like the rabid fans say that this show is like greater than God, basically, and they
Bro,
treat
I-
it like something
I-
to defend to the bitter end, right?
I heard someone say that like it's better than Invincible. And like
hey, show them my two videos comparing
Like-
my video comparing this show to Invincible. See how that
like
works.
I like both of these shows, but RWBY is not even close.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, when I come at it, it's just like, well, what did you do with these things? Like, well, like what characters get used for what purpose? I mean, the thing that comes to mind most readily is RWBY doesn't really have a character arc until Volume 9. That's what, 10 years of an entire
yeah,
show's
almost
run,
10.
and the main
almost 10
protagonist
years.
has like no consistent arc. And it's not like she's a static character that has to have that static nature challenged and she maintains the status quo. She just doesn't really get any kind of challenge that isn't physically dealable. There's no there's no
they half measure
emotional
with
or like, we get mentions of her trauma briefly, very inconsistently throughout things. We don't see that really manifest outside of very, very isolated scenes that don't amount to much. And then we just get it all dumped on us in Volume 9.
In Volume 9.
And all of us are sitting here like, what? Wait, where's
you could
this
have
been
done
the
that the
entire
whole
time?
time?
Could have done this the
Yeah.
whole time?
You know, I blame
So-
John for this. I
Yeah,
blame
there's a
Volume
lot
Not
to
four.
blame
entirely. Not entirely. But
So-
I mean, we could have had it right
So-
then and there in Volume 4.
Yeah.
The way that I have talked about this, I've talked about this in two different ways. One, I think that Volume 9 was originally meant to be Volume 4, but they had bumped it back after Monty's death. Because everything that the girls were dealing with and everything Jean was dealing with would make perfect sense if it was coming off of the heels of Volume 3. And also, when it comes to RWBY and her character development, I like to compare her to Toru Honda from Fruits Basket. And I don't know if you know that anime, Rox, but it is a phenomenal shoujo
It's
anime
very good, yeah.
where the main character is static and she doesn't really get major character development until the final season. However, when you watch at least the 2019 anime, which is where it's fully animated for the first time, you can see little snippets of her if you're actually paying attention to her character, because she likes to come off as very bubbly and very kind of head in the clouds, and she's very anxious, and she doesn't seem like she has too much going on with her. She is the character who likes to preach her mother's teachings to other people and give like sage words of advice to everyone that she meets. And she influences the mindsets of people that she encounters every day. And that's kind of like how it seems like RWBY was supposed to function, because she was supposed to be a character who was giving all of these other characters advices on how to deal with things like Jean and how to be a leader and all that kind of stuff. And then
or dealing with
RWBY
Weiss and stuff, and
dealing with
trying to
Weiss,
be a better partner with her.
Yeah, and then the whole speech that she gave during Volume 8 and whatever. But you see that there's these little moments that she hides away, especially from Kyo and Yuki.
The other two main
usually when
characters of the
she's
show.
alone, when the mask can come off and you can see that she's like crying alone, and they only find that out because they realized that she sent them away on purpose because she doesn't have a very high opinion of herself. And when they come home, they find her crying alone on New Year's Day with a picture of her dead mother. You can see that she values her mother's advice and misses her because she died before the start of the series, because she takes her mother's picture with her everywhere. And she's constantly talking about her mother. Everything is about her mother. And then it finally culminates into realizing that the person that we have seen, like the bubbly girl who is always willing to do everything for you, like chop off a limb if you need it, that girl is not real, because she thinks that if she doesn't do everything for somebody, then she is going to be abandoned because of trauma that she had when she was a baby, thinking that her mother was going to leave her because her father died. And she almost did. Like, her mother almost committed suicide because of her husband's death. And that affected her so much that she forced a mask on her in order to make it so that people wouldn't abandon her. But we don't get that until the end.
Yeah, all of that gets generally slowly leaked out. And this ties in with the super chat we got from Jake the Surgeon here, which is, I wouldn't even call that an arc. RWBY just goes back to her previous state. It's entirely circular. Well, that's what I'm saying about a static character. A static character can have their static nature challenged and reaffirmed. That's what happened in Volume 9, is that RWBY's nature as herself was challenged, and she reaffirms, no, this is the person I want to be and need to be, and I'm going to be this person. Toru doesn't really change as a character. More so, she is revealed as a character, and that's really the difference between her and RWBY, is that RWBY doesn't get revealed to us until Volume 9. Up until
and
that
between
point,
that time, there was nothing that really helped her character be substantial to keep her character engaging or flesh out the points that allows to see the depth that is within her.
But this all goes,
and then they managed to.
Yeah.
And then when it came to the paying that off, they somehow managed to do it in the literal worst way possible.
That's a different argument on this list. I'm just trying to get to the point that, like, all of that is to talk about one character of the show and the potential that she had in order to be developed and explored and expressed, and they didn't capitalize on anything of the like until it came time for it to be the main central focus, at which point none of the groundwork had been laid. And so, like, this complaint that people have had suddenly came back to bite them.
Yeah.
Also, Dragon Ball Z, in defense of RWBY, there's no reason it couldn't have been a GOAT tier show. There's a lot of ways the show had potential to be great. I feel like the way it started kind of kneecapped it. It starting as such a low-level, like, unambitious show. It was just there to have fun and be goofy, weirdly enough, and it got more serious. I feel like I go back to, it didn't know what it wanted to be at first, and that really detrimented it in the long run.
it didn't know what its target audience was either.
Yeah.
That's a major
they
thing
were
as
kind of
well.
a little bit weirdly in between with that, which I don't know why they didn't.
They still
decide
are.
to-
I mean, Tyrion dropping the bitch word in the middle of Volume 4,
Yeah.
everyone fucking, like, the speed of everyone's head turned. You could hear it across the fucking internet, man. You can hear the
Yeah.
snap
Yeah.
for miles of the freaking
even-
sound barrier breaking.
Even though I'm all like, dog, y'all are Rooster Teeth. Why didn't y'all like make it much more clearly define what lane y'all
like,
want to be in?
They're teenagers. They should be cursing up storms, for fuck's sake.
Well,
You
maybe
don't have to-
maybe not.
No,
like
but
that,
you don't
but-
have to do that. But like, you can have characters say things along those lines. You can have characters curse. Like, and it's like they didn't want. Like, they don't know if they wanted it to be for kids or for adults, and like they didn't even settle into like the tween or teenager or like young adult sector. They didn't know where this fit themselves.
But yeah, going back on subject, Rocks, when we talk about potential, that's what we're talking about. And to be clear, with like Twi's example, it doesn't necessarily have to do what Fruits Basket did. It doesn't even have to do 50% of what Fruits Basket did. They probably didn't have the budget for it. I'm gonna be honest. But a lot, even doing some of the most basic of things, the basic of writing principles it managed to succeed at, probably would have given the show a lot more leeway in the long run. That's what we're talking about.
That was a lot.
I hope
No,
that's
Wiley says,
understandable.
one franchise that I'd be interested in comparing is Library of Ruina and Limbus Company. They have similar theme of making character based on stories. Making characters based on
okay.
stories.
I've
Never
never
heard of
heard of the former. I know the latter. I think the
I've
latter
heard
is a
of Limbus.
gotcha.
Yeah, I think they're both gotchas.
Oh, they're both
Which
gotcha games.
which I'm
Okay,
saying
no
here,
wonder
I'm
I
like,
have them.
why are you recommending gotchas?
That reminds me of like the fact that a lot of people compare RWBY to Zenless Zone Zero. And as much as I will say Zenless Zone Zero is a lot better, I don't entirely see what they're trying to compare it between them.
Don't let Saito hear.
Yeah, I was
hear you
gonna say,
that.
dude,
Isn't
Saito.
it
What was that, Rox?
Isn't it a video game?
Yeah, it's a video. It's
Yeah,
a
it's a
gotcha. It's where you basically
Like,
yeah, you basically gamble away trying to get new characters.
does it have a story that like?
Yeah, I don't know how
yeah,
that functions,
like-
honestly.
yeah, like how do you? I don't understand.
I
how you
don't
could, like,
don't
have
play
a story
gotchas.
with-
I stay
That-
miles
leave that
away
to
from them.
CBF. CBF
Okay.
knows about that game.
I mean, I don't even think it necessarily matters too much to try to give an explanation. Really, we're already.
Well, I was
going
gonna
through
say
all
that
these
would be
ideas anyway.
a deep dive that we can't really handle. I just know the only one I cared about in any capacity is Uma Musume, and I'm sad now because I just remembered that Haru Urara passed away.
Yeah.
Rest-
Ooh,
rest in
really?
peace.
That's
and
fucking.
Duke Von Pumpkin, a member for 1 month. Imagine a visual novel with some gameplay. Okay, no, but like the gotcha system is like, do they each have individual stories, that sort of thing? Like, I get a lot. There's a mechanic that I'm not quite understanding, but yeah, we don't have the time to. We can dive into why I'm wrong about gotcha games at a later date.
I'll just say that it has an overarching story and then a bunch of mini stories every update.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do we want to
Let's
hit
see, I think-
next?
Another big one that we definitely spent a lot of time on, and I want to nip on the head because we cover a couple things similar relating to it. Is the H Bomber guy stuff?
Look, I just dislike that video, man.
Like, I'm fine if you
Oh.
don't. I'm fine if you don't like the video. Like, that's perfectly fine. That's not the issue I had with what you said about it necessarily in the video. My issue is when you mentioned that this video did damage to the fandom. I don't think that's the case, man. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be completely
Yeah,
honest.
that was
Yeah,
like a
no.
big thing. The reason why I asked at the beginning, like how old you were and how long you've been in the fandom, that sort of thing. You've been here, what, 4 years in the fandom by my math? I've been here 5. I've been here since the beginning, man. it started really getting toxic. Like even like there were some toxic elements in the middle of volume 2. Things got really bad. Like
In
all the
volume 5, yeah.
well, volume 5 especially, but like volume 4 onward, the fandom was just that's where because after Monty's death, he sort of was the personality that understood how to interact with fans and not make horrible mistakes.
PR decisions.
Decisions. After he passed away, it felt like no one on the team knew how to interact with the fan spaces, and they decided pandering was the only way to play to it, and that just created a runaway greenhouse effect. It was just toxicity catapulted into the stratosphere.
Yeah,
you have the very famous "It's a cartoon." Wasn't that
that
Floof?
one, yeah.
That was that
was
Floof.
bad,
Yeah, that was that Floof had was the one that suffered that.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes! Yeah. And
Yeah,
on
but
top of
for-
that, I remember Judgmental Critters video, like basically pointing to Shane's letter as like the big first major crack.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
yeah,
like
yeah.
around after volume 3.
Yeah, that was after he basically ousted from the company. Yeah.
And key for reference, actually, at the time that H Bomber Guy made his video, he made the video about like 3 or so months after volume 6. Now, you weren't there at the time. I don't think you were there at the time volume 6 ended or came out. I don't believe.
Was
But-
not. Yeah.
But when okay, buddy, it was fucking war, because we came straight out of volume 5, you know, more than likely one of the probably the worst volume of the entire show, and that one already was contentious by fans. Volume 6 was a little bit marginally better, but still had a lot of things that literally split the fandom entirely.
I mean, the
And
biggest
people were
bomb
already-
was easily Bumblebee. That
And Adam's death. Those
Adam's
two
death.
things alone annihilated the entirety of the fandom. I was in the RWBY Wiki Discord. I think technically I'm still there. I just haven't really posted or looked into it for a while. That place was a shit house. At the end of that, I am completely freaking serious. There were arguments every other day, people talking smack about fans or haters and things like that. It was insanity. H Bomber Guy and whatever damage it caused, quote unquote, is like a drop in the bucket. Especially given the fact that like what was it? A lot of what he had to say about the show in general is no different from what other people, namely Fat Man, have said about it for years before.
I will
Yeah.
say that
when I first watched H Bomber Guy's video, I was like, he didn't say anything that Fat Man already hasn't said like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
War
like, I
never
think,
changes.
Yeah, war never changes. I was gonna say like I can say that it caused maybe a little damage to the fandom, like, but it was more that he just got like lumped in with a lot of already major catalyzing incidents that were building. It's like the toxicity in the fandom has been building for some time before that point, and volume 6 was a lightning strike to it in general. So he caught the lightning.
Yeah. You breathe within RWBY community's vicinity, you cause fandom problems. That's how it is.
I remember distinctly two
legitimately.
specific incidents in volumes 5 and 6. Like,
man.
volume 5, like, people say what they say about freaking Harris nowadays. That's what they were saying to Vexed Viewer for years.
100%.
When instantly upon volume 5 ending, he was like,
They wanted that man dead.
He and so many others were so dissatisfied with volume 5 that he's like, you know what? I'm gonna make a YouTube channel just to rant about this. And he amassed all the numbers because people were feeling the same way.
Yeah,
And then
volume
6?
volume 6, holy shit.
Like volume 6, like I distinctly remember like any of y'all remember like Flinda Ruby, like that one YouTube channel who would often
I
post, like,
remember
the
that
lyric
guy.
videos. He
Yeah.
left because of all of that stuff for like a year or two. I think it was
And
around that time because
Yeah,
there was
Jake-
so much toxicity towards him and everywhere at the time.
Don't
and
forget,
he was like one of the several RWBY content creators who left between volumes 5 and 8 because of just how bad things were.
like Jake in the One Man Band, that guy left around, I want to say, volume 5. That was because of the fandom. The point, we don't want to, bombard you with this. The point is that I understand that there are people out there that look at videos like Harris's or mine or Fat Man's and sort of just masquerade as haters because they want a bandwagon. But I feel like it's very apparent, especially like since it's been 6 years since the video came out around that time, that like most people just straight up don't like the show. Genuinely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the toxicity that happens within the fandom is a direct result of that fandom itself having a lot of issues. And I don't think a YouTube video, especially one that doesn't even like directly foster that sort of environment, in my opinion, should be held responsible for that. You see what I'm getting at?
I understand. I don't know if did it come across like I was blaming the fandom turning toxic because of this video, because that was
It did.
not
It,
my
it did
intention.
kind of come across that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I did not intend for that, but I do also think it does also cause problems for, I guess, future fans, because the easiest way, okay, this is simply put, like, this is the biggest RWBY YouTuber or YouTube video, like, period. Like, I feel like that's not that crazy. Like, so
Probably
when
right.
people look at RWBY, you can, like, literally make a new YouTube account, type in RWBY. This is going to be the first video made by an independent, like, YouTuber. So it's going to, well, be a lot of people's first introduction. And I told that story about my friend previously, where, well, he said he would rather have the opinion of, you know? So,
I'm
like,
for
he
the
watched
record,
it.
I decided to do a incognito search.
Yeah.
Searching for RWBY. We
Yep.
have RWBY Volume 1 all episodes. We have RWBY
Yep.
Complete playlist. RWBY Volume 2 complete. RWBY Red Trailer. RWBY Complete Volume 4. RWBY Update from Carrie. RWBY Ice Queendom 1 through 12. RWBY Complete
Really?
Volume 3. Us right now, this very second. in the stream.
Yeah.
See, because I
3 sequential reactions to RWBY. We have another reaction to Volume 4, RWBY Rose versus Mecha, RWBY Complete
really?
Volume 5, the White Trailer, Complete Volume 7, and then
Yep.
RWBY is disappointing, and here's why. That's like 1, 2.
Oh, really?
'Cause
Because on my end, it's RWBY Complete, RWBY Volume 1 Complete, RWBY Volume 2 Complete, the Blu-ray advertisement. Why is Crow vs. Winter here?
No.
I don't know. The Red Trailer, Update from Carrie, Volume 4, and RWBY is a disappointment. So
yeah,
that's,
like, is that on your incognito though? Because
yes, that's on my
okay, so it could
Okay.
be like weird IP stuff. Also, the Orange Man gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Damn. All right. Thank you
it-
so much.
Congratulations to everyone that caught in that. Also
Yeah, Derek's finally get it.
no, he didn't, unfortunately.
Ah,
Aw.
Nameless says
Aw.
visual novel with gameplay, Demon Bane 2006. I've never heard of it. God,
heard of it.
YouTube,
I have.
don't scroll that far, please. Okay, next one was Yugox. Like in Genshin, the characters go through story beats. You don't get to play them outside of those unless you gamble to get said characters. Okay. Jake the Surgeon, Volume 6 almost broke me. Participating in discussions was like fighting frenzied sharks.
Facts.
Blade Charge says, I knew people who the fandom scared away. Yep.
Yes,
and there we go. All right, they just catch up on that.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah.
think it's fair to say that
Oh god, CBF.
I think it's fair to say that it is the biggest like RWBY criticism video, considering it's from like a channel who is at like 1 million subber, like Harris H-Bomb. But it's like I think it's more so just the fact that yeah, there are inevitably going to be some people who were mildly interested or not that interested in RWBY and just say that verbatim because they weren't all that interested anyway.
Yeah,
But, like,
I was about to say,
I'd
anyone
most people who
Okay.
watched it were like people who had some stake in the show and agreed with it
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah, anyone who is not going to like watch a show because they took a look at a YouTube video before looking at it was not really all that interested in it in the first place. Like that's I understand that might be a little bit insensitive, but that's just how it is with my experience and how people have behaved online when it comes to these things.
I mean,
If you're
that's how-
interested in a show, you're going to watch the freaking show, no matter what. You don't
Daigato, what
care.
is this? What?
Hmm?
What is this image?
What? I just saw this one meme on Twitter and thought this would be funny. Probably be funny if these guys were. What in the hell?
What were they doing on Twitter? What is happening in this image?
I'm using. Why is Raymond a special weapon for me now?
Yes. He's Vi now from Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's trying to like swing Raymond into Greymon on my head.
I don't
think
want to
so.
hurt. Look at that chunky boy. I don't want to hurt him.
Yeah.
And you're immoral. You can handle it.
At least aim for the bus.
Yeah. But yeah, like when it comes to people in media, and even if it is the case that people are going to like, watch the video and get turned off of RWBY after looking at it without giving the show a chance. I mean, that's on them and not the video. And let's be completely honest. If it wasn't Harris, it would be somebody else. It would be Fat Man. It would be Vexed. It would be Raymond. It would be Unicorn War. It would be
Critter.
me. Like Critter, especially.
Hey, I mean, to be
Twinsing.
fair, like it could be me. Like I mean, I get.
No, I said
Oh,
you.
you did. Sorry,
Raymond.
my brain. Look, my brain is still processing the image.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for next year to see if it becomes me.
Yeah, I was
Oh
gonna say
my
like
God.
I do fix. People hate
Could be
fixing RWBY so much,
Oh yeah, they
yeah.
do.
and it's like it's all because of the name. They all get so touchy about the name because to imply that there is anything, it's such a weird like how was gymnastic to say. Like people get so up in arms about saying fixing RWBY as if somehow that implies their show that they love is broken, because it is, and
Yeah.
there are problems with the show that need to be addressed. And
How dare you say that RWBY is not perfect and could imply that it needs to be fixed? Who are you
Savages,
to say
barely even human. Savages,
who are you to
savages,
say
evil to the core.
that it needs to be fixed? It is perfect the way it is.
He doesn't like RWBY, which means he must be evil. Now we sound the drums of war.
Jake the Surgeon says,
It's like,
I wish
wonder
I
how
had.
many people view fixing RWBY as the equivalent of Harris's video for freaking all RWBY fan projects now, because of
Probably.
how hostile they are towards all of them.
Well, I was gonna
Oh,
say,
yeah.
like, it's so bizarre because everyone's like, "Oh, change the name," but then I see a bunch of hate for Evermorrow. I see a bunch of hate for freaking
Oh yeah,
Dust
apparently.
Queen.
Yeah, and those series are way more positive about RWBY than we are. So it's like, what the fuck? If people are that fickle about this, I don't think it's worth worrying about. That's all I'm saying, man.
Jake the Surgeon says, "I wish I had a lightning rod of hate for RWBY fans."
Hey,
I don't know. That's a double-edged sword, man.
bring me the haters, man. I need more haters in my comment section. We love it.
Let's.
I mean, they do feel it on like on the Tobi channel, right? I have a few videos where like one of them is literally just called like "Good News for RWBY." Bruh, people just there were people leaping in my comment section to tell me how bad the show was. So honestly, people getting upset about things, it just like it just gives you views. It
Yep.
It pays my rent.
So let's try and knock out some fast ones on here. Rooster Teeth being a shit company. I think we're all kind of in agreement that was a problem.
Yeah, I've changed my
That's
opinion on
nuts.
that. They're just a shit company, bro.
They're fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Did you do what else in here? No plot is a pretty quick one because like it was really only volume 1 that I thought didn't have a plot, and after that it did. It's just not very well.
Well, I've
told.
heard people say that there's no plot until like the end of volume 3.
They're
think
not
is
paying
kind of-
attention because
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
paying
I know.
attention. I don't think so.
Yeah, volumes. 1
I
and
would
2
put that
build
at
into
D
3.
probably.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. There's a difference between having no plot whatsoever and having a meandering plot that doesn't really do much
That's
until
what I
the
see
end.
way more of in regards to like criticism towards the show. I barely see people say no plot outside of like volume 1 or 2, I guess.
On top of that, it's like when people say no plot, that is probably what they actually mean, but people saying no, but they say it in the stupidest way possible when they say there's no plot, because that's almost never
Okay.
actually the case. It's just that, yeah.
The plot changes with Weiss's
plot is
chest.
threadbare.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's see what other ones can we knock out. Was this one RWBY being left-handed but writing with her right hand? Was that one?
Oh
Yeah,
that's the
I don't know
That's
why.
an
I
nitpick.
always, I just always run into those people, and I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah.
I
How?
explained it.
I don't know. Why are you? You think I want this? You think I'm going around on Twitter typing? Yes, I need
maybe
people mad at left-handed RWBY. Like,
maybe
bro,
maybe it's because I'm not on Twitter for more than like 2 hours a day, but I have no idea how some people find these
Guys,
tweets.
maybe Weiss likes it when RWBY uses both hands. Have you ever thought about that? And don't worry, I am putting $1 in the White Rose jar.
I explained a little bit of this during the stream, and well, not like explained it, but like I had a hypothesis as to why people were complaining about it, and it does come down to left-handed representation in media, because there are very few positive left-handed characters in media that we know for sure are left-handed, and the majority of the really popular ones just became ambidextrous. Like, the most popular one is Link. He is no longer left-handed. He is now ambidextrous. A lot of the really popular left-handed characters that you otherwise see in media are bad guys. They're villains. They're evil in some way. And so due to a history of persecuting people for being left-handed, some left-handed people do get kind of salty when left-handed characters either become right-handed or are evil in some way.
Okay, Seawits, thank you for reminding me. I completely missed your super chat. Hey, Kaiser, recently started Gundam 79 after picking up a couple of Gunpla.
dope.
After I get a little deeper, what do you recommend?
I mean, afterwards, definitely recommend Zeta after that. You know Gundam as well. Yeah, you did mention you were Mecha.
Yeah, half of my profile is literally Mazinger Zero, bro. I know Mecha.
Oh, I couldn't see that. Dope shit, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely recommend Zeta. Double Zeta is a mixed bag, but it's kind of necessary to understand Char's counterattack. Char's counterattack is a mixed bag, but the ending is great.
Yep.
In terms of the AU stuff, I definitely recommend G Gundam, Gundam X, Iron Blooded Orphans.
I recommend
to a certain extent.
I do recommend Witch from Mercury, even though the second season is nowhere near as good as the first.
How do you guys feel about Gundam Seed?
Oh, that's a conversation.
That's one of the worst mecha anime
It has my favorite Gundam of all time in it.
The Gundam designs are peak. I don't care what anyone says. Listen, the writing may be bad, but the mobile suits are amazing.
The art, no one's complaining about the artists. Freedom Gundam is peak.
Yeah,
I have the Freedom Gundam. It's literally, it's like 2 meters above my head.
Oh, bro, I have the action figure of it. I have that I got in Japan when I was there. I have and I also have the MG, which I built and have completed. that's basically floating right above my head.
Yep.
1.0 or 2.0?
2.0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because I heard infamously the 1.0 had some problems. Then Yugok says, how a lot of Disney villains are queer coded?
You mean in terms
about the
of
left-handed stuff.
the left-handed stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Nameless says, my personal favorite is 00. Okay. The queer coded
Oh,
thing.
someone
I feel like that's walking into a minefield.
Yeah, that's a complicated conversation.
It's a minefield
there.
that's on fire. That's
Man,
not
you
just-
know, Cruella DeVille, she's just so queer coded.
Yeah, I'll just crowbar this in because y'all mentioned your Rex. I'll also say build fighters and well, technically you might have to watch Divers to watch Divers Re-Rise if you want to fully understand, but Divers Re-Rise is actually good, unlike Divers. Or Try.
Okay, because I never saw Divers. Like
Try
I saw
is fun.
Fighters, but I
saw
okay.
Divers.
I will. I might have to give Try another shot at some point. I dropped it on episode 1 because I felt the animation was a lot worse, and I do not like the trio. I never liked them in there or in Battlelog.
oh
Really?
I found them really annoying.
Well, you find everything annoying, so that's not a good match.
okay. Is Turn A actually good? Before
Turn
Yes,
A
Turn A is
is the best one. It is the
I
best.
haven't seen Turn A.
I was going to say, the mustache design puts me off. However, I recently learned about the history of Turn A and who was the designer for it. And I was like, oh, it's the guy that made Blade Runner. Okay, maybe there might be something more to this. And of course, I always hear praise for it. It's just the mustache always put me off. But I do see there are some arts of the Turn A Gundam that I see, and I'm like, oh, okay, mechanically I see now more what's going on there, and that's interesting.
Yeah,
I'm way more okay with it.
Yeah, like best characters, some of the best designs, probably the best world building of any of the Gundams, aside from 79, and absolutely the best soundtrack.
Up there, definitely. I'd say that it and especially Build Fighters are like two series where you're better off putting them off until you've seen at least a handful of Gundam in general, or at the very least seen definitely after like 0079 and a few UCs at the very least.
Oh, also Seawits. Absolutely watch Gundam War in the Pocket. That is the best Gundam OVA.
I hear that. I hear that a lot.
Origin. I counter that with Origin, but that one is amazing too.
Okay,
And
Origin
Thunderbolts.
is great.
Okay, ladies. We can tone it down just a little bit here. I was just gonna throw out watch Eureka 7. Watch
That too.
I've seen Eureka 7. I have it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, watch Evangelion.
Watch Big
bruh.
O.
Including the
Everyone's seen
rebuilds.
Yes, I have them on Blu-ray as well.
Well, no, I'm talking to the fans.
Oh, okay.
And the Seawits guy.
Well, like, to be fair, like half this live stream has been like me getting recommendations on things to read or watch. So
Oh yeah.
Which is fair.
I enjoyed
That's us in general.
G-Quox for what it was. I still need to finish that.
I haven't seen it yet.
I didn't hate it.
Nameless,
Okay.
Nameless says
It's better than Rose of the Recapture. if
See, it's
that's-
not the worst mecha anime. I've seen Pilot Candidate. If you ever heard of it, keep it that way.
I never heard of it.
Sorry.
Actually, no, I
What was
didn't.
that? What
I
was that
have.
3D mecha anime that came out? It was like laughably bad.
What's
Oh,
it?
Muck.
X-Arm?
Yeah,
X-Arm?
X-Arm. That
X-Arm
was
is
it.
traditionally a mecha.
Oh my god, that shit is terrible.
But yeah, also Code Geass, aka fan-made Gundam Seed, except it's good.
Well, it's not fan made.
Relatively.
I was gonna say Code Geass was prototype because I'm pretty sure Code Geass was also made by Bandai.
It was, yeah.
It was the same company basically. It was.
I'm
it was
pretty
just not even it's not Gundam, but it's like the same people.
I mean, not
think
much
that
we're
of
talking
the
about-
normal staff. None of the directors or writers have ever touched Gundam prior. Well, except
yeah.
for one of them being doing some episodes of Turn A. Funny enough.
It's just that it is made by Sunrise. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same
it's Sunrise.
studio, but like that doesn't really mean much of anything.
yeah,
in terms
it doesn't-
of actual staff.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
it's just
Are we-
ironic that Sunrise has a monopoly on
It's-
mecha.
Are we just
anime,
talking
so-
about mecha shows that are good and should be watched? Because Obligatory Eureka 7 mention.
I've died.
Yeah, you already
said
did
that.
mention Rick 7, yeah.
Oh, you
I
guys
was-
love Eureka 7
I was getting
so much?
pizza pockets.
You guys gotta,
Oh no,
Fair.
she
you
got
guys love
sent
Eureka
pizza
7
rolls.
so much. You must love all the movies.
She
Must love the
emailed
Eureka
Plinkett
7
and got
movies.
pizza rolls.
Oh my God.
The Eureka 7 movies are no.
I was blessed to have only watched Pocket Full of Rainbows until Raymond came along, and then he forced me to watch everything else.
We
Yeah.
agreed on this because we were both curious, and
Yes,
we got bit in the ass for that.
yeah, we did.
Legitimately, the way we talk about it is that Hideaki Anno should have been the one to make all the Eureka 7 sequels, and the guy that made the original Eureka 7 should have gone on to make the rebuilds of
rebuilds?
Evangelion, because they
Really?
clearly swapped mindsets, because Anno became so much more positive, and the guy that made Eureka 7 became so much more bitter.
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah.
We got another super chat, I think.
We got a few more.
No, we didn't. Enjoyed
Yeah, we already
Seed's
talked about
not the
those.
worst mecha anime I've seen. That was the last one. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
Wait,
all right. Let
And
us
they mentioned the G Clux one.
Yeah, that was I did.
Yeah.
I did. So
Yeah.
let us try and find easy ones to knock out.
The show
think-
peaked after 3? Is that easy?
Yes and no. Like we talked about
Okay.
it pretty in depth in terms of like something definitely shifted after 3. There was a quality increase in some areas, a quality decrease in others, and my go-to is it lost all of Monty's passion after 3. Which I think is very feelable. It's not a thing you can quantify, but you can certainly feel it. And everyone, when you tell them that it lost the momentum after Monty's death, it clicks for a lot of people, it seems. So
Yeah, I feel like that's why I had a hard time rewatching 3 compared to 2, because it has none of that energy from volumes 1 and 2, like whatsoever, even before 4.
oh, really? Because I thought that like 3 is arguably the best volume in terms of like
Like, are you-
energy.
It's like it's arguably the best. It has none of the kind of like abridged energy that you get from like volumes 1 and 2. And
Oh.
the fights, a lot of them are. That's where they get a lot more inconsistent. And like I remember Famine also kind of talked
Oh,
about
definitely.
the style of that stuff hard changed.
I mean, I was
Yep.
gonna say like it still had a lot of the comedy, like especially I felt it was front loaded with a lot of the fun stuff and then back loaded with all the serious stuff. Like I thought that was the most uneven part about it, as opposed to having something more diffuse. Like the beginning feels much more in line with volume 1 and 2, whereas the back half feels much more in line with what would come later.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like 3 people. Well, no, 3 people die, and then like Osmond gets like killed, but not killed because reincarnation go burr, right? So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
it would be kind of weird to like be like have a major tone shift. Although other series do that. Like
I was gonna say,
one-
Avengers Infinity War is arguably the funniest of all the Marvel movies. It's just
that is
Yeah.
also
true.
the
but that's
darkest.
because Infinity War is just so good though. Like
Nameless says just to have say this Zone of the Enders.
Oh yeah, I heard of that series. I still want to get into that.
Yeah.
Might want to find it. Do they have that on Steam?
Maybe
like
I
they
don't
are.
know. I mean,
I
I can
wonder
always
how
recommend
good-
Armored Core.
Yeah, I wonder how
Armored Core is
good
good.
the anime adaptations are. For Zone
I
of the
heard
Enders.
good things about one of them. I don't know about the other ones.
So yeah, let's see. Oh god, I'm trying to remember the different arguments we had for a lot of them that were bad. Okay. I think we can manage is that RWBY being evil. Team RWBY.
Oh.
Like that is
Yeah.
a silly complaint on the face of it. I think more so the issue we aligned on was they are.
They are negligent.
Yeah,
They're
to
like
to an almost malicious, not malicious,
Yeah.
but like a morally
Dangerous?
a dangerous degree. They are dangerously negligent.
Yeah, they got that protagonist-centered morality really bad. But it's not like
Yeah.
because they're evil. It's more just because it's got, like I mentioned this at a comment last time, it's got like the kind of problem that Weathering with You has in terms of
Yep.
like it's hardcore like, oh, the dumb teenagers making a lot of irresponsible decisions are the good guys, and the much more sensible, albeit much more in Weathering's case, adults are the designated bad guys, like kind of no matter what.
And to be
And
clear,
anyone who disagrees is an asshole at best and the bad guy at worst.
yeah, and to be clear, it's not like we're against the idea of the main characters making mistakes. The problem is that when they do something that is like obviously not very well thought out, it's not treated within the narrative as a mistake, or at least not as much as it should. Like, I think how they handled the fact that they came up with the plan at the end of Volume 8 to transport everybody to Vacuo itself was bad, but it's even worse in regards to the fallout of it and how much responsibility Team RWBY are held to that, in which case it was barely any.
Yeah,
Shameless plug of our video on it, Kaiser.
Yeah, that's true. We did make a video going through all the reasons why their plan was fucking terrible. And we get hate comments for that every so often, which is great.
So yeah,
but yeah, that's more so like what
that's our nuance on that particular point. I don't know. I feel like I could easily, like, unlike the Miles and Carrie one, where I don't really see them being completely evil bastards all that often. I do see Team RWBY being called evil hyperbolically a lot. I don't. I mean, I say hyperbolically. I can't read people's minds. I presume hyperbolic. But I
never actually seen that. But weirdly enough, I've seen people try to insinuate I've said that, which no.
Yeah, same here. Like, I've seen way more of that. Most people who seem to criticize the show, from what I have come across, just say pretty much along the lines of what we said, that they are like negligent and their morals aren't properly characterized. Like, that's about it.
I've seen it on Tumblr.
Okay.
Tumblr.
Twi has just taken a big hit. That is why she's. I'm kidding.
No, sorry, I scratched my throat.
Yeah. So, do you guys think that Ozpin did nothing wrong? I'm pretty sure Ozpin did everything wrong.
Yeah. No, actually, it's a very similar case with Ozpin, in a way, where like even in the early volumes, he does some things that I would say are like tactically really fucking dumb, that kind of are very counterproductive to his goals and in some portions his character. But then the things that the characters argue with him about are things that completely make sense. Like, for example, hiding the fact that the facts of how Leo Lionheart died in Volume 4. I'm sorry, in Volume 5, right? Like, that makes sense why they should hide that, because, yeah, saying that he got killed by Salem's crew is obviously going to cause more problems.
Yeah.
And that he was a traitor was obviously going to cause more problems, yet they were upset about that. Like, what?
Yeah. I don't actually remember them being that upset about that, but yeah.
That they were in Volume 6. They brought it up.
6 makes
sense. Yang specifically brought the Lionheart thing up in Volume 6, and that was right before the Ozpin backstory happened.
I guess I forgot that, yeah. Because of all that crazy stuff that went on. And it's like, them arguing with that makes sense, until they basically became that in Volume 7. I still don't understand why that guy decided to put an entire kingdom in the sky.
Unrelated, but if we could get more fan art of Yang as a lion faunus, I would very much adore that, because I think that's really cute.
That is oddly specific.
That is all because you were talking about Lionheart and Yang in close succession to each other. My brain was like, Yang with little tiny kitty lion ears would be adorable.
Really want to hammer her connection to the Beauty and the Beast, considering she's with Blake.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I guess, what did you rank the John
Oh,
How did you rank? I'm trying to remember now. It's been a week.
yeah.
Yeah, that was near the end. Hold on.
Where's the video? Would you guys rank it or would I rank it at?
I think we ranked it like an A or an S. I think we ranked it an A.
You ranked it at a C. You ranked it at C.
Oh, okay. That's like John being self-insert, right?
Well, I think I can remember if that's how you worded it. Ours was more he is a vacuum of
screen time and character moments.
More so, like he could be an self-insert. More of the problematic is that he just takes up so much of the story to himself, as opposed to the main cast.
Yeah,
especially RWBY.
Oh yeah, especially given the fact that like following Volume 3, RWBY was traumatized by Pierre's death as well as probably Ren and Nora.
But she should be the most traumatized. She saw it happen.
She saw it happen. You're right.
She saw both deaths happen live. She had front row seats both
I feel like it's not a new problem though, because like even at the very beginning, like they kind of introduced RWBY. They gave us a little look at all 4 of the girls, and then John shows up.
No, and like this is a deep problem going all the way back to Volume 1. I mean, the Jaundice arc is legend. You want to talk about early fandom discourse?
I've heard stories of the Jaundice arc.
Yeah, the arguments about Jaundice, and like basically he gets 4, really 2, but 4 episodes to himself. We had an entire month where actually it might have also been split up by a break, where John was just the main character, and everyone was like, "Wait, I thought this show was about those multicolored cute girls over there. Why are we focusing on this guy that sounds suspiciously like Miles Luna, head writer of this thing?"
Yeah. God.
And then a bunch of people turned him into a harem protagonist in the fanfiction.
In fanfiction and stuff, which is a different thing, but it's funny.
Was it?
But go ahead.
The original plan for Volume 1 though? Wasn't John originally supposed to date RWBY? Like I
didn't hear. About that.
I have never heard that.
Really? Yeah. I swear on my life that was like an easy, like that was like some, but it was like 5 drafts before they actually finished the script.
Is that real, chat?
No, the one thing that I know about is how the Weiss romance was based off an entire ad lib. It was just him making just Miles in a booth, kind of just talking about that Weiss girl, and that just kind of stuck.
Yeah, I know about that. I swear I remember. All right, that's gonna be. I'll Google this after the live stream.
That rustled me jimmies. I'm a pure white rose shipper here. Dragon Ball Z.
Everyone's feathers, and you're the only one that has them.
Hey, wait, everyone, hands off! Everyone, stop ruffling my feathers. You got to get your own feathers. Dragon Ball Z, I used to say it's not John's fault the other characters suck until Volume 9 and the hug. I don't hold this position anymore, but what do you think? Look, you can always say it's not the character's fault they're badly written. It's the writer's fault they've written everyone badly.
Well, I was gonna say, why not both? Like I will say that like John doesn't take up the screen time or the significant character moments all the time, but when they happen, they really, really hit. I think I mentioned this on stream, which prompted some interesting fan art, which is that Jean should not have been the one who got knocked into the Ever After and turned into a grown up. It should have been Nora, because Nora had the entire arc in Volume 8 about her wanting to be independent and wanting to find herself outside of Ren and to see what other things that she is able to do. But then they don't really cap that off with anything, and they're still in the same place together.
God, can you imagine how fucked up Nora would have gotten? Like, her most recent thoughts are just, man, I really wonder who I am alone without Ren. Like, we need a little bit of distance so I can figure myself out. Like, a couple of hours later, I am now trapped in a time bubble that has left me aging, 10 to 20 years older than I was supposed. I've spent 10 to 20 years without any of my friends at my side. And it's just like, that would turn her, like, God, she would come around and say, like, no, I don't want any separation. No, I want to be with my friends always. Always, always.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. That would be much more rewarding for her character. And that's just one example. And again, going back to potential, this is based on the shit that they themselves set up.
That also might lead into some unfortunate implications with Nora. Because here's a woman saying, like, oh, I want independence from a man, and then she gets technically punished for it.
Oh, yeah. And then she comes back and is now, like, more than double Ren's age.
Yeah.
While they were, like, kind of breaking off as a couple. How is that gonna work?
Yeah.
I know a lot of fans would have a problem with that.
There is also, I think the reason they do stuff to John is because they would get far less backlash. Like I'm gonna be real. At least from what I've seen, it seems like a lot of people who watch the show don't seem to like John that much. So like you can honestly like blow John up and like half the fandom is not gonna care. You know?
Oh yeah, there's a group stream that I used to be a part of. I quit because I thought that we were going to be changing Bad Fanfiction Night to an hour earlier, but they cheer whenever something bad happens to John.
Exactly. That's my point. I feel like John, at least in Volume 9, he served that very good rule because he's a literal walking consequence of RWBY messing up in Volume 8. And like it would have probably hit harder to RWBY if, say, Weiss, Blake, or Yang could do it. But Blake and Yang, you kind of couldn't do it because like they wanted to sell their merch. And
I do not believe for a second that any of those girls becoming a mommy figure would not sell merch like hotcakes.
Yeah, but like, let's be real. Like Blake and Yang together as merch probably sells even more.
I mean,
like,
oh my God, you know what? Cut John. Make Weiss the one that gets left there because she has the whole conniption about drowning all of Atlas. And suddenly when she's the White Knight, you have RWBY and her, supposedly best friends and best teammates ever, come to a violent head about the nature of what RWBY did and following her into hell. Like, that actually cleans up a whole lot.
I get that. Right. And I think that would have worked as well. I just also think that the writers are scared to do mean stuff like that to their main characters.
Yep.
Because they are afraid of the negative backlash from the fandom.
Yep.
And I do also think that John does kind of fill the same role because John has been RWBY's rock for like there was that scene before they fought the Nakalave, I believe, in Volume 4 when RWBY felt really bad about like taking Team Junior on or Team Ranger on like this quest, right? And he like comforts her and stuff. So he does fill a very similar position as Weiss. So it's kind of like I'm not defending it because honestly, I kind of would have liked it if like Weiss was, if it was just Team RWBY. But I kind of
the problem. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Go.
I was saying that, I get the crux of what you're saying because the problem isn't necessarily Jean filling this specific role in this specific plot point. It's that it happens every single motherfucking time when another character probably could have used this development.
I'm trying to think.
That the writers themselves actively set it up.
If we go through, Volume 1 has the John arc. Volume 2 has the dance arc. Volume 3 has the Pyrrha arc. Volume 4 has the Pyrrha Morning arc. Volume 5 has the Cinder fight, which makes no fucking sense, but whatever.
That's the worst part.
Volume 6 has the Pyrrha Memorial. Volume 7 has
nothing, actually.
Nothing.
Finally, a good thing we could say about Volume 7.
8 has and Volume 8 has the
worst one.
I'm trying to think of what, like, he did a lot of stuff in Volume 8. He was just pissed off at everyone.
Yeah, the worst example is easily, of course, him being the one who has to kill Penny.
Yeah, okay, that's it. The
like,
Penny,
why
the
him?
Penny thing.
That's probably the worst example out of all of them.
And then 9 obviously has him be the Rusted Knight. So every volume except 7 has John in a very prominent role, and it takes away from other characters that should have had things. I mean, like we go back to the Pyrrha statue. Ren and Nora were friends with Pyrrha.
Yeah, what the fuck?
They saw. Why aren't they talking about this? Why aren't they talking about their feelings? It's one of the things in Fixing. I made a big deal that Ren and Nora were also her friends, and they were also reeling from her death. And in many ways, they were kind of putting on. Well, at least Nora specifically was kind of putting on airs the entire time, even though it was eating her up inside. About the last words they shared. Like, and she was keeping her cheery attitude because she needed to be there for everyone else. It's like there are so many elements there that like were just dropped on the ground, but everything got siphoned to John because he's such a focal character to them.
Yeah. So it's like, that. Back to that comment. It's like, yeah, no, this is John's fault. It's John's voice actor's fault.
I also appreciate that Miles tried to basically back away from ever writing him, but it's his friends writing him now, and that's not quite. It's still not quite that great. You have to be much more active if you want to try and dissuade the whole self-insert argument.
Allegations, yeah.
Yeah. He's never beating the allegations. No. At least Carrie was able to beat the Neptune allegations by just never using Neptune again after Volume 3, except for one.
I was going to say, he appeared in Volume 6 to be wacky besties. And then...
And he did. He looked at the screen, guys. He looked at the screen in Volume 8, you know?
Oh, that's right. And then in the books, he gets tortured for information, and no one ever apologizes to him.
Wait, what the fuck? What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Before the Dawn? Or no?
It's After the Fall and before. You're right. It's Before the Dawn. It's where basically he's hiding where I think was it Sun ran off somewhere dangerous.
Sun and Velvet. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And he's afraid of water. Right?
He's terrified of water. They basically borderline waterboard him until he tells them where they went, and it's like treated as a joke.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No one ever apologizes to him. In fact, he gets his jacket gets turned to solid gold, and no one ever like buys him a new one.
Yeah, no one cares.
I mean, then again, he's in Vacuo, so maybe getting a jacket is probably a bad idea.
And Neptune just gets shit on, man. And I didn't like him in Volume 2, but he did not deserve what he got.
Although I feel like they also kind of shit on Sun in that book.
No, they didn't shit on him. They assassinated his character. There is a difference.
Okay. Yeah, because like,
bro,
the way they
the
way he acts and the way they describe him, like, it changes Sun from being like just like he was obviously
a really good
goofy
friend, a goofy, really good friend who
a really good friend,
kind of in the air, kind of like not like kind of a flighty personality. They turn him into basically just a completely ignorant jerk that doesn't care about his friends, doesn't listen to their advice.
Fucking terrible.
Like they make a big deal about how he ran away from them, like to arrive at Beacon early. And they're still pissed at him. Everyone fucking hates him on his team. It's really fucking uncomfortable reading that book.
Well, they also hate him. They hate him for chasing Blake too, which is also really dumb on that point. Because it's like, okay, Sun literally like tells Blake, he's like, I think you're going on a 1-person rampage against this organization,
against terrorists.
Yeah. Okay.
What the fuck?
Like, in his mind, his friend, I'm gonna say, screw it, I'm gonna say crush. His crush is running towards the evil terrorist organization that has the guns, the people, the atom, okay? All the bad stuff. He chases her, and then when he deals with that whole subplot, right, he comes back, and his team is like, you suck, man. I hate you.
And he doesn't defend himself at all. He doesn't talk.
What?
I know.
What? Oh my god!
He just kind of ignores it. Like now it has been a few years since I read it, but I just remember being like, like the first book was fine. The second book was awful.
Well, I don't know why they hate Sun. Like, duh. Like, it genuinely feels like
because
the writers
if you want me to get as bad faith as possible with it,
let's go.
Yeah, my bad faith censors are let us assassinate Sun so we can make sure Bumblebee is even stronger. That's
in the book that no one will ever read anyway.
Oh, there's
That's
the mind
funny,
control.
I was
There's
about
also
to say that freaking what you described is basically
what the
how
fuck?
Bumblebee Warriors describe Sun all the time when they want to be like,
it gives them fuel
Sun.
instead of basically saying, hey, this guy has literally been with Blake every step of the way, supporting her, and may have a crush on her, and she may have a crush on him. Like, I really hate how tribal
shit,
like
man.
I guess this goes into both the Bumblebee and the shipping stuff, because I really do hate how tribal people get about shipping when they don't have to be. Like, it can exist that Blake and Sun had kind of a thing. They liked each other, but just as time went on and the circumstances just didn't allow them to be together, and those feelings kind of faded into the background. That's okay. Yeah. It is okay for that to have happened, and then Blake and Yang can happen just fine. It is
not okay according to the into the Bumble Nazis and Black Sun fascists. It's not okay for them.
Yeah, for them, it must be either or. It's not like anyone can ever develop feelings in any direction. It's like,
is that My Hero? Okay.
Oh, go ahead. What did you say?
Is that a My Hero fan complaining about shipping? Damn, I am so surprised by that.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, shipping on this scale, like the toxic shipping, that has existed before My Hero. I was for like the Harry Potter days.
Naruto.
I was in that for the Sailor Moon days for Naruto.
I've heard stories about Naruto. I don't want to deal with that.
Oh, you were not there for the Sasusaku, for the
Narusaku stuff.
For Narusaku, for Naruhina.
You don't understand, but Twi is currently writing a medieval fantasy epic based on her experiences in the trenches during the during the Digimon shipping wars with Mecha.
Oh man!
Oh my god! Yes, the Digimon shipping wars. Holy shit! There were actual casualties there, because like fanfiction, like most of that shit was like on fanfiction.net back in the day, and fics got deleted in that war permanently.
Wow.
Where's my little Kachako
Yeah, like
flag?
I've heard bad
Look,
shit
just
about
because
all
you're
those.
wrong. Oh, I'm kidding. We had a whole personal conversation about My Hero shipping this week, and I came off a little harder edge than I intended to, and I feel bad about it because I also was upset about other people making fun of me for shipping certain things, and like, and I don't mean to shut people down about their ships.
Well, like the thing is, like, just kind of. I don't know. I just always try to be like, live and let live, basically.
Sure.
Like, that's...
I try to be live and learn.
Yeah. No.
Oh, speaking of bad shipping communities, the Sonic fandom.
Yeah.
Don't even get me
all
started.
of these are like so bad, and yet somehow I managed to hear that the Ranma community might be worse than all of them in shipping wars.
Wait, really?
I have seen it for myself, and I hear stories that it is at the very least on the level of those. Like Rancham and Rakane. Oh, they got it so bad. One of my friends actively goes into those war zones. He has a bunch of dedicated haters
he's a soldier.
Of it.
Oh, he's a soldier. Holy shit.
Final Fantasy VII. God, the Tifa and Aerith war.
Oh my god, yes.
Which thankfully, because of how the Final Fantasy VII remake has handled them, people are actually more shipping Tifa and Aerith than they are shipping anyone with Cloud. Because they just made the relationship between them so sweet. Everyone really loves Tifa and Aerith together as friends or otherwise. It's just like everyone thinks it's wholesome as fuck. Anyway, yes, shipping can be very unfortunately toxic. It's not unique to RWBY. That's just why I think we put it lower.
No,
it's not unique at all. It's in everyone, everything. I have better call it the luck of the Irish, because every fandom I actually want to poke my head into to interact has this BS.
Oh,
Even
right.
Otome games have ship wars.
And
I know that Raymond made fun of me for that, but I remember being in there. I remember having arguments about whether or not Gray should be with the player character or the player character's romantic rival Mary.
Guys, are your stream?
Oh,
what?
What happened to it?
More scuff.
You know what? At least they don't have shipping wars in Mecha, except for Ava. But Ava doesn't count, so I don't care.
Yeah, I was about to say, Ava did that shit.
I was going to say,
Ava's the only one.
Ava is
the only one.
Wait, what about Darling in the Franxx?
Yeah, Darling in the
I don't
Franxx
count
is
that
shit.
as a Mecha.
That is
That's
a Mecha.
fan service with giant
No,
robots.
no.
That's fan service with
man.
giant robots. Bite me.
That is
Shakira
giant
with
robots.
Lexius or with Flay?
Oh,
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, I've never seen a shipping war in Getter Robo. Okay, like
I mean,
that's all I'm saying.
you want my high take?
Fucks in Gararobo.
Kira should be with Kagali. There's my hot take.
Oh man, but yeah, like I'm sure some of y'all were
why would
there.
you say that?
Because they had so much good chemistry when they first met, and then you learn that they're siblings, and it's just like, God damn it! I got Killa killed.
I know. You got Star Wars.
The Epicyo says, "All right, let's start the Furby ship wars."
Oh, there we go. Kaiser's back.
Yep.
Yeah, Raymond, I know you were definitely there for the Bichiko incident. Though the staff had to suffer for the staff suffered for that. The amount of harassment staff and fan artists got when
what?
episode 14 dropped.
Oh, of
Franxx.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, I actually really liked how they handled the marriage. I thought it was such a good arc, and then literally a minute after the marriage happened, everything fucking imploded.
Bro wanted closure in a show aimed at teenagers.
I mean, I always recommend it, but Nearly on Red did a great dissection of the series. I highly recommend it. He goes into super deep dives. Kaiser, why is it taking so long to get you back?
Who did you say? What was their name?
Nearly on Red.
Okay.
He did it a lot. Basically, every single week he went down into a deep dive into all of them.
Okay.
Sorry for the biblically accurate, guys. Trying to get it back as soon as possible.
Damn.
You're like, I know Kaiser's stream is back, and it's down again.
Yeah, and he's gone.
Yeah, the freaking freaking Discord was wigging the fuck out. I'm sorry, guys.
All right.
I blame Darling on the
else it's that.
Discord.
You know what?
So
you know
bad.
what? As bad as Darling can be, it at the very least was never Wonder Egg priority.
Oh my god! Don't even get me started on that piece of shit.
It wasn't as bad as
God.
Wonder Egg. It was worse.
No,
It was worse.
no, Wonder Egg priority went fucking bananas, man.
I'll say this: Wonder Egg priority has the worst finale of the two easily.
I'm not even sure. Well,
No, it does.
in
It
some
literally
ways,
says,
yes.
hey,
In some ways, yeah.
hey, we're getting a season 2, and they never get a season 2.
And half of it was a recap, by the way.
Yeah,
half of
yeah,
that
but
episode
yeah.
was a recap.
All right.
Yeah, you know what?
The animation died
that
as
means
bad as
finale's
like the
definitely worse.
final chapter of RWBY Volume 8.
So, we can agree. Shipping. It's a problem that everyone has, and it got bad.
Yep. Yeah.
Because TLDR, become a Chad power scaler. Don't be the cuck.
Hell yeah! Power scaling
Yes.
sons are better than shipping daughters.
Let's go.
But I can't remember, Bumblebee, did that have any special caveats to it, or was that also kind of the shipping thing?
It was basically the shipping thing. The only difference is, like, I feel like Bumblebee's the biggest one, and it's the one where, like, I gotta be honest, I can't tell what the hell is going on 90%. Like, because I'll hear Carrie or someone will say that they planned it from the beginning, and then, like, people will bring up the evidence with Sun, and then someone else will actually bring up more evidence with It's, like, that one's just an extra mess.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Like it's
the way
it's a
I take it
smaller
is
can of
you
worms
either
inside
take
a
it at
can
their
of-
word that they said they established it early, in which case I can say you did a poor job developing this, or you
Which
don't
is my,
believe
which
them.
is my stance.
Yeah. Or if then you take it the other way, if you didn't establish it early, you hard pivoted in it and you didn't do any of the work to really support it.
Well,
It's
that's
like
at
I
least
can-
how.
double-edged sword.
I can tell you, if you really want to see how well Yang and Blake's relationship started out, our very first JYCT episodes are going through nothing but Yang and Blake scenes.
Exactly.
Oh
I
yeah, no,
did a
I
super
saw
cut of that.
those. I
Oh,
yeah.
you did?
No, the thing is, like, I've seen a lot of your guys' live streams.
Oh,
Oh.
wow.
Oh, got you.
You know, I
Yeah,
thought I
like-
recognized your profile icon. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, like, but yeah. My thing is, like, I don't hate Bumblebee at all. Like, I don't have any problem with. It's just, at least from what I observed, as you know, like as I was watching the show, it felt like Blake and Sun were gonna be a thing, and then it like switched to.
Yeah,
Like, I kinda wish-
Volume
I
6
just-
hard switched.
Yeah, obviously Volume 6 is like, I kind of just wish they just like picked a lane, you know? Like,
As someone who shipped Bumblebee right as much as White Rose, like the two were competing for the longest time. Like I still very much like the ship. I think there's a lot you can pull from it. It's just they handled it in quite possibly one of the worst ways possible.
No, like literally, I say this in the response to my Bumblebee video, and certain people, you know who you are, will tell you up and down that big bad Kaiser is just one big Bumblebee hater or homophobe or istophobe, whatever the fuck you want to call
And despite all that being true,
despite all of that being 100% true, this is a joke. Fact is, I said in my big video about Bumblebee that I am fine with them pivoting towards Blake and Yang being together. I think there is way more things, factually speaking, with what you things that you can do with both Yang and Blake's characters when they are together than with Blake and Sun, unless you want to radically change Sun's character so that you give him a lot more layers to it, in which case it's debatable if he would even be like the same guy afterwards, you know? So but like there's way more things that you can probably do with that. So I'm fine with that idea. I think there's more things you can do with it. The problem is just the execution with it, and it's so freaking terrible.
Hey, what's going on? Is this still Bumblebee?
Yes, this is
Yeah,
the
I am
we're
distracted.
just kind of winding down on it, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I got DC'd for like an entire minute again.
Oh shit. Ah, fuck, man.
Scuff, glorious scuff. Let's see. Yang being an absentee sister.
Oh right, the bad sister thing. Yeah, it was another contentious one.
See, like, I'm maybe what I'll do is I'll get that and John and Bumblebee with the shipping. The shipping will be in its own little category. There's that. That can be up there. Potential Man. All of these all fall under the category of bad writing.
that's
Like that's really like it all of these are somehow connected to the bad writing stuff that goes on. If actually maybe I'll put the writing here and I'll put these all on the same level as it.
To address the sort of like bad sister point, I think most people understand that, like, yeah, there are moments where Yang is, you know, obviously caring towards RWBY. The issue is just that they don't really utilize their relationship in a compelling way most of the time. And the points where she should be at her most caring and most sisterly, the story just has her decide really not to do any of that. Then, which is the main issue with Volume 9 especially.
Yeah, like Kaiser, I think like that kind of gets into my thing where a lot of the discourse is at least a little misaimed because they treat it more as like that's a problem with the character, and to an extent that is a problem with the character writing, but that's kind of more along the lines of the fact that Volume 9 is a very contrived volume, and they specifically have her do this 3 times so she can get conveniently cut off by the plot every time she tries.
Or they don't even try doing that. Like, RWBY literally passes out right in front of her in the beginning of Volume 9. In character, Yang should have been like, hey, let's take a second to talk about this. Like, what is happening with you? Like, are you okay?
One moment. Zelenia, I just wanted to address this. White Rose would not be so popular if Bumblebee wasn't a thing. I'm not saying White Rose wouldn't still be popular, but I think some of the appeal is that after Bumblebee, it makes sense to put the other two together. White Rose was the first, I believe, fanfic pairing that I saw on fanfic.net. This was before AO3. They were basically... They were, I think, the first 3 fanfics were White Rose. So, I disagree. White Rose was the most popular pairing until Bumblebee just took over. So, just wanted to say, I don't think there's, like, the pair of the entire team. In fact, I think that actually deters a lot of people.
Don't speak of the deep lore.
I was there when it was written.
It was written.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Well, actually, I do mean, because now we got Deaderix here.
Oh, no. Oh,
What?
That's kind of, yeah, you got what you wanted, right?
Yeah, it's adorable.
Oh, he has it in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, cute.
It's so cute. I love her.
Yeah, she's not being the ripping off that chick from a comic got kill allegation.
Leon? Oh, yeah, a show
There
that's
we go.
similarly bad.
But yeah, that's more so what I see people complain about in regards to like Yang not being a well-written sister or a good sister, or however you want to phrase that.
And they also ignore that Volume 8, she was also really bad. She threw RWBY under the bus, even though she's like half the even though she and Blake are the reason Ironwood knew that that he was being lied to before even the Cinder stuff went down.
Yeah,
and they did it behind RWBY's back and never told her.
Was it Rox?
Yeah, and then she literally said, it was something like, RWBY, we've been listening to you the entire time in Atlas.
Yep.
And things haven't exactly gone to plan. And when I was watching this, I'm like, what do you mean? When did RWBY say, hey, listen, you're gonna go tell Robin Hill about our magic flying Wi-Fi signal, okay? And and you're gonna do it in a way, and then Robin is gonna get invited to the dinner party, and then she's gonna reveal that to Ironwood, and then Ironwood's gonna get super pissed at us and then blow up the country. That's the plan. Like
yeah, which wouldn't be bad, but that kind of goes back to the whole, protagonist center morality thing, where when the show could have taken the time to actually address these actions for what they are and the consequences of it, and actually have the characters argue for longer than 2 minutes, they just choose not to do that, even though it would make absolute sense. Which just diminishes the conflicts that they themselves constantly set up for this show.
You know what's so funny about that? When Yang does it, all that amounts to is RWBY being a little bit sad for like 5 seconds. When Ren does it, he's the biggest.
He's an asshole, dude. I hated that scene so fucking much, man.
Andrew Diaz points out, would the pause be considered racist in universe if they were used by a human? Yes, Yang has been canceled. Unfortunately, she was already canceled for what she did at the tournament, so she basically just got away with it.
But it's okay, guys. My girlfriend's a faunist.
Don't worry. None of them gave a damn about all those faunists that were buried alive in Volume 2. Mercury gave more of a shit than them. I don't know how they did.
Oh my god. Is it like fur face? Is that what we call it? Like fur face?
Oh my god.
So yeah, let's see. What should we hit on next? Okay, so here's what we have left over. We have Dancing on Monty's Grave, effectively. We have the White Fang.
Oh yeah.
We have overcrowding. We have the T. We have doesn't know what they want. I can't remember what the DVD case is supposed to be.
I think it's the show getting less popular or less sales, I guess.
No, it's like how people like treat the show as if it's like the worst thing ever made.
Oh yeah. We have Ironwood.
So Ironwood.
Community is toxic. And
Yep.
Yank's PTSD.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we agreed on the Yang PTSD point.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it wasn't because I'm pretty sure my opinion was literally just like I wish it was just done better.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
not much to
weirdly
really
enough,
say
it's
that.
still one of the better done plot elements of the show. It just kind of vanishes after volume 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's specifically because of Volume 4, the best volume anyway.
Yep.
B or B.
Okay. Next, Ruby's community is toxic.
Yes.
I think we've already went over that a billion times over. I don't know if we need
Yeah.
to. Ironwood.
I wish Ironwood was done better, but
I think we're
I
all
think
there.
almost everybody who isn't a RWBY the show has done nothing wrong and is perfect. Anyone who isn't one of those, like, all of them wish that Ironwood was done better.
yeah. Well, like I also think Ironwood could have. Honestly, like Ironwood was literally my favorite character, even up to like almost the end of like 7, and then he's like, "Well, time to arrest the children," and then it's like,
You know what
To be
I
fair, I
don't
don't blame 'em.
understand about a lot of the people who defend Ironwood being evil the whole time? It's like, well, they're like, oh, well, he's been evil ever since Volume 2 when he first showed up. It's like, yeah, and that was proven by the end of the plot in Volume 3 that was a red herring.
Yeah, he was. They faked us out.
he got
was
played.
genuinely a
finessed.
good person.
Also, actually, since I'm never going to get to talk about this, I think ever with any sort of audience, I'm bringing this up now. I wish Watts was the villain of Volume 6 and he actually hacked the giant robot and made it attack Team RWBY. I think that would have been cool.
That's a better explanation than Cordovan being Cordovan.
I wish that happened. And then it also like the grim stuff could have still happened. You could have had Cordovan like finally like show why she's like a huntress, right? And then like I don't know, like dive into the suit or something, do something cool, and then just literally the exact same thing except Watts tries to murder people, which
someone asked
he
me
does anyway.
how the fixing versions of Team RWBY would handle Cordovan, like canon Cordovan, not fixing Cordovan. I'm not gonna lie. That would be like I don't know how they would handle it. I honestly don't. Because Cordovan was just irreconcilably stupid.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I do also have one more thing about like I guess. So I always had this idea in my head, and it's gonna be really weird, where Pyrrha was actually on Team RWBY originally. And okay, let me just explain. So in Volume 1, Weiss is racist, right? I feel like you know. So I always had this idea that what if Pyrrha was originally on Weiss's team, and then Weiss were to find out that Blake is a Faunus, and because how Weiss starts acting towards Blake, Pyrrha would ask Yang, who's on Team Juniper, to trade places because of 2 reasons. Because Yang would also want to transfer to Team RWBY because Yang would not have confidence in Ruby's ability to handle something like that, and Pyrrha would not want to be on the same team as someone who's being racist. Does that seem like at least a compelling?
Well, I don't think it would arrive anywhere near what we got. I could definitely see that being a nice AU idea. I could definitely see it.
I don't know. I was just. It's always been in my head, and like, you are like the RWBY fan fiction guy, like you know.
Yeah, no, it's a fine premise. I just don't know where you go from there if you're going to just like that's more.
No,
so...
it was literally just an idea that I thought
I
was
returned.
cool, so I wondered if
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
I don't think it would change that much in the show, to be honest. So,
what is next? Overpopulation of the cast.
I think we agreed on that one.
Yeah,
Harry agree with us on that one.
there's just too many people. Like,
well, they're under.
Well, there's
like,
too many characters
underutilized.
that don't get used for anything significant.
Yeah.
They just appear and then they're gone.
dog, the happy huntresses, why are they there, bro? Like,
And that's why like 90% of the cast just never shows up again more than once after volume 3.
Yep.
Yeah. Like the only reason why the happy huntresses exist is purely because Robin Hood needs her merry men.
yeah.
That's literally the only reason. And it's what makes me really frustrated, because it's like, do you care about the fairy tale and story aspects of the illusions that you have for the show, or do you not give a shit? Because it seems like you want to have your cake and eat it too.
Well, it's baffling to me because like it goes down to that's where they started breaking. I mean, they've always kind of done that, but the line they draw between fairy tales and mythology and legend and that stuff is so weird. Religion, because like fairy tales, I mean, unless you're Twilight, people aren't going to care if you get them wrong as much. People will be annoyed. I said unless you're Twilight.
So much. I know. That's what I'm saying. I care so much.
Unless you the super diehards aren't going to. But when you start breaking into people's like cultural stories, the ones that are pervasive in their folk tales, that are much more about their culture, that's where people are going to start caring a little bit more, and pissing them off is not a good idea.
You literally have Nora, who is based off of Thor. That is not a fairy tale. That is not a folk tale. That is a religious figure that people still worship to this day.
Yep.
Just like they worship Nora's fan art. You know what I'm saying? I'm joking. I'm sorry.
To be fair, I'm pretty
ironically,
sure Thor would probably approve.
Ironically enough, and I do not, under any circumstances, believe that this was done on purpose. But ironically, I do actually think that Nora is a really good XP for Thor.
Oh.
Yeah. Because she is a hammer-wielding redhead who is very energetic, very bright and peppy. She also eats a lot. And does a whole bunch of other things that Thor actually does in the Poetic Edda.
She also gets horribly bodied by a Greek legend. So,
yeah.
Sorry, I'm referencing the God of War series. Let's see. What other one we got on here? What was the DVD case one again?
Just people act like it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, that's a stupid.
Yeah,
it's true. It's an over exaggeration because like there's always gonna be worse or better shows.
Although I mean, contest,
there can be multiple the worst thing evers.
Yeah, 100%. Although I will, from your video, I will contest one single thing. I think Sword Art Online is better than RWBY.
Dog, Don. I have not seen Sword Art. My friend's seen Sword Art. I roll with it.
Okay.
All right. Oh, look, I thought you were the one who said that. I
can give you his contact, I can give you their contact information, and like you could go yap with them about it. All right, that's on YouTube.
Okay.
Don't involve me. I'll never touch Sword Art. Know nothing about it. I know Kirito exists. Enough. That's it.
And yes, we all know SAO Abridged is peak. We all know that.
I've seen one episode of SAO Abridged. I saw the YouTube video of the green. What's his name? It's the green exclamation point, and he made like an hour-long video.
Explanation mark?
Exclamation point. I think it was
exclamation point.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, and he made like a 30-minute or 30-minute to an hour-long video on like why Sword Art Abridged is better than Sword Art.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, you know what? I need to play Super Robot Wars. I might as well get some background noise. And then...
Nameless. Gary, we must save my family. Hey, Gary! Been a long time, pal! Excuse me, I need to go talk to a friend. He has friends? I think it's the NPC. That explains a lot. Sachi, you sent them the auto loot, didn't you? I did. All right.
Yeah, man, freaking like it's RWBY. I mean, I'll say RWBY is not a 0 out of 10. It's a 2 to a 3. It's just there are long running series that have like action series that have worse starts. Looking at you solo leveling now that I'm 6 episodes through it, but it is definitely down there in terms of long running battle series.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically long running ones. Like we can name like I don't know like at least 30 to 50 different worse like 2 hour like 12 episode shows.
Yeah.
But out of like the long big ones, I think if it's not like the worst thing ever, it's definitely still like I don't know like a D to E tier.
I was gonna say, guys, I mean, like it's like the start of RWBY is probably only like 2 or 3 points departed from Yu Yu Hakusho's start.
Yeah.
Well,
well,
maybe I haven't rewatched.
Well, I was gonna say Yu Yu
I
Hakusho
would-
is a solid 5 or a 6. RWBY is a solid 2 or a 3. That's that might not seem like the biggest difference, but people especially people getting nostalgia goggles. So just pointing out that Yu Yu Hakusho.
Well, the beginning premise was a lot
I
more
haven't seen
interesting
Yu Yu
because it
Hakusho.
literally
I'm
not on this
starts
chopping
with the
block.
character dying.
Yeah, I was gonna say the opening premise was a lot better, but capitalizing on it. Yu Yu Hakusho is another one that we gotta put Potential Man into the running for. Look, I'm just saying, if it didn't... No, it's not you. I'm saying, if it didn't have the subtitle Spirit Detective, I would probably be a little more forgiving. But, you know, I expected a little more spirit detecting in a show about spirit detecting. Instead, I've gotten a lot of people punching each other a lot. Yes! The show is titled Yu Yu Hakusho Spirit Detective. Yeah. No.
I've heard people say it's like Bleach, though. Is it actually
wait,
it or no?
It did.
It's similar.
Yeah, Twice
Okay.
swears by that. People said it saw ProZD in the title. What's up? We haven't gotten to ProZD yet. This is taking a lot longer, but we're having a good time. So
Who is ProZD? Oh, never mind.
We're gonna have a lot worse time later because we're gonna have to talk about Rev Says Desu.
yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
we're almost there. We got 4 left. Ruby and the T.
Right. I think we
well,
disagreed about
yeah,
this.
we disagreed. Give me your rundown because you placed it relatively low.
Yeah, that's because I've heard a lot of people say that the show implies that killing yourself is the right answer. I've heard multiple people say that.
Okay.
And I just disagree.
Okay, why?
Like-
Because I remember you talking specifically about what Ruby went through with drinking the tea, choosing to remain the same, and that sort of stuff, which I generally agreed with.
Well, okay. What I'm saying is, it's never presented as an actual positive. It's never actually a good thing. So, on it, like, if
What about Neo?
Huh?
What about Neo?
What do you mean? What about Neo?
It's presented as a good thing.
Oh,
She
it's
hops
portrayed
off
as a good
gets-
thing for Neo. Yes.
So
Portrayed as a good thing for
in a
Neo,
given
but not for Ruby.
circumstance, yeah, but in a given circumstance, it's presented as a good thing, meaning that
Yes, but
ego death, aka self-harm, is presented as a good thing.
Neo is also a psychotic murderer that tracked a 17-year-old into an alternate dimension in order to murder her.
It's
True,
also
but it's like,
yeah, but
it's weirdly wishy-washy and irresponsibly handled. I think is like more where I'm getting and where a lot of us get at.
yeah, it's like
Yeah, no,
so
it could have
it-
been better. It's
Yeah.
at 100%. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the intended message of it is more so that Ruby is lucky that she's even able to return. Because let's say theoretically this wasn't the Ever After. This was just random island number 7 off like the coast of like Mantle or something, right? With a bunch of weird stuff, and she drinks poisonous tea and dies for real. That's the actual. That's terrible.
Well, okay, no, because like
Then
with
the
here's the thing, with everything involving RWBY doing the tea and the reincarnation stuff, it's treated as a negative. And you know what? It actually manages to pull it off at the very end. It wasn't great, it wasn't very finesseful, but it pulled it off. Hey, suicide is not the answer. That's great.
Yeah, the message is clear.
Yeah, and then at the very end, they approach Neo, who they seemingly are like now kind of amicable with. Like they fought the cat together. They bonded over fighting a common enemy. And Neo's like, I'm gonna off myself now, and then we all smile up at her effigy in the tree, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to take from this? I just watched Neo kill herself. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Like, it's not portrayed as a bad thing. It's like, on top of that, Neo should want Cinder dead really badly.
Yeah.
And
She should. I fully agree with that. I do also think, though, I'm not making excuses for them, but I do also think that's just due to the fact of Neo is incredibly popular. Everyone's talked about this. Why did Neo come back in 6? Well, it's because she's like one of the most popular characters. Could you imagine the backlash if RWBY like chopped Neo in half or something like that?
I was gonna say my go-to would have been have them talk. Have RWBY be like, I'm not responsible for your husbando dying. I was almost about to die and he got eaten by a bird. Like,
she didn't she say that in episode 8?
No.
I think she just said to finish that.
She just said, I don't care, pretty much. Yeah. She literally just said, I don't care, go fuck
even
yourself.
then, like, RWBY should have been more insistent because, hey, even though Neo has been an active harm to them, knowing her motive is to get revenge for Roman, it's like, oh, that makes a lot more sense now. You know, maybe you should blame the person that was responsible for the attacks in the first place, including the person that threw you down here with us.
Especially given, the whole route of RWBY's growth at this point is supposed to be about her, by learning about herself, she is able to be much more empathetic towards others and things like that.
Dead or Rex, is that the actual quote? I can't remember. You're still mad about that.
Hold on. You're still mad about that? Your friend died?
Oh, God. 1 minute. Okay, to the RWBY wiki.
Oh, no.
Cancel party, let's go.
No, I think that's exactly what she said.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're still mad about that? That only happened like a year ago, and it was only the death of the only person that you cared about and cared about you. Why are you still mad?
Why are you mad? Why are you mad? It's only a game.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's a good thing she did kill herself. Oh wait, no, that got retracted anyway. So she's still alive, which means she gets to be canceled for real.
Okay, here we go.
She can't opt out of this one.
If you're looking for an apology, you've wasted your time.
Yeah.
Like, RWBY was just unrepentant or like absolutely unempathetic at all to Neo. It was like, I get that RWBY is supposed to be at the bottom, but that's what the end fight should have been, is that RWBY has come out of her depression and now, as the hero of the tale, can offer a hand out to Neo and offer her a different route forward than literally unaliving herself.
Yeah, that would have been probably the better route. And if, Neo says, maybe I want to change or something like that.
Imagine if Neo had killed Yang in Volume 1, and that's what she said to RWBY in Volume 7.
Yeah, that would be treated way, way differently.
Yeah, I very much hold that Neo giving herself the out and Rooster Teeth getting rid of her there was a tasteless decision. And if anything, maybe having Neo just stay in the Ever After and like let go of her animosities and try to work on herself without having to ego death. It sends a very
it makes
message.
the theme. Yeah, it makes the themes much more confused.
The water. Whereas like the RWBY part The RWBY part is fine.
Yeah, the RWBY part is fine, and then like, but then Neo muddies the water on like what the entire message was supposed to be, because like I guess if you've done bad enough things, you should just die.
I mean, like, not actually, but like, I guess.
I
the
mean,
easiest, like,
I still
she's a
have.
horrible human.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Go. Start
I
talking.
still have a bit of a problem with the whole, I guess, the meta aspect of it, the whole idea of, oh, well, we want to give a message to the kiddos that you're going to be enough, like, no matter what you do and no matter what you fail at. It's like, okay, but she was involved and she failed to stop a genocide. This, like, that message is fine for, like, if you failed your math test, not that. Please.
Yeah, which goes back to the point of like them not doing enough to address the bad things that RWBY and Co have done and what they actually and what are the consequences for what they did. Like we spoke about, you know, how much more impactful it would have been for Weiss to be trapped, but that's mainly because they shafted the fuck out of Weiss in Volume 9.
Oh, yeah.
Even though they blew up her freaking home, and we spent the entire volume focusing on RWBY's trauma, and yet her trauma about losing her home and possibly putting her family in danger, we just completely just move right over that.
Yep, and she just becomes pissy comic relief.
Yeah, that's scummy to me. Like it did. This is another case of like the waters being muddied. But yeah, this is the kind of things that, you know, people are talking about in terms of the RWBY T stuff. At least
And on that note too. Yeah, and on that note too, like another slam dunk that they somehow managed to fuck up was like, remember the Curious Cat's speech about like how humans are like weak and need each other and all that crap, and it's just like, and instead of doing like what you would probably expect at this point and being like, yeah, they kind of are, just look at me, but that's why we have each other, they're like, no, Ruby's not like that, she's not like that at all. Like, what the fuck? And even though the literally entire volume is evidence of, yes, RWBY is like that.
So just to kind of roll, because I kind of want to get to the other points. I hope you can understand where we're coming from when we say, yeah, no, I think they fucked up that messaging pretty badly. Rock?
No, sorry, I just got confused. Did you say I messed up the message? Or
No, they messed it up.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yes, you are
did
explicitly responsible for RWBY's faults. You are now.
What?
Congratulations, we've absolved Carrie and Miles of all wrong, and it's all now your fault.
Did I somehow? If I can write the volume, I got some ideas, man.
Well, no. You don't understand how this works. You get all the blame, none of the benefit.
Yes.
Wait, no, wait, does me,
You're the
do we also
scapegoat.
involve Eddie and Kiersey?
No.
Yeah, no, I'm not letting them go. Eddie yelled at me on Twitter unfairly, and I'm very sore about that.
What?
But yeah, let's see. What are the other ones? Fans don't know what they want, right?
I think we might.
Yes and no.
agree with that.
They want something,
Kind of.
they get it, they complain. They don't get something, they complain.
Actually,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me go back to that part and actually see what
On
we
the
said
live
about
stream or
that.
the video?
Yeah, on the live stream. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I do definitely remember there were like we did have some misgivings with that as well.
Also, we can do this one fast. I kind of hate the White Fang, I'm not gonna lie. So if you want to just put that in my frame. Honestly, I kind of wish that just like wasn't. What happened?
Who did this? Was this
This was by Sagato.
How are you guys this? How is your live stream this fast at making art? It takes
They
me like
are
hours to draw,
incredible.
and then like this was this even like 30 minutes? Nah, probably more than 30 minutes. But this had to be in like under an hour.
Can you stop touching my feathers? I'm trying to blow this blonde dude. Blow up this blonde dude.
Actually, you know what? Since we're talking about art, and I have never had a chance to brag about this, I'm gonna talk about this right now. So, for that video, the thumbnail actually for it, I made, when making it, I used actually the album cover for Problem, like the actual song, and I had Yang strike a very similar pose to what it's no, not Ariana Grande? No. Shoot. Now I look like an idiot. But
It's okay. We've all looked like idiots on live stream before.
You get used to it.
Yeah.
Morgan Wallen?
I no, that is not the basis for Yang.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lady Gaga.
One racist to another, so.
It is Lady Gaga, or
Remember, Yang is canceled for the racism against Blake in Volume 2. The dot.
we don't want drama. We want the actual like. But anyway, yeah, that album. Actually, hold on. I might be able to.
Okay, I'm back.
The
Guys, I'm
album
back.
cover.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So one of the things that we had an issue with, right? Like, first off, the first part of it start off like mostly fine. That like, okay, people in the fandom say they want a thing, and then when they get it, they get mad and pissy about it, no matter what, right? Okay, but Rox, you said as an example that like, okay, people were saying, hey, you know, RWBY should mourn Penny, you know, more. They should be focusing on their trauma a lot more, right? And then you said, well, when Penny died again, people got mad. We argued about that because that's not a very good example.
Keyword was again.
Because of that keyword again, they brought back this character just to kill her off, and then ended up not really focusing much on her trauma again.
Well,
at least not
here's
as
the
much.
thing, is that people were complaining that she should have been mourning Penny's death the first time.
Yes.
So her mourning Penny's death the second time doesn't retroactively fix the first time.
Yeah, because it's been several volumes at that point after we asked for it, and that should have been the first thing that y'all did. That's like the obvious setup y'all had, and we're all like, what the fuck happened?
And then the way they did it in Volume 8 is like the way they went about killing her, not only almost immediately after she became human, but they gave that to John instead of RWBY. So it's like when they kill her off again, of course everyone's gonna be mad. They did it again for almost no reason, and they managed to do it a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
Of course you're gonna give the death to Jean again.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm not excusing, but I am gonna explain. Once again, I pull back to the fact that it's just because it's easier to blow up John. Like, it just is. Like, I'm gonna really ask you guys, like, after all of you guys have talked about how toxic, how mean, how evil, like, the RWBY community can be towards, do you have any idea how ballistic the nuts and bolts shippers would go if RWBY murdered Penny? Like,
You know what?
I mean,
Here's a
No,
very
but that's-
simple. Here's a very simple solution to that, and I do this all the time. I don't look at what people say.
yes,
well,
but
just turn off Twitter. Yeah.
But
basically.
what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. And I brought this up in my original video. I
Sure.
think that the fans being so involved with the show have negatively impacted it like that. Because I can very clearly see it in the show that Miles and Carrie seemingly don't want to piss off a certain demographic, whether it be through shipping, whether it be through killing off characters. And they're worried about that. So
yeah.
they keep making decisions that are not the best for the story in an attempt to make everyone happy. But if everyone's happy, then no one's happy.
Well,
Okay,
that's not
an
how that
explanation,
works.
but that's not an excuse.
But I was also going
It's
to say,
Oh
not
no,
like-
no, no.
I'm
He's
not
just explaining it.
I'm explaining what's going on. I'm
Oh yeah,
not
yeah,
making
no,
an
no, no, no.
excuse.
I'm talking about like their reasoning if that were true. My apologies.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah,
say,
no,
because
no,
people were
no,
pointing
no.
out, and I was thinking about it just a minute ago, as you were saying it, I was walking. Doomed Yuri is a thing. The
Yeah.
Yuri community adores tragedy. Tragedy is like the secondary lifeblood to fluff and smut in Yuri shipping circles. All right, tragedy makes the heart pound. People love a good tragic romance, and I know that everyone jokes Doomed Yuri, but this applies to all shipping. If RWBY were to kill Penny, they would have cheered. It would have hurt like hell, but they would have cheered.
You know how much the fan artists would have blown up in terms of the amount of fan art for that stuff? I
Oh yeah,
remember
100%.
pre-volume, pre that point, there were already a fair amount of fan arts depicting what would possibly happen of, like, I remember one distinctly where Penny ends up going berserk again, and RWBY and Weiss are like crying, having to put her down. The amount of those that would have just like skyrocketed if it went in that way. Oh man, I would have loved to live in that world.
Yeah,
You
that
see
would have
what-
been a very different timeline.
You see what I mean, Phoenix?
Yep.
Yeah, I see it now.
Oh yeah.
To be
Oh, yeah.
fair, I can't draw, but so.
Hey,
Well,
it's important you make the
it
effort.
looks fine.
As an artist, I will say if that is your very first time drawing, really good stuff. Because I have seen people drawing for the first time much worse than that.
So what number drawing does it have to be bad? Just like let's say theoretically, but it's like the 5th time drawing on a computer.
That's great.
They do roughly say it takes about 10,000 hours or 10,000 drawings to become like really good. It also depends though on like how much you're willing to improve your work, because I have seen artists, some of them have done like entire comic books online for years, for like nearly a decade, and have not improved a single iota.
Jesus.
Hi, Linkara.
So, well, no, like there was this comic book that I read because it was on like a list, like a website for bad online comics. And I decided to read one of them out of curiosity, and I got pretty damn far in it. And it was about this guy who like for some reason he like died, but he was revived by the bureaucracy of heaven, but he accidentally got turned into a woman in the process. And it was all about like he was a car racer or whatever.
Oh, Misfile.
So it was all about like that.
Misfile.
Yeah,
You read
that-
Misfile?
Yes, I did.
What the fuck? I worked on the Misfile pilot TV show.
Oh my god.
I was a fucking assistant in the fucking pilot for the TV show that never got made. I wasn't a big fan. I volunteered to go down to North Carolina. That's how I almost died.
Oh my god.
I almost got run off the fucking road. Oh.
But yeah,
I didn't know you read
Misfile.
Misfile. Oh my god.
I did. It was really awful, and the art had not changed a single bit in the 10 years worth of comic that I had read. Not a single bit. So like it honestly depends on how willing you are to like actually want to improve the art that you make. Because I have seen people improve leaps and bounds with just a couple of drawings. Like Zero, our friend Zero, has been drawing for the first time, and over the course of a year, and he's maybe drawn, I don't know, gotta be like 30 to 50 drawings, but he has improved a lot since those initial drawings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry
Maybe
about
I'm
that.
confused.
I rarely hear anyone talk about Misfile ever. And I I was really into that comic for a long time. I mean, I obviously I got through all of it. There's the sequel, Misfile, like Hell School or whatever, that I got. I tried to keep up.
Revengeance.
Well, no, that one, but it couldn't really grip me. It wasn't anywhere near as interesting. God, I wish I had any directorial control over that pilot. They didn't handle some of the things I would have handled. I would handle them differently.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I don't know. You always try to improve as.
Yeah. Oh,
although
yeah,
I'm not gonna
yeah.
lie, it's hard. Like even I
It
think
is.
like I made 3 animations at this point in Blender, right? And like I feel like I'm not improving that much.
The way
but,
that I always
yeah.
look at it is, whenever you're doing anything artistic, it always feels like you're almost always plateauing. But as you go, don't be afraid to go in weird directions. Like just fire off into a strange thing. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to just suddenly make everyone's hands crab claws. Why? Because I feel like it. Weird shit like that.
Also, if you run into technical problems, celebrate. Because by the time you are done fixing those problems, you are now an expert in those problems.
Draw, just draw hands.
It's true. Like
All hands.
there was a classmate of mine who went into 3D modeling, and she did a 3D model of a Knuckleavy for her final project. And every single problem that she could have run into during that modeling process, she ran into, and she became a fucking expert. And her model turned out so well that for a while after she posted it online, that was the default Knuckleavy picture on Google results.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
In fact, I can probably find
Did
it.
we ever talk about the RWBY fandom wanting things and not wanting things? Did we ever go into that in any depth?
I mean, we did.
Yeah, we did.
we
Okay,
did
right.
get
You
into
guys
that,
covered it.
yeah.
Right. Sorry, because I was walking. All right.
Yeah.
Should
But
we?
yeah, right. To clarify, because I think we fucking went in so many different places, but I think you're right in terms of like the way that in which the Rooster Teeth kind of interacts with the fandom. By virtue of that, just makes the fandom a lot more finicky. I absolutely agree with that. I feel like if that is what you meant, that could have been clarified in the video a lot more.
Okay. I mean, yeah, to be honest, well, as you guys can probably tell, well, I don't know if you've seen other videos or not. I don't really script videos on that channel because, okay, the second channel, right? It's basically what happened was I wanted to talk about things I liked. And then I noticed, wow, I liked talking about RWBY. And then more and more and more. And now it's kind of a RWBY channel. Actually,
That's how
ironically
it
enough, I'm actually working on my latest script for my, like, this is gonna be my first scripted RWBY video on the channel. Except from like the old stuff I moved over. It's like on I personally think volumes 7, 8, and 9 are better than 1, 2, and 3. And I'm just gonna be diving into that. Although, who knows? Honestly, that video might end up on, on the live stream.
I mean, like,
so.
we discussed this, but like, quality-wise, it's all over the place. Like, there's a lot of technical ways that they're better. There's a lot of technical ways that they're worse. There's a lot of, like, thematic ways they're better. There's a lot of thematic ways they're worse. Like, by the way, here's the Knuckleavy that Twi found.
Shit!
That was made by my classmate.
That's
wow.
Right. But yeah, I don't know. I'm working on that video, and then who knows?
Yeah,
we'll probably show up on a live stream one day.
Yeah, no problem. Like, I understand, not being used to like, scripting or making videos, but when it comes to I feel like especially when it comes to like, oh, you're kind of being sort of loosey goosey like this when there isn't a script. To me, it makes it a lot easier to clarify what you have to say. So just, be mindful in regards in your head, but it might not necessarily do so, shift, vibe the same way when other people hear it when you say it out loud.
Oh,
yeah.
Because that's why I love streams like this. Like everyone's kind of working together to kind of figure out what everyone's trying to say.
Yeah.
And then I just go on talking way too much and Twi gets mad at me.
And then she talks too much, and then we have to deal with it.
And then Kaiser talks too much, and it just takes up well, he doesn't actually talk too much. He just talks slowly.
Well, I'm being careful because, like, a lot of the times there are so many things we talk about that go into different directions, right?
Yeah.
So I just I'm trying to be exact, but at least I'm shorter.
And then Serial Navelgazer just stands there menacingly. But yeah, so final points. Do we want to talk about trampling on Monty's grave, I guess?
I mean, I feel like we agreed on that, like, yeah, people who do that are fucking scummy.
Also it's like, bro, why you bringing up a dead, like, why are you trying to bring up a dead man's name in order to win your Twitter beef? Like,
yeah, like whether you want to like say the show is bad or say the show is good, like using Monty's name in order to do that is like fucking stupid.
It's scummy, yeah.
And it completely deprives from the fact that, like, I mean, it wasn't just Monty who worked on this, so.
Yeah. And then, I don't know, the White Fang, I don't really like the White Fang. The only thing I actually, it's not even for the White Fang, but one thing I've noticed is that seemingly this could be another the curtains are blue moment, but like from what I've seen of RWBY and like, watching it a couple times, well, it's like 5, but don't tell anyone else that. But so it seems almost as if they're, rather than having an innate message like strive for freedom, strive for whatever, something of the classical, like something classic you would see in a shonen series, it seems more to be just anti-extremist in general. And my examples for that are obviously the White Fang, where like Team RWBY, they're fighting against those extremists, but then Ironwood is another form of extremist that they also fight against. And then the two brothers, who are they?
Corsic and Fennec?
Yes. They are also another group of extremists that specifically Blake fights against, and so on and so forth.
Well,
right?
Yeah, they're even worse because they're also religious zealots. Like, there's another level there that's weirdly like, because like this goes to, we talked about it earlier. They take elements of things and they only use the surface level of it instead of actually diving deep and applying the meat of the substance to their substance, which is where you get a lot of these, like the White Fang are inspired by the 1960s like protests for racial rights. Problem: what were they protesting back then, Miles and Carrie? Yeah. What is it they were protesting in specific? Was it, segregation? In which case, we need to see the segregation. In which case, we need to see the discrimination. We need to see all of the elements they're protesting against so we know whether or not they have a point. The problem in the show is we've seen, it took until volume 5 for us to see anything, the no faunus sign, to see any kind of societal indication of faunus oppression, as opposed to just individual characters being racist.
And even then, that's muddled because of the fact that Leo is not only a member of the council, but he's also a headmaster, which it's not impossible for him to be still, discriminated against besides that. But the fact that there is so little acknowledgement of any of that shit happening, and then we see Leo in his position, and it never gets addressed or hinted at, it just makes it even more like amorphous. It's like, why is this even here? This shit like this is why I personally say this is probably the worst overall plot line in the entire show. and you would be better off just cutting.
You want to talk about fandom toxicity? This is like case fucking zero for it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, there's a lot of Although I do also, not really. Never mind.
What's up?
And yes, you have the.
No,
volume
I was
3 with
gonna
Shopkeep.
ask.
I was reading a comment. Sorry, you go.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, like, okay. They probably did this on accident, though, due to their, but would that not then make the White Fang look even more extremist because there aren't that many examples of, well,
no, yeah, and that's
oppression
part of
and
the
then-
problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. Is that like because we don't have examples of the oppression that they are fighting against, we have no barometer other than the general everyone seems to be chill with each other attitude on the whole, that like things are maybe some bullying going on, maybe there's some like light rate, like okay, this might land me in some hot water, but here we go. It's treating it as if it's the racism of today as opposed to the racism of the 1960s, when it needed to be the racism of the 1960s to justify a 1960s style movement. It almost felt like they were afraid of actually showing any kind of racial subjugation, any kind of racial discrimination on the level of the 1960s, because it would not jive with the modern understanding of racial relations. Which let's be fair,
because they brought it up.
Like for as bad as things can seem in the modern day, relations racially pretty damn good right now. We're
relatively,
relatively speaking, and throughout all human history, we're in a pretty good fucking spot. We're having some rough spots, certainly, but you know what? I have faith we can get through it.
At least specifically in regards to, like, I don't know, black people. Right now, the certain other people are kind of scapegoats at the moment, more so. But that's a whole different topic.
Damn those Mongolians! They ruined Mongolia!
Gary! I love that joke.
Salvador, please say hi.
Holy shit.
I don't know. I do kind of agree, though. Honestly, I feel like if they could drop any plot point in RWBY, though,
it would be this one.
It would be the White Fang. Like,
100%.
if you could, like, if I could chop anything from RWBY, it's probably going to be the White Fang. Like,
yeah, the only thing that would probably have to change as a result is Blake's backstory, but still keeping the conflict about her running away from her problems and actually have her run away from them. You would have to change Menagerie, and you would change a couple of the key characters that the show repeatedly uses.
Adam.
But honestly, relative to the benefits, that's fucking worth it. Because at least this way, you can actually have Blake actually factor way more in the main plot, and you would have way less clutter, so you can use all that screen time that the White Fang had and just dedicate that to the characters that need it.
Yep.
I did that very easily when I was trying to figure out how I would redo the girls for Fractured Fairy Tales. Well, I didn't completely get rid of the White Fang, but I did make them into more of a sort of mishmash of a civil rights and religious extremism group. And what I ended up and she was undercover. And through her experiences, waiting it out, waiting for the perfect opportunity to assassinate who she needed to, she learned about the outside world and realized that she was being brainwashed.
Yep.
That makes her so much more involved. And it also makes whatever's going on with whatever I renamed the White Fang to be much more involved as well.
I mean, I would imagine it'd be much. Yeah, and I imagine
Sorry, what
it'd
did you
be
say?
much. Oh, sorry.
I gave it a stupid name, the Claw of Assassination.
Yeah.
The Claw.
The Claw.
The claw.
Yeah. I forget. Did someone mention the colorless yet? Because I know that was like a thing that was thrown around
someone,
as like an
who
alternate
was
idea.
that, Kaiser, that suggested that?
Oh, I think is that Pyro? I think so.
But that was a cool
Yeah,
idea.
it's
The
so-
idea that you take the idea of like band art and run with it.
Yes,
and, like,
in expression.
yeah.
And have the White Fang, because the idea is that there would be this group that is all about, okay, we have to rob all of these like art pieces and forms of expression so that people will become basically emotionless husks, and that would attract less grim. Like if you did something like that and have them basically be a cult under Salem, you know, and be like, you know, have her as like the shadow leader of the organization, that would directly factor way more into the plot, and you can actually focus on the aspects of it that are directly related to like the main story without having to deviate all that much from it like they do originally.
Yeah, because the White Fang is pretty disconnected.
Yeah,
Until Adam gets
way
brought
too
back as a hound.
Yeah,
Man.
Oh yeah,
But-
it was Poor Comesis. I think that's the guy who came up with it.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
it was a decent suggestion.
Yeah.
Show up for the RWBY opinions. Leave with a checklist of what I need to watch and read.
Yes.
Uh,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Only here on the Team Jack podcast. I mean, yeah, we watch a bunch of stuff. We like consuming a bunch of stuff. and-
God, I was like,
just, like, thinking
I
about
can
it.
recommend Madoka Magica, and then I remember Genlock and how Gray was like, oh yeah, we're inspired by the works of Gen Urobuchi, and I'm like, no, you're not.
Yeah. It's still sad that he was probably the only one who actually gave a shit about Mecha, like in all of the higher ups that were on the show.
Yeah.
well,
Especially because
there
we
was
got the infamous line that will
Yeah.
forever be immortalized on that art book.
oh my god. Listen, I love Mecha. My first Mecha was like I'm gonna sound basic, but it was Ava at like 14, right? And then
Right.
I've literally watched like I can check my Annie list. It's like over like 150 or something.
Oh,
Mecha
good. You
episodes.
you use Annie list instead of my Annie list. Great.
Feel free to send.
Yeah.
We got
But,
those
like,
too.
I've seen a ton. Oh my goodness. If I hear one more time about how
Yeah.
this isn't actually about the mech, this isn't about the robot, it's about the character. Like
I
what
will
do you-
piss on somebody's couch. If I hear it one more time.
Kaiser is just a
One mo-
poorly trained dog.
like I'm gonna like fire blaster like an entire city away. Like I'm gonna
Fuck
lose
yeah,
it.
bro.
I can't like
I'm
dude,
gonna
it's
space
so
station
dumb.
them.
Even from the like very beginning, there were like actual like important narrative plot points. Like
Yes.
like okay, let's take the super basic example. Great Mazinger, the sequel to
Yeah.
Mazinger Z, 19
Yes.
like 76, I want to say.
Around that,
And-
yeah.
Yeah, and the secondary protagonist behind Tetsuya is a black woman, and she has, I think it's 1 or 2 episodes where she's dealing with the fact that she feels like a direct outsider because of her skin tone. Like,
Oh,
how
yeah, I
is
forgot
that?
about that. Yeah.
Oh my
Like, how is
God.
that? How is that?
And this
not
is like
fucking-
this is a sequel to one of the very first Super Mecha ever made, by the way.
Yeah, like it literally goes Gigantor or Tetsujin 28. That's what it's called. And then Mazinger Z, and then Great Mazinger. Though,
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my
he
god.
literally-
He drew you as Plinkett.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh my god! Dog! That is
One of the
fantastic.
RWBY and the Shrine are the most disappointing things since my son.
Why
Oh my
you
God.
may not have noticed it, but your
Yeah.
brain did.
The Ugok says
Yeah.
inspired. There is like Hollywood's based on. True. Enriv says making a mechanical, I presume mecha, inspired by Gen Urobuchi isn't a good sell when you realize his big mech show was I'll Know a Zero. Hey, he only did the first
3
episode.
episodes, and
Yeah.
and they were at the start. The series only got worse after we got past that point.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, go take anything of this live stream. I swear, if I hear anyone say Mecha this mecha is unique because it's about the characters. I'm gonna listen.
It just always galls me whenever I remember they said that, because freaking like Evangelion is the most famous mecha of all time, quite possibly.
Arguably, yeah.
And it is exclusively famous because of its complicated characters and themes. Like,
Yeah,
in fact, I rarely ever hear about the fight scenes in that show, which are good, but like they are nowhere near the focus. They almost like when me and Twi rewatched it, it amazed me how often the fights would last like a grand total of like 3 minutes.
Yeah. The only mecha I would really the only time that
and Kaiser died.
Oh no.
Kaiser,
oh, now he's back.
You're glitching, Kaiser.
Into the art ones.
Someone updated his BIOS.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I'm glitching, I can't hear you guys when you're glitching. When I'm glitching, I'm sorry. But what was I saying? Right, when the only time that this ever really happens is in obviously glorified toy commercials or model commercials as shows, right? And those barely even exist. Like you'll probably find a few in the 80s or something, but even for then, every like go ahead.
But even then, like like every single at least mecha I've seen, like I've even seen some of the like older ones. Like I've mentioned Great Mazinger. I've seen the original Mazinger Z. Giant Robo, stuff like that.
Yeah, Giant Robo's great.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. But like even take it like the first big mecha anime, Mazinger Z, right? Even then, it has like it's obviously Monster of the Week formula, but it still has that overarching plot of Koji Kabuto not becoming an insane person who randomly fights with his future partner Sayaka. Because it is also the 70s, so it goes like it's insane. Koji, like back then, he needs a psychiatrist, bro, and maybe
he's kind of a misogynist. Not gonna lie, which means he's more based.
I thought Gundam was the most popular mecha.
Of course, the nostalgia bot would say that.
Technically speaking, Gundam is the most popular and the most like
monetary
proliferated. Like it's everywhere, sure, but like when it comes down to when you hear mecha and you hear deep, thoughtful character analysis, Ava is the one that comes to mind.
Yeah,
even though Gundam does have that stuff, Ava was much more of the criticism of. Was actually a big criticism of Gundam with like, oh, we gotta throw a 14-year-old into piloting. I love how everyone I go to this, everyone's like, get in the robot, Shinji, and it's like that only lasts for like 3 episodes, as opposed to when I was watching Gundam and I tried to get through the first 2 movies. And fucking Amuro would not get in the fucking mecha, even though everyone's lives were on the fucking line in the immediacy.
Yeah,
oh, man.
It's like Shinji gets a bad rap.
I do remember specifically. I do remember specifically because when we watched Ava together, that was my very first time watching it.
Yep.
And I remember saying around like episode 20 or whatever, like, so when do we get like the meme of the like Shinji getting the robot? And he was like, oh, that was episode 1. And I was like, really? It was?
Yeah.
And that's the only other time it happens aside from episode 4. And that time was when he just decided to go on strike for understandable reasons. It's not like the other times where he was like hesitant or scared to know. Dude was pissed at his dad because his dad made him nearly kill his friend. He went on strike.
It's like become a magical girl Madoka. No. Fucking QB is a goddamn pest throughout all of Madoka. Twi kept comment like that was Twi's comment. Like I believe that was her word for him. Is that like after the 3rd or 4th time he asked that, it's like, you're being a pest, QB? It's like, yeah, he is. That man, like, it's like every other episode, he's like, oh, this mild inconvenience is happening. If you become a magical girl, you could solve this no problem. That motherfucker gets shot and like obliterated and eats his own fucking corpse and then walks right up to Madoka like 5 minutes later, like, hey, want to become a magical girl?
Yeah. And
I need
I
to watch that
remember,
show.
I do remember that you found our watch through fascinating because that was also my first time watching Madoka. And the only thing that I knew was Kyubey is evil.
Yeah, to be fair.
So I had some like really interesting takes on how the show would go.
I figured that's not that hard to piece together that Kyubey is evil. I mean, that thing is every way they could through cinematography, they showed you that motherfucker. He's,
Yeah,
like, intimidating
but like
as fuck.
Like that was literally the only thing that I knew about it.
Yeah.
And so I remember that you said that you were just fascinated with the scenarios that I was coming up with and my hypotheses for what was going on.
Oh yeah.
Because of the one thing that I knew about the show. Well, other than what happened to what's her name? Blanking. Shoot.
Sayaka?
No,
Mommy.
third
Mommy.
episode, was it? Mommy, yeah.
Mommy, yeah. I was gonna say, I also love how your biggest complaint about the show, which is the nature of the Kyubeis to begin with, and like it turns out like, oh, we should just wish for them to have like human emotions or for them to stop existing or whatever. Yeah, no. And then the producer's like, yeah, if Hitomi ever made a wish on a Kyubey, that's exactly what she would wish for.
Yeah,
and that's why
now she's
Hitomi
my
never
favorite
becomes a magical.
character.
Yeah, it's like that's why she would never become a magical girl. Do you think it would end the series?
Shit.
Huh. I don't know. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing a lot of this. I've never seen Madoka Magica, and people keep badgering on me, and that's why I've put it off for so long.
I can understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was-
That's where like people make the big recommendation for whatchamacallit right now, K-pop Demon Hunters, and I'm sitting here off to the side like, maybe.
Bro, like, well, yeah,
Mostly
because
decent
when
fun.
everyone tells you to watch it, you kind of. Well, the same thing ironically happened to me for like Full Metal, because like,
Okay.
well, everyone told me that like Full Metal is the greatest thing to ever exist, and you need to watch it right this instant. Why aren't you watching it?
gotta be
It will
careful with
forever
that.
change your life.
And
like-
I've never watched Full Metal Panic, so I don't know.
I'm talking about.
Alchemist.
I know I'm making the joke because he only calls it Full Metal.
Yeah, but I ended up watching
I
it.
mean,
and
wait,
it's
the
like
jacket?
I
Why are we
like
talking
it,
about the movie?
but yeah.
Excalibur. Hey, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Become a magical girl, and we'll be sure never to contact you again.
Jesus. But
Sir, I don't have a car.
But yeah, Serial
we might
Navelgazer.
need to wind down.
I was gonna say I can heartily endorse Madoka Magica. But I understand the knee-jerk reflex of everyone is telling me to watch it. Watch it in your own time. Take it at your own speed. And I'm sure you'll have a good time. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Also, I'm sorry we just spoiled like a billion things for you in here.
It's fine. Some of these I heard. Some others I'm like, I'm glad I'm only half paying it. I'm glad I decided to semi-stop paying attention at some point because it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll get to Rev very soon. Also, someone said FMA.
I was watching it with my friends, and all they would ask me is whether or not Madoka could be Goku. That was literally like half of the conversation for like 2 episodes. The last 2 episodes, it was just, "Hey, do you think this character could be Goku?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm just here."
The answer is
Dog.
probably, and knowing what I've heard about Mahou Shoujo in general, the answer I'm leaning yes.
I don't know. I'll-
Actually.
Well,
who knows? Maybe one day I'll look into it.
All right,
I don't know.
here's a question: can Goku defeat a concept?
Which Goku?
Ooh. I think.
I don't need an answer on this. It's for you guys to mull over.
I know. I'm just.
That's homework.
Unfortunately, I'm not a Dragon Ball guy. I
Yeah.
obviously, if you power scale, you eventually dip your toes in Dragon Ball. But like, I've only gone to like Saiyan and Namek Saga stuff. Like, I'm not. I haven't power scaled like Tournament of Power.
I was going to hit more on the
or,
point about
Battle
recommendations
Gods.
and everyone being like FMA Brotherhood is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and
Oh
I
my
love
God,
FMA
no.
Brotherhood.
Mhm.
I actually think that
but 03 is
03
pretty damn
actually
good.
does a lot better, especially like the
Really?
first half. Yes, because they actually they have a lot. They understood a lot more about cinematography and a lot more extrapolation on things. Like if you watch the 03 version all the way through, or even up to a certain point, and then start FMA Brotherhood and kind of skip over the chapters that it covers, it's a little more fulfilling. Like FMA Brotherhood
Really?
presumes you've watched 2003.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I only saw Brotherhood. Because like, dude, people tell me that like I genuinely wonder if like Full Metal fans would rather like have watch Full Metal or like read the Bible. And like I know which one they're actually gonna pick. Like I'm gonna be real. Like I know if they're like even if they're in like the biggest church ever to exist, they're still recommending Full Metal over. Like they
I mean,
love it,
I'd
man.
recommend it over going to church.
I mean,
I'm not,
Yeah.
but yeah, like it's
I was gonna say I did not understand the analogy there. It's like I as someone, you know, not really practicing Catholic, but still very much respects the faith of his family and his upbringing, I would most certainly read Full Metal Alchemist over the Bible.
no, I understand, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I guess, yeah.
Okay,
I
if
don't
you
know.
had the
They're
choice of
obsessive
read the
about
Bible
it.
to save your soul or read Full Metal Alchemist, that doesn't
Yeah,
that won't
yeah, like
people would I could
unironic-
maybe that, but like I don't know.
I get what you mean. Yeah,
But you know,
but yeah,
2003 has
I'm a
a
One
lot of
Piece fan,
solid.
man.
yeah, 03 needs a lot more love because
I
like
need
that one is pretty underrated.
I need to get to both. One thing I do know is that the first like 12 or 13 episodes or so of Brotherhood is basically a condensed version of the entire first half of 03.
Yes, but it's
So
a
a
worse
worse version, basically.
It's a worse version of it. There's an entire arc that revolves around a specific character. That is, I mean, everyone knows what I mean when I say Big Brother.
Yeah.
There's that entire arc was handled infinitely better because it got spread out over a much less condensed period of time. I think it only got 1 or 2 episodes in FMA Brotherhood. In the original 2003, it got like a good 5 episode chunk to build up into it while other things were going on the sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brotherhood,
And that made it so
yeah.
much more impactful.
Brotherhood on the whole gives you a much better macro story. But I think the emotions that you feel in the 2003 one are a lot stronger on the character level. But yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's why like I always recommend you got to watch both because they're kind of incomplete without each other.
Yeah. And it's kind of the same whenever I recommend Fruits Basket. Like I always recommend watching the original 2003 anime as well as the 2019 remake because there's just so much that you can get out of the original 2000s anime
It's
that
awesome.
you yeah, there's also that one experimental
There's
episode.
one experimental episode that's just infinitely better. I generally like the 2019 version of Fruits Basket over the original. Like almost entirely on the whole, it's better. However,
Yes.
there is like episode 18 or whatever in the original first season that gets super fucking experimental. And it's kind of fucking awesome. And the equivalent in the 2019 version does not match anywhere near that level of energy and never can. And
Nope.
I see.
it's magical.
I didn't know about
I
that.
can believe it solely based on having looked at the visuals for both. I liked when I saw an episode of 2019, even though I know I should go back to 03, the original first.
You should, yeah.
My main
should.
complaint about it is visually, I think it looks really bad and much worse than the original.
I actually disagree. I even though it does have a little bit of that modern anime generification going on, which is a bit of a problem. Oh my god, I cannot stand the original art in the original anime is so it's dated. It feels so ancient by
It
comparison.
does feel
and not the
that, but I
greatest of ways.
hate the art style in the new one a lot, and also I think the backgrounds and cinematography are not as good at all.
Oh no, I
The
disagree.
thing
I think
about-
cinematography's better now.
The thing
At least
about
from the
the
one episode I
original,
saw.
the thing about the original anime is that it was based off of the manga art style, of that you actually see in the manga. The 2019 version, the art style is based off of how the mangaka actually draws today.
Oh.
It basically it improved over time. And then also, like I'll say that episode I'm talking about, it has like segments that are in live action, but like with animated characters. It's wacky. I love it. Which now that I think about it,
I think we
Evangelion
should-
also does that.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah,
we should probably
wind down the first half. And by first half, I mean hopefully we only go about an hour more. Rocks, if you want to stay, you're welcome to. We're about to cover some controversial stuff from possibly ProZD and also Rev. Says Desu.
Yeah,
We have no idea what is going to be talked about. It's just us learning about it.
Yes.
Yeah,
mostly.
same, yeah.
You guys. Yeah.
But if you want to dip out, you are free to do so. It's been great having you on. And you can also, of course, say, oh my god, the Orange Man just sent 20 gifted memberships. God damn.
All right,
Congratulations
Dedarex, are you
to
there?
everyone. Dedarex, get that bag.
Come on, no way.
Oh
no
god,
ways, no
I'm gonna be hearing that chime in my ear for the next like 5 minutes.
And then we just like, ah, dang it, ah, dang it, ah, dang it.
Come on, buddy. Did you get it?
I don't know.
I guess
I mean,
well,
it
I
is
saw him
20
comment, I
gifts.
don't think he got it.
What's weird is that it applies like randomly to all of my subscribers, even if they don't regularly watch streams. You would think they would prioritize that.
What?
They're supposed to
weird.
prioritize stream watchers.
But yeah, no, I don't think Dedarex got it. He already posted a comment in the middle of this saying
Aw.
"Come one membership," and he's still not green.
Damn.
That's weird.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't get it. But yeah.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, and KO Masali, welcome to crew. Excellent.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Glad to have you.
Redo 591. No.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling. Hi, Rox, you back?
Yeah, sorry, I had to step out for a minute.
It's all good. We were just
Yeah,
winding
sure.
down your segment. As I'll repeat, you're free to stay with us as we cover Rev Says Desu about the ProZD drama that happened recently, or you can step out and we'll say goodbye to you. You can sign off by boosting your channel or something like that. You can. It's all up to you. What do you want to do?
I gotta be honest. I understood maybe half of the words you said. I did not. I don't know what drama you are talking about.
Neither do we.
Okay.
That's, we're learning about it.
Yeah, because I don't think I could really add much to the conversation. You know, because I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Plus, also, I don't know. I do have some stuff to work on tonight.
Yeah, perfectly
Uh,
fine.
But
Perfectly
yeah.
fine.
Anything you want to boost before you leave? Any any plugs you want to make?
Just my 2 channels, I guess. Obviously, Rocksteady World for versus content, and then if you actually, seeing as this is a RWBY live stream, or like my section is about RWBY, it would probably make sense to plug my Tobi the Guy channel because that one has actual RWBY content. So yeah. Also, thanks for having me. I do appreciate being here, and this was a lot more fun and a lot less nerve-wracking than I expected.
I'm so glad to hear that. I always wanted to be clear. We love having people on, having different discussions and such. I am sorry if we ever just completely bowled you over by talking so much. That just the cascade effect happens, and I feel bad about it. But we also like that stuff too.
Yeah, it's all good. Anyway, yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, good to hear, dude. Good to have you.
Yep. All right. Hope you all have a good night.
Yep.
So,
Have a good
Have a
night.
good one, man.
All right, you too.
Later. Bye. And now
Bye.
we go biblically accurate. All right, gotta fix all this.
Yes.
Give me a moment, folks.
I'm B.
Yeah. End of Serial Navelgazer.
Attack on CBF.
Someone did ask, is whatchamacallit a Attack on Titan a mecha?
Oh my God! Don't get into it. Let's not get into that. That's
No.
they're trolling us. That's a meme.
I have
I know that's a
seen
meme.
people say that as a meme. I have people say that semi-unironically comes season 3.
Specifically, season 3.
Yeah, like I think it was around that time when it started gaining more traction, as like maybe even just like half joke.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my god. What is this person saying?
Wait,
is
what?
person
What?
saying?
I just got a comment on my Lily Orchard video saying,
Okay.
okay, but it's foolish to say story X is low quality for copying story Y. Also, if Y was a good story, shouldn't story X also be a good story? No.
What? What?
Okay,
Not a
give me a
word.
minute to fix up this thing because I cannot brain what you just said when I'm trying to. Fix
I
this
have
stuff.
I have less to even do, and even I couldn't follow any of that shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, that's so stupid. No, that's not how that works.
Okay,
That's not how
so
that works.
so basically this person is saying, okay,
Fine.
but if Twilight is a good story, then shouldn't 50 Shades of Grey also be a good story because it's derived off of Twilight?
No,
Yeah, no, fearing is not practice.
Man,
That's
no,
fearing is not
absolutely.
practice.
my friend,
That's all
allow
that
me
needs to be
to
said.
to show you Eureka 7 High Evolution.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's an
Like,
amazing series, and its fucking movies suck.
Yeah.
And like by that logic, Frank should be good. Do you know how much the back half feels from End of Ava and Gurren Lagann's second arc?
Yep.
Quite heavily.
Very.
Why
Oh.
isn't Frank's good?
Like I was saying that I was just using Twilight and 50 Shades as an example because I know that 50 Shades was derived off of Twilight, but like
Yep.
even if hypothetically Twilight was a good
Oh, yeah.
series, that does not automatically make 50 Shades of Grey a good story just because it was
Exactly.
derived off of it.
Also, I've now Serial Navelgazer. You can come off the couch and stand up here with us. It's nice.
Yeah.
Stretch my legs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. On that note, I actually should stand up. I am going to turn my normal desk into a standing desk.
Ah, fancy boy. Also, I can
Yeah,
stop
so
streaming.
we
to
need
you
to-
guys, because
Yes.
we
and
have the
can
watch
actually
together.
get into. Yeah, you're in the watch together, right?
Yes, I am
CBF?
in the watch. Yeah,
I said
It's
CBF.
in the sorry, it's in the important links.
Oh my God! Wait.
This is why the
One-
Force Awakens is good. It copied A New Hope. Okay, shut up. Shut up.
To be fair, it is fun. It's easily the best of the trilogy, from what I've seen.
Yeah, it is.
It's the fourth or third best Star Wars movie, mainline.
Ah, 6.
Yeah, man.
Wait.
I
One, let's
can-
see. 4, 5, 6, definitely. Then 3. Like,
Just got some new art
Oh.
from Daigato.
On this couch.
one more word and I will piss on this couch.
I was about to say, while you were like starting to cook up the ranking, I was like, I can practically see Twilight just grabbing a roll or just slamming on her hand from here to threatening us.
I feel like on this stream, one day Star Wars will have its day, and that will be just nightmarish.
Yeah.
Do we have to?
I feel like at some point it'll be hard for us to avoid.
I don't want
You
to
can run from it. Can hide from it.
I can run for a very long time. I am a pursuit predator.
Run so far away. I just run from Star Wars night and day. Can't I get away? All right. So, let us move on to the next subject, which hopefully will not take us forever. We are here to learn about the ProZD situation, which will probably only... I don't want to say it'll take us an hour. I hope it only takes us an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know who Rev says Desu is. I've only heard him by proxy.
I do.
So.
I know who he is. I used to watch his stuff quite a bit. Mostly
I
during the mostly during the Jello Apocalypse stuff, actually.
Okay, I watched some of their stuff before that. I think it was around the time when I think people were arguing about certain things about Jamie Marchi like wilding out. I think it was around the first time that she did, and people were talking about like certain dubbing stuff. Which, you know, at the time I believe that like, yeah, they seem kind of on the level when it comes to this, but lately they seem to have been like really, really wilding out for whatever reason.
Nameless says,
I want to say probably somewhere around the past 2020, maybe 2022, is at least when I noticed that I haven't never really kept up with them much, but that was around the time I started really seeing them and hearing that they were really not kosher, and then I saw them being really not kosher a lot of the time.
Nameless says, why Rebel Moon is good since it copied Seven Samurai / Magnificent Seven. Never mind. At least people talk about The Force Awakens. True. And the Orange Man, 5 more gifted memberships. Thank you.
Come on, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
It's we're up to $606 for Redo of Healer.
Redo of Healer?
Oh,
How many episodes have you watched?
That's 12 episodes. But they're only
episodes?
half an hour a piece, or less than that, 20 minutes. So,
right.
You know, the Deadarex got missed again.
Damn.
But yeah, so
Somebody
I will say,
gift that guy. So
allegedly, ProZD made, and he is a skit maker on YouTube and now a professional voice actor who has starred in a couple of things. He has a very notably deep and booming voice. Very notable for that.
Yeah.
He
also...
Oh, what? Sorry. There you go.
Yeah. I also, like, he was in some live action stuff. I remember, what was that one, like, sort of, like, weeb crime show called again?
Oh, right.
I forgot there was one. Yeah.
I forgot that.
He had, like, 2 seasons.
Was it? He was at Rocket Academy or something like that? Rocket Jump Academy? Like, or the Rocket Jump show. Wasn't he in that, too?
I don't know.
He's Mordecai Heller in Lackadaisy Animation at 2. Weeb crime show. Was it Freddie Wong? Talking about Senshi. He is also Senshi in Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah, he is Senshi.
He's a pretty good fit for it because he also does food reviews. So there's that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, he played Ratatoskr in God of War Ragnarok. For those who don't know, yes, that's also true. One of the many Ratatoskrs. But yes, he is. He's a notable internet kind of mixture of voice actor and skit man. He also is Abby Saja in K-pop Demon Hunter. I forgot about that. He's one of the characters.
I found it. It was Anime Crimes Division.
Ah, excellent.
HJ5
also hit that.
Yeah.
Does anyone seen this rep video? Because I was recommended.
No.
I never want to. I refuse to watch his stuff. This is the first time I'm like sitting down watching a Rev video from start to finish instead of like seeing him on clips and seeing him on Twitter.
Okay, content. Let's see what he has to say on this.
Here, So once again, no VTuber model for today. I am traveling around for the Labor Day holiday, so I hope you guys are enjoying that if you are celebrating it. But anyways,
The less I have of VTubers hip thrusting in my face, the better. All right, I'm traumatized.
You've been traumatized by Zell enough, okay, buddy? So
we're
I
gonna be
think
looking
you're
at
good.
another Reap What You Sow moment featuring ProZD. Now this is someone who has made comments about anime and the dubbing scene and voice actors generally, and those comments have continued to haunt him for a very long time. Now, in case you're not familiar with who this guy is, he is someone who blew up on YouTube, where for years he made very successful sketches that are anime themed, and eventually he got some opportunities in the anime voice acting dub scene. Now, he's become a bit of a meme, especially among anime fans, because of his comments about the medium.
He got his own Wojak.
I mean, I know it's just like, oh my God.
Like, that is the least insulting Wojak I have ever seen.
It really
Yeah,
is.
same here.
Nameless says,
Yeah, that's
remember
what I was
ProZD was Brow 1589 in Pluto 2023.
Oh, he was? I didn't know that. I watched the sub for Pluto.
Oh, did he voice someone in RWBY at some point?
Maybe. Also, you
I
guys
have
should
no
watch
clue.
Pluto. It's great.
I've given
anyway.
watching Disney stuff. Anyway.
While his virtue signaling on places like Twitter has gotten seal claps from members of his industry and some of the most annoying users on social media, a lot of other anime fans, specifically dub fans, are pretty annoyed with some of his comments, especially the ones where he is very hypocritical. He is someone who has advocated for censorship of anime that he considers yucky or gross. And he's also made a lot of comments about
feedback.
authentic.
Yeah, who's echoing?
That's Serial.
Me?
Oh.
We can hear the video through your mic.
Damn, I'm gonna have to grab the old earphones then.
You've been doing this entire thing on speakers?
I mean, we weren't
Because it
really
hasn't been a
playing.
problem.
Well, we weren't really playing a video. To be fair, we just been yapping the whole time.
I suppose
Yeah.
that's
True,
fair,
but I would
yeah.
normally I would expect like this would come in if that were to still be the case, but it never has. That's why I've not done this in a while.
Alrighty. Oh, just properly read the title. So this thing is with Pro Guy has nothing to do with RWBY. My bad. We finished the RWBY segment. The Orange Man sent one gifted membership.
Right.
Nah, the Orange Man is trying to snipe Deaderex now.
It's fucked up. But yeah, like, oh man. I instantly just had the moment he said virtual signaling. Almost nothing good ever comes out when someone says virtual signaling unironically. Even though there can be good uses for that, it's very rare that someone who says that is kosher. It's like the word tourist.
To be fair, we have used Taurus before here.
Oh, I do sometimes use them myself, but like most people who use it cannot be trusted.
Fair.
Casting, which is a very, very hot button issue. Seems very basic in terms of how normal people react to it, but a lot of people are trying to virtue signal. They've been pushing this authentic casting thing for a long time, and ProZD is one of the people at the helm of that movement.
All right, one minute. I actually completely missed a super chat from Ugox from TTBN Gaming. I found out that ProZD didn't say what Rev presented him saying. Recommended looking up TTBN Gaming vid about that to get some info.
I have a clip of that.
Okay, all right.
I'll put it in chat. I'll put it in general.
Now, when there was a recent project announced, Knights of Guinevere, people were looking at this and then seeing the voice acting cast for the characters, they noticed one thing. ProZD playing this specific character. Now, you look at the two right there side by side. Uh-oh. Looks like their ethnicity doesn't really match up.
Citation needed?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what? I mean, that guy could be Asian.
Yeah.
We
Also,
don't
this isn't
know.
Kaiser,
the-
are you okay? You're muted.
Oh dear. This isn't even the first citation needed. When he
Sorry,
was like,
I muted myself by mistake. I was making a joke, but like, yeah, he doesn't look that different at all.
yeah. is like second time already of citation needed. The first was when he was like, "Oh, he advocates for pro censorship of the stuff that goes and they makes him icky or whatever." It's like, show a tweet or something of that, my guy. You're showing a bunch of stuff here now.
I mean,
wait,
yeah,
what? Do you want to take
although-
out your word for it and the drama stuff? Come on.
I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, because I know he made like a bunch of videos about that stuff in the past, so he probably just assumes that people are already aware of it. But like, yeah, since it's been so long since ProZD has been this much of a hot topic conversation, you should probably show some proof. Just saying.
Sorry, 1 minute. I was loading up the Twitter to have later.
Now, if you're not someone who advocates for authentic casting and, you know, you're a normal person, you don't care about this. But the reason people are in the comments section like this pointing out hypocrisy, it's because he has pushed for authentic casting time and time again, where he wants the ethnicity of the character to match the ethnicity of the voice actor playing them. And this is something he was called out for about 2 years ago. He kind of fell on his own sword with this concept. This is why people are so fired up to see him taking this role. It all began with this situation involving a Bleach dub for the character
I remember those,
Yoriichi.
Yep.
And originally, this character was played by the voice actress Wendy Lee, who, as you can see, is a white woman. And she's playing a darker skinned character. Nobody cared, right? She did the role for years. Everything was great. But then
they needed to eliminate her for fear of the Snow Bunny mind.
Yeah.
Oh man, I remember this too. And keep in mind, I think this was around the time Wendy Lee kind of started saying and doing some stuff that made a lot of people side eye her.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This was around that same time.
Like what?
Although, I think
we'll get to it here.
Okay.
Yeah. Something about
He's probably
gassing
gonna cover
people? No, wait, sorry. I'm kidding.
What?
No, she's not one of the Titans from Zeta Gundam.
Yeah.
And there was a recast where a different voice actress, Anyaris Quinones, who has darker skin, then took over this role, at least very briefly. And people were making tweets like this, seeing one and one together and thinking, why would you needlessly recast the voice actress for this character when clearly Wendy Lee also wanted to reprise the role? What is going on here? Is this an attempt to virtue signal and promote authentic casting? And eventually, citing complications with scheduling and some confusion, they would give back Wendy Lee the role. So she would end up reprising the role, but people in the voice acting scene and their supporters were very upset about this, where people were crying foul, that there was something not right about this. And they were even pointing out Wendy Lee's reaction on social media once she did get her role back, saying she was being insensitive to those comforting Quinones after the recast. And quoting a related post, ProZD would say the recast was already unacceptable, but this is just the effing yikes on top.
Let's see. So Wendy Lee finally responded to Anyaris Hirochi's situation. All she's doing is attacking industry people who are comforting Anari after the recast. Still amazed how transparently awful so many voice actors have been this month.
Notice how Rev isn't actually showing what the Michael Edwards is actually showing in his QRT, in his RT, in his thing. Like, you'd think
none of the screen cap for that, like what Wendy said actually was reprehensible.
Yeah, like that is like there are ones like I should try to find that right now, just like because I remember ones where she was definitely getting pretty snippy and offensive towards fans about that stuff. I mean,
yeah, I remember her doing that as well. I just forgot what exactly she said.
YouTuber refuses to say fuck for 100. I'm sorry, we had to cancel that category because it was too many options.
I can kind of see, like, without knowing anything about what she said or anything like that, because I didn't pay attention, but like,
sure,
if she got removed from a voice acting role that she enjoyed doing and she was bitter about it, then I can see her getting kind of snippy when she gets back her role, and then people are getting kind of mad at her for getting the role back. Like, I don't know. That just seems understandable to me, but I don't know like how the situation went down.
Yeah, that would be understandable, but she did say, I do remember her saying some things that were a bit beyond the pale. I just don't remember exactly what they were.
It's a little harder to find, but
yeah,
oh yeah,
didn't she
I found the tweet.
delete
I
it?
found the tweet. I
Oh,
found the
great.
tweet. Let's see if it's still on. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's not readily accessible right now because the person has limit who can view their posts. But yeah, there were ones where she. Yeah, unfortunately, but I do definitely remember that they were like being relatively snippy to a lot of people
Snippy
when
how, though?
like just generally trying to come across like very passive aggressive towards them, even though like she was seeking them out. They were just like giving kind words to the other voice actress. She had no reason to say what she said towards them. Especially because they were not actually being like, oh yeah, no, you deserve the role a lot better than Wendy does, or like otherwise attacking Wendy at all.
So basically, there were people comforting on Anairi. I cannot pronounce her name. I'm so sorry.
Aniris?
I forget.
Aniris? Okay, I guess you're right.
That's what I assumed the pronunciation, because I used to have a male roommate called Anirin. So
I found a different one that gives one example.
But so basically everyone were comforting Aniris for losing the role effectively, and she sought them out and got snippy with them. I'm just being clear on the order of events here.
Yeah.
I
do see.
Can you screen cap it?
Oh.
All right, I'll just grab the. All right, so yeah, this person's protected too. I'll just put this here. Here's a screen cap.
Okay, here we go.
Lil
Karibo's
Lil
involved.
Karibo.
Fuck me. All right. Hey y'all, the studio and client decided to go in a different direction, so I am no longer voicing Yororichi in Bleach 1000 Year Blood War, and my recordings will be replaced. It meant a lot to take on such an iconic woman of color. I appreciate all the love. I'll still be voicing Hiyori. Yeah, she did voice Hiyori in that dub. Okay. I love you and you're a goddamn shining star. Wendy Lee responds, guess you be all for replacing this role too. And Lil Karibo responds, holy shit, where's your professionalism? Nobody even mentioned you.
Oh, I found some more tweets.
I will say though, Lil Karibo, do you really have room to say shit like that?
Yeah, it is a little bit feckless from him, but
that was years before that. Before the things that got him in hot water anyway, though.
Well, okay,
I mean,
what happened? I know he can be a bit of a firebrand, but what happened recently?
Oh, I think I told you about it before. It was about this guy. It's a long thing, but long story short, someone who is voicing a character in, I believe, Genshin Impact or something, or one of the Hoyoverse games. They were working with the company, and people were speculating whether or not he is like a scab because the company was using AI stuff in regards to voices and shit, and people were actively harassing them. And then Lil Karibo commented on the situation, and he was incredibly feckless about his wording and the way he treated like the guy involved.
Yeah, but yeah, I sent some things so we can see more examples of what she said.
Staff at Studiopolis made a simple casting mistake. Viz wants the iconic OG cast intact. Your friend still has roles and will be fine, I'm sure.
The next two are not.
Wow, I have many thoughts, but power and the utmost respect for you and for your class. It's clear to me this has nothing to do with your talent. Looking forward to your next killer role. Nothing whatsoever, but I did establish the role years ago.
Yeah, okay.
And then the next
one.
You
sounded fantastic as her, and I'm sorry you're going through this. Just maintaining the iconic character.
I guess she's
Wendy.
Yeah, these are a bit immature, but again, I can understand her being a bit upset if the role she felt had been
wrongly taken from her for things that are outside of her control, and then she feels like she's getting it back righteously, and then people are praising the person who did not deserve the role. So like while I don't like that she did this, I can understand it.
Understandable.
It's just not professional.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's very unprofessional. So a lot of people got on her
for reference. Since people in chat are asking who Wendy Lee is, Wendy Lee has been the game for the longest time. She's Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop.
Man, 50 gifted memberships.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Jesus Christ!
Raymond, are you okay?
I thought I was having an aneurysm about feeling old again.
Oh, it's because of the ringing. Oh, fuck.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, the ringing. The bells, and the ringing, and the belling, and the ringing.
But dude, 50 gifted subs, man. Don't break the bank, dog.
No whammies. Come on,
however,
Dedarex.
if you do break the bank, I'm not going to complain. Wait, the Orange Man received a gifted membership from the Orange Man. How is that fair? How does that work?
Yeah, isn't he already a member or something? I don't know, man.
Everyone's in this to see if Dedarex gets the membership.
Yes, please.
This isn't fair, man.
Oh.
He's still not green.
He's not.
Look, it's 50. They have to catch him in eventually.
Because we have this theme that everyone's part of the crew. I'm just imagining Dedarex in like a little tiny biplane, like chasing after the Jesuits beyond. It's like, I'll get there someday. And you have like the Orange Man who's like throwing ropes off the ledge trying to catch him.
Yeah. There's 123 people. It's almost a 1 in 2 chance. This isn't right.
Oh.
It's
no, because again, I think it's going off of my subscribers. Like my total subscribers, almost 19,000 of them.
Oh my god.
No.
God damn it, Raymond. Get less subscribers.
Get less subscribers.
No. Orange Man, give us more gifted memberships.
Yeah, be like me, Raymond. Just have like a couple hundred.
Yeah.
Tiny.
The Orange Man basically gave himself a sub the same way the Obama meme of him giving himself the medal.
Yeah, the counter stopped.
All right, well, I'm going to go mad from the ringing in my ear. Give us some of the subscribers, you greedy bastard. Oh, shut up. All right.
How does one become a member? Oh, you give him money in the YouTubes.
You should have there's a support
button.
button at the very bottom. There's super chat, super stickers. There's a join button below the stream, I'm pretty sure. All right. Well, let's continue this RWBY video.
Now, the last part is referring to what they believe are insensitive comments she was making about the situation, referring to Wendy Lee. But as you can see, the first part is making it very clear. He's implying that the recast, that Wendy Lee getting her role back, was already unacceptable. And reading between the lines in his support of authentic casting, the only explanation is that he thought she shouldn't play that role because her skin color didn't match up with the character. And this is something...
I mean... Wait, so Wendy Lee...
That's a lot. That's a...
Where is it? How she's doing attacking industry people who are comforting an iris. Still amazed how transparently awful so many voice actors. The recast was already unacceptable, but this is just fucking yikes on top.
And it's like,
again,
I know that is not the thing.
Was the initial recast unacceptable, or was the second recast unacceptable?
I definitely think he's referring to like recasting back as opposed to like the initial recast, which I can already also see that because it's like, oh, you're recasting someone immediately upon them having been announced, kind of just reneging them from that. Yeah, that is, I can see that being unacceptable.
It was a big announcement that they propped up, an Iris as like the new voice of Yoruichi and did all this stuff, and then the company's like, well, we want the old voice back.
Reading between the lines is holding a lot of weight in that statement. Oh man, that's the
for real.
That's the toothpick holding the 2-ton weight.
I mean, I do wish that they got the original voice cast for Digimon back, because some of the voices that they got for the cast were
fucking weird.
Hey, but you know,
Especially, like-
what's his face playing Ty? He's good as
yeah.
Fox, and he's good as Ty. And you know what?
Like-
They aren't
Well, I
the
meant-
same
I meant-
race. That's fine.
No. Like, it's not 2020 that I was talking about. I was talking about Try.
Oh,
So
okay.
Joshua Seth still reprised his role as Ty. He actually came out of voice acting retirement specifically to voice Ty again.
Oh, dope.
But yeah, it was amazing. But also, like, some characters did not get their voices recast, even though that their original voice actors still applied to voice the characters again. They got rejected. Like, specifically TK's original voice actor got rejected because he didn't sound young enough, and yet the voice that they chose for TK was like deeper sounding than
What
the
the
English
fuck?
voice that they
Oh,
had
man.
for Matt, the older brother.
Oh my
Damn.
god.
Make
Also,
it make
guys,
sense.
I found it. I found a screen cap of what the actual thing is.
Oh. Let me see. Oh yeah, because okay, he was showing a list of these things.
Just following what Viz
that
requested,
Wendy
thought it
was
might be
saying.
have your support, Tiana. I too might have your support. You're really disappointed, Xander. I see. Just maintaining the iconic character, Kaylee. Nothing whatsoever, but I did establish the role years ago. Stab made it the cast answer. Wrong, you deserve better. We all know it. It is maintaining OG class.
But yeah, it's just like it's more of them just like replying to other people being like, yeah, but me though. Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just like,
yeah, that's
why do you gotta go
weird.
after all of these people just to be like, ahem, what about me though?
Weren't you
Yo.
getting people who were happy to have you back in the role?
Yeah.
Yes!
I was gonna say, like, Wendy, like, this could have been such an easy fucking win for being like, I want to thank Anaris for Aniris doing a great job as Yorichi. Or whatever this character is, I'll probably learn what it is when we watch Bleach. I want to thank her for doing a great job. There was a bit of a casting goof between the two of us, and I'm back in the saddle, but she did an amazing work, and I can't wait to see all the other projects she's a part of. Like, it can still
Yeah,
be
that's
a little...
such a slam dunk. That's
It's
a layup.
And then all you have to do is respond to the people. They're like, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you back in the role," and you'd be like, "Yay!" And you also, you always say, "Yeah," and you should go watch. You can make it even better by saying, "Hey, go watch Aniris in this role over here, or in this role over here, or in this role over here."
Yeah. Yeah, and like a lot of the people that were like replying or giving their best wishes to Aniris, they're like newer voice actors. Why the fuck are you rolling around with them and doing all this crazy shit in their faces?
Yeah,
Do you
well-
just not what?
Wendy Lee.
This one person who says, "For what it's worth, you'll always be my Yoroichi." And it's like, really?
Yeah.
I mean,
But it's like
Wendy Lee.
How-
I'd like to
how
thank
long-
the Academy, but the Academy can suck it.
how long did she voice
What happened?
Yoroichi for?
I guess since the original Bleach. Like yeah,
No,
Wendy was-
no.
yeah,
Aniris.
Oh no, she never got to. I think either she never got to fully voice her like at all, aside from the casting, or they went back again. I forget.
I feel like
around-
So
my-
what happened was
Yep.
that they released her Aniris as the voice of Yorichi in like 1 or 2 episodes. And then they already recorded for a bunch more, but then they went back on the deal and they decided to put back Wendy Lee.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, because it's like,
Okay.
if none of her voice work actually made it to episode for people to watch, it's really weird for somebody to say, "Well, you'll always be my Yorichi."
that's gonna say, like, if she only got
No,
like,
some of it made out.
Some-
Some of it came out.
someone
yeah.
said Aniris
Yeah.
only had 2 lines of dialogue, so it's like that's weird.
Huh.
That's not really enough time to really establish someone's performance.
I
But
feel
yeah.
like she probably had more than that, but
All the
whatever.
same, it just sounds like Aniris got a real raw end of the deal with this
Yeah.
kerfuffle. And I do feel bad for her.
100%.
And Wendy Lee is making a goof of herself. And ProZD,
Yeah.
ProZD over here, just like, oh, the recap, the the recast was already unacceptable, which I disagree with. Like, going back to the original voice actress isn't a bad idea. It is messy as fuck. Like, having that acknowledged would be nice, but you know what? I really hate how people aren't willing to acknowledge, hey, you know, we made a goof. We were trying to do something else, and obviously people didn't like it, so we reverted. Like, being honest about that shit gets you way more brownie points.
But yeah, no,
Like,
that
it would
wasn't
be-
even what happened.
It would be really nice to have like voice actor loyalty like Japan does, where it's like once you establish that this is this character's voice actor, they're always their voice actor, unless if something drastic happens.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
you are
the
Goku
only
now.
time, yeah.
No,
you're-
no,
you're-
that's not. No, that's not Mr. Jameson. That you are Goku. You are Goku now. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Are we allowed
And-
to talk like that? Kaiser, are you getting us canceled?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Oh, we did the Mongolians freaking joke earlier. Calm down.
Yeah, but I didn't impersonate the Chinese guy yelling at them. I just yelled at the Mongolians.
Oh, I thought we all did.
No, none of us did.
No, Kaiser,
It was just
only you
him.
were being racist.
How ironic.
Well, no, he has the racist pass though.
Absolutely. So it's all right.
Oh
man.
All right. Well,
But, yeah,
let's see what more Rev is saying here.
Oh, and
yeah, I
also,
think
like,
it
for the
was-
record, the thread that I sent, yeah, no, that is a thread containing more stuff as well.
Yeah, definitely send screenshots of some
But
of those.
no, I'm
Yeah.
not in terms of this. I mean, in terms of like when you get to the clip, because there are more clips than like on the cloudy thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll be able to view them because I'm not logged in on this account.
Wait,
Anyway, we'll just keep going.
Yeah.
Very clear in an interview around that time.
Do you feel like your opportunities are limited?
Well, we
do
get
you that
clip
feel like
here.
more opportunities would be
Yeah.
open to you if you were, a white male, being by what you've seen so far?
I definitely would have more opportunities if I were white, for sure. There's no doubt about that. I mean, even comparing now to like, let's say like 5-10 years ago, it's definitely changed. Like, I think studios are much more aware of, hey, we should, cast authentically, so there have been some good steps. We still have a long way to go.
So to make this very clear,
So let's watch that clip now that we have it on X.
You're.
I'm not watching together it, so you guys will have to watch it through the stream. But
I'll
A couple of things before we
Because
go.
it's a 2-minute clip, so that
Okay,
is
I'll just
definitely
press
not
it
everything.
on
well,
my
actually,
own
you know what?
tab,
I'll just share my screen again. When do I just do that?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, stop being selfish, Raymond. Jesus.
All right,
Sharing is
There we
caring,
go.
man.
let me know when you're all in.
I'm in. Loading. There we go.
Twy, Kaiser.
All right, all good.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm in.
All right.
Couple of things before we go.
Also, I know
You-
Double Toasted. These guys are cool.
Being an Asian, actor, voice actor, not actor.
I think I know them.
Everybody talks about diversity, and I'm not here to be too controversial or point fingers or anything like that. But speaking of diversity, and you now starting to venture out into live action acting, how do you feel about? I guess you being again being Asian, do you feel like your opportunities are limited? Or do you feel like more opportunities would be open to you if you were a white male, being by what you've seen so far?
I definitely would have more opportunities if I were white, for sure. There's no.
So already we have a huge qualifier on top of this. This is talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
live action,
Yes.
Live
not
action.
not about
not animation or voice acting. Yeah.
yeah. So well, I guess we'll watch the rest of this.
Which there is way more of an argument for that frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
So hey,
from
look,
just-
look at all that. Hey, where's all this context we found? Huh? Weird.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. But I think there have been changes in a positive way, and not just for Asians, but for all for different races, different genders. There have been steps, and it has been improving. I mean, even comparing now to like, let's say like 5-10 years ago, it's definitely changed. Like, I think studios are much more aware of, hey, we should cast authentically. So there have been some good steps. We still have a long way to go. And I'm just hoping that, as time goes on, more and more doors will open for, diverse talent. And we still have a long way to go, though. But
yeah,
I'm hopeful that, it'll continue to get better.
I'm hopeful you'll use an actual microphone for these interviews.
I was about to say, you're a voice actor, dog. What the fuck is this? But
Kaiser sounds better.
My-
jokes aside, like, yeah, I'm using a blue Yeti.
Yeah.
Is he using a microphone that's just attached to his earbuds?
I think so.
Because that would make a lot of
Probably.
sense.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Which is very weird because again, you think
there
he
is
wouldn't-
caveats
know.
here because there are images down here if I open them. Misinterpreting, he literally
Okay.
said VAs have to be the same race as the characters, and people were just calling out hypocrisy. When did he say that? Do you have a
Oh,
screenshot?
Mother's Basement.
Yeah, that's Mother's Basement.
Yeah.
Here's
Mixed
him
on the
crying
guy.
about only
Okay.
getting Asian-looking characters after he advocated for this. Got an audition for a prominent cartoon where I was sent just the Asian character. Looking through the rest, I told my agent, hey, I'm happy to read this for this, but can I read for some of the others? To which I was told all the other characters are drawn as white, so no. And then... Don't I actually have any proof of him advocating for this, just to retweet your claiming typical... he advocated for race-based hiring and didn't like it when it affected him negatively. Why he delete this tweets then? Where's your proof he advocated for that? I've seen him say, I wish non-white actors had more opportunities, but he never said anything remotely like what you're claiming. Why can't you find a quote? Why do you move the goalpost to he deleted tweets? Move the goalpost so he to deleted tweets? You can't be serious if you can't even infer that the fact that he deleted tweets is very much relevant to the context. So just to be clear, you don't have any proof he ever said what you think he said.
Now, this is a very rare fucking Mother's Basement W right here. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
Or, like,
Now, when even they look good, you gotta know.
If
you
he
fucked.
said something
Oh, there's
like
more.
that, it's almost guaranteed somebody had screenshotted that shit. So even if he
Yeah.
did delete them, they would still be
Mhm.
around.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, I found more things from a guy who basically is like going after ProZD, and you can see some
Okay.
of this stuff right here.
Okay.
ProZD blocked me when I called his takeout and how every fucking show is recasting problematic castings. Whether it be Khan in King of the Hill or Apu in Simpsons, absolutely find it stupid and harmful this authentic casting BS was pushed. So he said, I got an audition. Oh, so this is the prominent cartoon one. To add extra insult to injury, the character I got sent was labeled Middle Eastern, Southeast, or Southeast
Oh, I
Asian
remember
because
this.
you know that's all the
Yeah.
same, right? You can just lump it all into one. My agent told me this is just how some major studios are doing things now. Naysayers will go, oh, you want authentic casting? If your entire main cast is all white and you have one token side character who can apparently just be any type of Asian ever, this is not a level playing field. This is not new. For another show recently with a large cast of characters, I was only sent the audition sides for the character who exclusively speaks Mandarin. I don't speak Mandarin. It's demoralizing, and as much as I love voiceovers, the future looks bleaker every day. To be clear, this was not my agent's decision. They have sent me plenty of white characters before and have been nothing but supportive. This is what they were told by the people in charge of casting that show.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is this his most recent tweet? This next one?
Yeah, because like he basically sort of locked down his Twitter after everything. This is where it's all leading up to.
Okay. Hey, all, this will be my last
see.
tweet on this platform. I will no longer be using Twitter after this. If you look at the replies on my latest announcement tweet, you'll see a lot of comments like this. This has been going on for years now, and while the normal procedure has been to block and move on, I truly don't think Twitter is worth it anymore. In the past, I have expressed that I think diversity in casting is important. It's a complicated topic, but at the end of the day, I still stand by this. I think it's important for all voice actors to be given an equal opportunity, and I think there have been positive changes on that front. A lot of bad faith arguers have tried to paint me as saying things I never said. I've been reluctant to address this for years because I know a lot of these people will not listen to reason no matter what I say, and I have not wanted to add to this ongoing drama. Twitter especially is a cesspool for hatred, and it's been awful these past few years. When has Twitter ever been fucking good? I know everyone gets on like, oh, it got ruined after Elon. No, Twitter has been shit since the start.
Even for more people, Elon wasn't the final nail in the coffin. It was the AI that was the final nail in the coffin because people are lazy. They don't want to have to learn a different program. They just want to thoughtlessly go to the website that they always have been.
Wait, guys, Chad is saying that there's like an audio. Oh, wait, that fixed it?
Really?
What fixed?
Kaiser, Year Zero volume? What?
No, they said they got fixed.
We can hear him. We can hear him.
Is Twi not super quiet for a second? I don't know. Couldn't hear Twi. Twitter's been good since when? I can hear him now. It's good now, but we heard nothing for about 20 seconds.
Oh,
weird.
Okay.
We were able to hear each other this entire time.
Yeah, that could be a Streamlabs thing.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, like Twitter, in many ways, like there are valid arguments to say that it got worse and keeps getting worse. It's not that it necessarily was ever that good. And even like in the past few years, it is so often that people will get run out of Twitter. I'm still mad about how Christina V got run out of Twitter due to a very unsubstantiated Zionism accusation based on like virtually nothing.
Wow.
I am still mad about that one.
Yeah, that's massively fucked up.
My issue with this is that people are treating ProZD as a spearhead for race casting when I think he's a quiet supporter at most, if even that. Well, that's actually I was going to say about this big post he made, is that like I was on board with him. It's like in the past I've expressed I think diversity in casting is important. It's a complicated topic, but at the end of the day, I still stand by this. I think it's important for all voice actors to be given an equal opportunity. And that I think there have been positive changes on that front. I can see people I know people conflated his stance on live action with his stance on voice acting. This indicates to me that they are still one and the same, which is really weird. But like at the same time, I could also see this being two separate clauses that are indistinct of one another. So I'm a little mixed.
I suppose, but it's complicated because we don't have his initial statement on this thing. We need that to add because that is like the missing piece to see who is lying or not.
Yeah.
Because if ProZD actively said that, we need voice actors to voice characters that
only
look like
characters.
Like only voice character, like the only person who can voice a character who is like ethnically diverse are people who are of that ethnicity, then like, okay, we got something going here. But if he never said that, then what the fuck?
And considering how many receipts people have of other things, and in fact, I'll just send this right here that people also frequently grab, basically of a 4chan thing that doesn't even directly quote him anyway. If they had it, they would have sent it by now. So
100%.
So like that's why I doubt this even exists. Because like, if that blew up, there is no way that it would not be used to hell and back by now.
I wanna have faith that it did happen at some point because I remember when he initially caught fire for something like that. I just wish I remember where it was or what it was.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if it's the examples that we're seeing now that I'm remembering, but I feel like he has made a statement like this in the past, and I don't know if my memories are conflated together and I'm misremembering something that never happened.
Honestly, same, because I do remember him saying something like that as well. But like, I just never cared enough to like be weird enough to screenshot it. Yeah, commit it to memory, whatever.
Because overall, all in all, like whether or not he said that, it's a complete fucking nothing burger. So,
yeah.
But in either way, he should not be harassed. Like, let's make that shit completely straight. However you feel, whether or not ProZD, let's say, for example, that ProZD does agree that, oh, this, that, and the third, he does not deserve harassment. That's fucking wrong. That's Maverick. Yeah. Stop it. That's ridiculous.
Stop it. Get help.
Get some help.
Oh, wait, sorry, I can't do that. Like, I can't voice a black man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, why are you doing black voice, Brayman? What the fuck?
But yeah, I wonder if people are like maybe sort of Mandela affecting themselves into it, because I know that like Phil Lamar said something closer to what people are saying.
Yeah, Phil Lamar said that a little bit closer to that. Yeah. Yes,
and we all know that Phil Lamar people didn't get at near are almost indistinguishable from one another.
It's like we got that, and I know AJ Beckles said something that was also a little similar with its own caveats, and people railed onto him. Half for that, and half for the fact that he was showing solidarity for a 16-year-old black Dandadan artist who was harassed, and people were just trying to throw that in there and be like, oh, but you're voicing this Japanese anime character, you're voicing one of the main guys in Dandadan.
You guys are giving so much benefit of the doubt about a clearly implied stance with very little room for misinterpretation within reason. No, because...
What are you talking about?
Oh, you know why? My freaking mic fell to the side. Okay, no, I no wonder I was so quiet to people. My mic tilted, and it was like in such a position that my brain still thought it was facing the right way. No, okay, so ProZD, I believe he's all in on diversity and inclusion and such. I completely believe that, but like,
sure.
I the way he worded it in his statement. If I give him most benefit of the doubt, I think he just wants more opportunities for people that, in his view, traditionally have not had as many opportunities. I can understand that. However, if he's conflated somehow his stance on live action with his stance on voice acting, which that last statement kind of makes me feel like he might, but I'm not sure. If he does, that's wrong in terms of like, now that you're not lifting people up, you're now demanding everyone sits in a box. But the problem is, I'm not sure whether or not how separate those two clauses are, because they could be directly opposite statements of like, in live action, authentic casting is important. Meanwhile, in voice acting, everyone should have an equal chance, which I think are relatively fair statements.
Where's the little room for interpretation in either of them? Like
from what I'm
I was saying that both the clip that we watched and the tweets that we read from him didn't seem like he leaned very far in the whole authentic voices only direction.
Yeah, no, like straight up everything I think having to say that he's demanding that black characters cannot be voiced by white folks or Latino folks or whatever. I think that is disingenuous and bad faith.
Absolutely.
Like, it is very clear that he is saying that, we should get more of a chance in live action and in voice acting to be able to voice characters that resemble us, because
let's also not forget
are not in that kind of playing field.
His initial statement,
you don't get those kind of opportunities,
was prompted during an interview. And he answered it, I thought, pretty amicably. I don't find that too alarming. If that was the initial statement that got him in hot water, I can definitely see why he'd be pissed about it and want to basically just, no one is listening to him try to explain himself. If he had an earlier statement to the effect, however, that ended up going viral that we don't have an image of, that's a different story. But I feel like that was a pretty rational statement to make.
100%. What are the odds that he has a pro-diversity stance for live action, but he doesn't take that to VA2? He has said nothing to say otherwise, by opportunities to clearly state that belief. Then all this really centers around is whatever his initial statement before all of that. Where is the patient zero? Without that, we have no way of fucking knowing.
Either we have seen the patient zero and it's really not a big deal, or we are still without a patient zero and no one has managed to freaking capture it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, there is another clip under this initial cloudy clip, by the way, of a subsequent interview.
Oh, share that one directly so I can actually...
Okay.
Because, like, I can't scroll on Twitter when I'm not logged in.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
Clicking.
Unless he counted live action and voice acting are the same, then I don't see a reason to be harassed in the first place. I mean, you shouldn't be harassed regardless. Yeah, to be clear,
you should not be. You should not be harassed for your speech. That is very important.
Yeah.
Nor do I think it even counts as hypocrisy, even if he did say some of that stuff, because it's clear he does not demand that. Oh, he can only be in those kinds of cases in either regard.
Yeah.
So here we go. Here's a discussion recorded not long after that, where he says it's great that more casting calls are calling for open ethnicity, where the actor's race isn't specified or the character's race is flexible, and that he would like to see things going more in that direction. Okay.
That is very smart, and I think also, kind of like what you were saying, you're just finding more opportunities for actors who haven't been given the chance.
Yeah.
Because you would hear in the past, we just don't know any actors of that ethnicity,
Right.
and it's like, yeah, well, they're out there.
Well, look.
Yeah, find them. So, like, I think it's been getting better over time. Like a lot of sides now are like open ethnicity for like, okay, we're not going to establish the race of the character. Like anyone can read for it, and that's, I think, great. I would love to see it more going that way. I think just a lot of people have not. It's been predominantly white set of actors in the past, and now you're getting to see more diversity, and it's good.
I mean, if that's for live action, fine. If it's for specifically like voice acting, I mean, also kind of fine. Although I very much, if you don't, I more of a small nitpick here is, if you're not thinking about your character's race to some degree, and considering how you're writing them, you're potentially losing out on important facets of their backstory and that sort of stuff. I mean, you can definitely make changes on the fly when casting is finally decided, and editors and writers can make changes after the casting process. But I think there is a little bit of, not naivety, more of a maybe a naive optimism.
I think it makes a character flatter. I think it makes a character flatter in the long run, because you don't really have enough to establish like a history for the character. If they have, like, if it's a fantasy character, then what kind of cultural stuff do you have surrounding that character? Well, you don't, because you made it, you didn't establish the race of the character until just now. So, but that's another thing that I kind of want to complain about more than just like, I'm glad that there's more diversity in the, because it used to be all like white people and whatever. It's like for live action, it's like, yeah, but then like what I find more cowardly than just not wanting to have people of color in predominantly like historically white roles, it's that you're too lazy or you're too cowardly to have settings that are not European.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You're either gay or European. There's no choice.
Now, this is all fine and good and all, but You can't be having productive conversations here. This is
Oh,
a Twitter
fuck.
drama.
Never mind then.
This is wrong thing.
Right. I'm sorry.
Apparently not.
Zealander
I should be angrier.
Saha says he has never directly said that he didn't mean to refer to VA work. He could easily have, and that would have ended the controversy, but he didn't. For one, he has explicitly said that he didn't want to engage in the conversations at all, which is reasonable stance for someone in his position. Though I agree, if he wanted to make a correction, he could have. But at the same time, I also understand someone just not wanting to engage in toxicity.
Yeah.
I will say,
Go on.
in this video, I did hear him say read for the character. I don't know if that means for like reading for a live action character, a game character, an anime character.
I believe when you're auditioning, it is called you read for the character. I believe that it's still in live action. So I it's every other thing about this. It could go one way or the other in terms of whether or not, because again, I go back to those are two separate sentences from earlier, but are they part of the same clause? Are they part of the same thought? I'm not sure. But I'm giving him benefit of the doubt because that is the noble thing to do and is the right right thing to do for someone who hasn't clarified their stance. You presume they mean the best. Kaiser, you okay? Kaiser?
No, he's not.
Okay, but
Oh, there we go. We're back.
Yeah. No, wait.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, maybe not.
It comes in like a minute spurt, so give him a moment here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I think I'm good.
Yes.
We're good. We're good.
Okay, I was just saying that, like, this is why I'm saying the patient zero for all of this is so fucking important. Because if he is going back on his word right now, currently, from wherever the fuck he said originally, then yeah, I would agree with you that he's being Two-Face. But at present, he seems fairly fucking consistent to me. I don't know.
And like the burden of proof is on them to have shown it. And in the days since this video came out and people have been reevaluating ProZD, I have not seen a single person actually posit it. If it exists, I doubt it would have been memory hold, considering that how easily people hold on to these kinds of things for years on end. So
yeah, like these are
really
the same
doubting it.
motherfucker. These are the same motherfuckers that when Jamie Marchi did her whole stink, you know, during like the whole Asmongold situation, when all of the stuff against like anti-localizers started cropping up, they immediately brought up every single bad tweet that she made during this whole debacle back in like 2016, 2018, and whatever.
And every bad related video.
That too. So the fact that no one has shared this patient zero ProZD hyper diversity tweet, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's ridiculous. Like that's so unbelievable. You expect me that it's like the freaking One Piece and nobody's found it yet?
Yar har!
So yeah, like it's hard to believe any of these guys, least of all Rev here, because like between all that and how a fair amount of context has already been almost certainly deliberately taken out, both from the video and the fact that this screenshot right here that he's using is I already kind of showed how he's overlaying a new video thing on top of where the actual images were.
Yeah.
I can't trust them.
I was gonna say I want to say give benefit of the doubt. I don't know in terms of like, did he get these images from somewhere else? Like, are these his images? Did he edit these together, or did he get these from somewhere else? Did he get the clip from somewhere else as someone who had already edited it in bad faith? Like, or was he the one doing it? Like, I don't know.
I could also see a scenario where like he didn't mean to cut out the replies with Wendy Lee in bad faith. He's more focusing specifically on ProZD, so he's wanting to put that over top specifically to keep focus on ProZD.
That wouldn't even make sense considering like you're omitting the blatant ammo that you're already dedicating time to talk about.
Lads, the One Piece is real. The one Twitter, the one
the
tweet.
one patient, the one tweet
I mean,
is real.
I'm only saying that because like I'm thinking about how I edit stuff and I cut out anything that isn't directly relevant to what exactly I'm talking about. So that's just how I do things.
I am all for not misquoting people, but he seems to have deleted the patient 0, so I have little reason to doubt it. Technically, we don't have evidence, but he has refused to make a clear statement. I mean, yeah, that's what happens when you're endlessly getting harassed on Twitter. You're less likely to make a clear statement.
Zeal Andre, let me ask you, what is the patient 0? Like, he has deleted it, but can you describe it for me? Can you describe it, what it was, at the very least, to give us some sort of mental picture of it? Like, was it in response to something in specific? Was it some sort of, like, just proclamation to the high heavens? What prompted this, and what was he saying in it exactly?
Where did it come from? Where did it go?
Yeah.
Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Because I do remember that there was something that I saw ProZD saying about diversity in voice acting and all that kind of stuff, that it made me distance myself from him, but for the life of me, I do not remember what it was, because like once I don't like somebody that I see on the internet, I just go away from them. Yeah, I avoid them, and I don't think about them anymore.
No, you're supposed to freaking mauled about them for several months.
Apparently.
Twilight, what the fuck are you doing, man?
I fail at being an internet denizen.
Yeah, that's like YouTuber 101. What the hell?
All right, well let's get through more of Rev's video and see what else he says.
Yeah.
Authentic casting is something that's trying to force voice
CBF
actors to only play roles where the
you're feedbacking again.
How? It's literally still.
Oh wait, no. Sorry, I was hearing it because I'm still in Raymond's stream. My bad.
You motherfucker! Oh,
you pressed the wrong button.
Latin American under the bus.
Fuck, my bad.
This like the black man throwing the Latin American under the bus. This is why our racial relations are not much better.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever.
Well, also, CBF, to be fair, that election, though, I'm going to stop.
All right.
Oh, things were bad.
Ethnicity of the character matches their own. This is something that is so progressive, it is regressive. A lot of these people
Twilight, wrong button.
Huh?
What?
Now Twilight's gone. No.
Oh, shit.
My apologies.
Oh, whoops! I gotta stop watching the other thing and get while getting on to. There we go.
Okay.
That was my fault.
Oh, dear.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
But yeah, I'm back on. Yeah, I'm also back on the watch together instead of the Discord stream.
I will stop streaming unless we have anything else to add later. All right, there we go.
Okay. Cool.
An attempt to even the playing field where minority voice actors will. So to make this very clear, authentic casting is something that's trying to force voice actors to only play roles where the ethnicity of the character matches their own. This is something that is
objectively false from what he has described.
Yeah. We went through all that.
Yeah,
at this point.
Why, give Rev the benefit of the doubt? Why? He doesn't give anyone else the benefit of the doubt, and he's no.
Why is the multidimensional
give him the benefit
world
of the doubt when
apart?
he's blatantly doing this?
Look, guys, the Jester's Fiat uses an experimental multiversal energy drive. Like it's very efficient. You know, it gets like at least 30 miles per the gallon, but it sometimes fucks up. All right.
Yeah.
Yep. So progressive, it is regressive. A lot of these people cite an attempt to even the playing field where minority voice actors will have more opportunities, but that is just not how it plays out in practice, especially in the anime industry. If you have, for example, a black voice actor, they are going to lose roles because of this. Yes, they will get priority on darker skinned characters, but that's only a very small fraction of anime characters. So in the dubbing industry, they're going to lose almost all of their opportunities. And that's something people are pointing out. I know, radical theory for people like this, but discrimination based on the color of your skin, especially with employment opportunities, is not good.
Just pausing to reiterate, we've already clarified that ProZD in that circumstance was speaking about live action. Again, Rev is right here conflating the two, which we have only some minor sus as to whether or not ProZD does, which we,
And again, it's like, wow, it's a good thing you cut out that context, number one. And number two, it's like, well, how about the common sense idea of maybe doing this within reason?
Yeah.
He did not say that, oh, this must be the standard moving forward for literally everything. You must force this. It's like, no. He's saying, oh, studios are realizing the value of doing this. That's good. Which that could mean anything really. And like reasonably speaking, you would do this not in every project, but in projects where that is applicable.
Mark Liu says, this is why I don't trust anti-woke anime slop.
Same.
Like I'm.
Well, this is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. That's why I think you want to say
slightly unrelated to this, but I remember watching a really cool movie, from the 80s where they had closed casting for this one character, who was designed to be a man. But there was this one one actress who wanted to play this character so badly that they're just like, okay, this character's a woman now. She was like a veteran who came home from the war or something like that.
And,
she just wanted to play this character so badly.
Nick Nexo says, Rev is a lolicon. Okay, and?
Okay. Yeah, like,
what does that matter?
Great.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, I was going to say, great. He can jack off to whatever he wants to. He could jack off to, like, war footage for all I care. Like, it's weird. But, at the end of the day, long as he is not hurting anyone and not doing anything explicitly illegal, I don't care.
It's like, that's its own rabbit hole.
And whether or not it is wrong or right, like that's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's also whataboutism.
Yeah, Zealander Saha, the tweets he made in response to Genshin. So he was responding to your question about, okay, what did he say in Patient Zero, Raymond? So the tweets he made in response to Genshin VA controversy 2 or 3 years ago, where he stated problems with casting related to a lack of authentic casting.
That
it sounds.
Well, I was gonna say I did.
Familiar.
That does sound familiar, but I thought that was more recent drama with the Genshin impacts.
No, there's different Genshin.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Genshin's been around for 4 or 5 years now.
Okay,
so it was probably like 2020, 2021, but even then, like that only gets us so far.
Rev is married.
Oh yeah, he is. He has a wife who is a VTuber. They're both active MAGA people. Very active.
Again, who cares?
Yeah, it's
nobody does.
Not relevant.
Nobody gives a shit.
It's more like
A-logging.
Right now, it's just he's misrepresenting because he's not either willfully not digging deeper or actively being disingenuous. I mean, you pick your poison. Both are pretty bad right now.
Yeah.
But people like
I don't really care at this point what it is.
Very hard, and lo and behold, he'd fall on his own sword. Where back in, I believe, late 2023, he lost a role because of authentic casting. This was applied against himself in this now deleted Twitter thread, where he was told he cannot take an opportunity to voice a white character because he's, of course, Asian. And he'd be very upset about this, even trying to deflect and say the naysayers will go, oh, don't you want authentic casting? And he continues on basically saying this is not an example of that and that the playing field hasn't been leveled and just really playing the victim in the situation once again. So looking at the entire scope, his continued support for authentic casting and weapons.
Tigesa means higher actors have been... Again, this is...
Oh, these are the same ones. These are the same fucking tweets. Like, Are you not going to show us the patient zero that started all this? Because I know for a fact he made the tweet on the right, the thread on the right, after whatever he said caused a shit ton of controversy, which is the first time people called him a hypocrite. Where is it, Rev? What happened?
I will say, because I want to say, Zelandri, at least thank you for at least trying to describe what it was about and when it may have happened. That helped give us some clarity. I'm not taking it at face value what you said there, but it does at least indicate that there was potentially a point to go to, that we could have. It might be out there. It might be out there. It leans a little bit more credence to it, but I'm not gonna, take your word for it.
It's all in one place. The
one tweet.
This thing also right here, it kind of leans more credence to what you guys were suggesting, that maybe he just found some really bad ones, but it's like there's so many normal ones you could easily go to that it's still just like it's still on him to have represented this poorly by just getting duds to work with.
If he isn't being willfully misleading, he is regurgitating false information.
Yeah.
Weaponizing it against people he doesn't like. This happening to him back in 2023 was very ironic. People have not forgotten about this. So when he did go to Twitter and announce his role in this Knights of Guinevere series, people are now mocking him. And here's a great example of how these interactions typically go. Here's Madame Savvy saying, "Aren't you the blow-up poobah who said you have to look like the character you voice?"
Oh, I recognize this shit.
Yep.
On one hand, brutal fucking burn. On the other hand, horribly incorrect.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Ugox, how did no one screenshot these with how hard people go after ProZD? Just saying these situations are never actually gone, even if the OG is deleted. That's the thing about it. Like I very much like is what is the strongest argument against it is someone had to have captured that.
Yes, I swear to God, when whatever he said popped up, people screenshotted the initial tweet and were talking so much smack about it. It has to be somewhere if it's real.
I mean, like, people have dedicated fucking threads on Kiwi Farms for this kind of shit.
Yep.
This is what Kiwi Farms was built to do. Wayback Machine, I don't know if you're going to get the results you want from that.
It's someone almost certainly has already tried, man.
Yeah.
We don't have it.
This is something he's been doing forever. This has been the play, so to speak.
He blocked someone that insulted him openly. Oh, that's I'm someone's. No, yeah, he's gonna fucking block you for being like. I don't even care if you're right or wrong. People are gonna block you. Like I'm one of the rare crazy people who don't block anyone, with very very high exception.
Yep.
Same.
Same here.
Yeah, same here. I've been blocked because I go hard on people, but I will probably take it in stride unless I genuinely do think that they do actively deserve a lot of heat, and or which will usually it'll combine is if they're the kind of person who does this kind of thing to everyone, dishes out a whole bunch of stuff, but blocks the moment they get even a fraction of that kind of pushback themselves.
Yep.
I mean, I celebrated getting blocked by Ethel like years ago when she was
Essence of Thought?
Yeah, Essence of Thought.
Oh shit.
I was trying to look for their name, but I couldn't remember it for the life of me. Like when the first instance of them like going after Rachel Oates was going down, like I criticized them and then they immediately blocked me and I celebrated it because I was calling them out on their shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still bullying Rachel to this day.
Who is that guy that was just being a complete and utter dick to everyone that talked about fixing RWBY and what was it? He was the guy on Twitter that like I got into back and forth a dozen times with, and I just decided to block him. Oh, who was that guy? I think I blocked him ultimately because he was just nothing but a toxic piece of crap.
Yeah, there's only one person I've really like blocked.
Believe it or not, I have never blocked Cannon Seeker.
No, he'll block you.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the play right
Unicorn
there.
of War.
He's blocked me.
I'm chill with Unicorn of War.
He's blocked. Cannon Seeker has blocked me simply for defending Fixing RWBY, not because I've actually said anything bad about the show itself.
Yeah.
But
That's
there's like this
pathetic.
guy that I argued with on Twitter a couple of times, and then like a few weeks ago, I got a notification that he responded to a response that I made to a tweet that they made months ago. Right? So it's something I did months ago that he is just now responding to. And I'm all like, dude, this conversation is kind of over. I think
Oh
kinda moved
yeah,
on
I
from
remember
it.
that.
And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, well, I'm just telling all you fucking haters to leave me alone. And I'm like, bro, what?
Zalander
What the fuck?
says,
I left you alone for like several months. What are you talking about?
ProZD wasn't controversial back then, so not many people were documenting his stuff back then. This is where he started getting dedicated
Oh my
haters.
God.
I'm not against ProZD. I'm just saying he had at least
No, that doesn't
100,000
matter.
subscribers. You get
Dude.
dedicated haters. It comes with the package.
Yeah,
And again,
even
yeah.
then, that doesn't matter because once you make a bunch of people angry on the internet, people are gonna A-log the fuck out of you from the get-go. That's just how
Yeah.
that shit works.
So like, if that was the first time, bam, that's all it takes. They should
Yes.
still have that by now.
That is
like-
blood in the water.
Maybe if he gets mad enough, he'll make fixing RWBY. He can't. Someone's already done him. Someone's already done fixing RWBY, and it's a good little meme video. I have to comment on it. The guy did not respond. The guy didn't like that. I was like, oh man, that's a fun little video. By the way, check out the actual series. Oh, you know, that's the best part about it is getting to troll people with kindness. It's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Block as well for a different tweet that I briefly referred to at the beginning of the video, where he was
Doesn't
talking
matter.
about the anime series Made in Abyss, and he was making a claim about that, saying he wishes that parts of the show would be removed, referring to what he considers the creepy stuff.
Can I get a One Piece-esque re-edit of Made in Abyss, but instead of just editing out all the creepy shit, just call it No Creep? It's really meant to be just an offhand joke, but a not a damning criticism of Made in Abyss, nor a call for censorship. It's a good thing randos online are extremely normal and level-headed.
Yep.
I mean, I love Made in Abyss. I adore it. It has really uncomfortable moments across the board for a number of different reasons. Especially because there are weird things happening to literal children. I think that this is a joke. I believe him when he says it's a joke. I don't think it's a good one. Because it's like, it's just like, oh, you don't want the uncomfortable stuff in Made in Abyss. And I'm like, be more specific.
Yeah. and even if you take it seriously, that's not like an active call for censorship. That is a call for a fan edit to be like, hey, can we get this? It's like, you know how we get like, oh, anime like Naruto and One Piece remove all the filler, just like a fan edit without this other stuff. That is not an active call for like censorship from Funimation, Crunchyroll, or whatever for like an official release. That is stupid. Conflating that is actively stupid and bad faith.
It's him shooting something into the void because he thinks it's funny.
Yeah. It's a little cringe. You can argue with him about that, but that's not worth harassment.
Speaking of cringe, Nick Nexo, I was just pointing out what Rev is. He's a right-wing grifter loser that likes lolicon. What I mean by loli is anything preteen and under that is porn. I know what you mean by lolicon, good sir. I have been on the internet a good long while.
We do not care.
As there is not an actual person in any way getting harmed as a result or in connection to what he is doing or perusing, I do not care. He can do that on his own time, in his own private residence, in his own way. I am not going to stop him. Now, if he is hurting someone, let me know. Like, if he's actively harming someone, if he is partaking in actual CP, like actual real stuff, then we can have a fucking conversation about whether or not maybe calling the police should be involved. But otherwise, I don't care. Like, moving on. Like, we're arguing about his actual arguments here, no matter how blackened his soul might be. And I'm using that in the correct sense, Chad.
And average panda
my
was average panda was like using Rev as a lolicon as a gotcha moment is the equivalent to video games cause violence. It is somewhere along that line. Like, as much as I hate people like Rev or chippy reviews, I get annoyed when people do that because it's like, no, you have all this stuff to focus on, and you just want to amount it, and you just want to focus on, oh, he likes this thing that I think is really weird. That means he's a pedophile. As like that's the most damning defense or the most relevant thing against them ever.
Oh,
like, no,
yeah,
who
come
was
on.
that? Who was that
bothers?
left-wing streamer that got caught with like lolicon and horse porn?
Oh, Vosh. Yeah.
Vosh, that was
Vosh,
it.
yeah.
Vosh. Like,
Yeah.
I hate Vosh because he's an awful person, but I
Yes.
don't care
Fuck
about
Vosh.
what kind of shit he faps to. Like, I don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
I would only care so far as that,
That's
makes him
hilarious.
Well, number one, that's
it's very
hilarious. And number
hypocritical
two,
of
it's
him.
hypocritical of him.
Yeah, it's only bad in terms of like hypocrisy. And to be honest, at this point, I kind of side eye anyone who has a strong opinion on this one way or the other, considering how often people on both sides turn out to legitimately be pedophiles.
Yep.
You see, this is what happens when you're in the culture war. Horseshoe theory becomes real.
Yep.
Vosh said that the loli was a goblin.
Yeah,
that-
he's called a short stack
I have
goblin.
seen
so not
that
an actual
clip.
lolly.
That was not a goblin. Okay?
Also,
As someone who
a lot
sims
of-
for Imp Midna, no.
Also,
But-
I'm pretty sure a lot of that was AI. So it's like, the
Oh,
dude
that
can't
makes
even-
it worse.
It has no standards.
Oh, no.
Dude, there's
But,
plenty
yeah.
of horse cocks out there. Why do you need AI to generate?
clip that chat.
Oh man, but yeah, like right here in this thing that in this tweet of Rev, like he's actively either being stupid, maliciously conflating, or both, and he's citing himself on this, so clearly he still thinks this exact thing.
Yep.
Whatever you want to call it, it's bad, and this guy sucks and is not reliable.
Yep.
Okay.
See, this is what I mean when somebody tells me that somebody that I may or may not watch is bad, and it's like, okay, show me the evidence. It's like, you're doing exactly that, because it's like, I used to watch Rev. I used to because it's like the default to think that the person is telling the truth to their understanding of it.
Uh-huh.
But then like showing where they mess up, or where they're being disingenuous, or where they may be having hypocrisies, or they may have been less than truthful. It's like, show me that, and then I will also believe you and think that they are being disingenuous. It's like, it's not that hard.
Also, wait, where'd it go? Zelander is contesting whether or not Rev is a. He says that he said he is okay with it and has taken a stance against harassment of lolicons. Those loli is pedo. Like, so is he being like? That's also the problem. Is anyone that says, "Yeah, I don't care," they're labeled a lolicon because they don't have a personal animosity towards it. Like,
Yeah.
that happens a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. Or again, Chibi, like, I don't think he's like specifically like attracted to lolis. Like, he has moments where like he's gushed about him, and not in a way where it's like, oh, he's strictly a lolicon or anything. But people will call him that regardless. And it's like, no,
Yeah.
don't be
That's just
stupid
wild.
about this. You have a million reasons to not like the guy, and to actively call him out. Don't settle for this.
Yakuza
Yeah, it just
8
muddies
has
the water.
honestly caused me to be wary of all of this. What the fuck happened in Yakuza 8?
Oh,
What?
Huh?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have no fucking idea.
All right, well, let's continue this video. Totally not a lolicon.
And then when he got major backlash for criticizing his own industry's tropes, he would try to say, oh, it's just a joke, and that anyone who has an issue with this is not normal and basically stupid. And I made a very bland post, not even directly interacting with this screenshot, and I would get blocked. And I thought it was a very mundane thing, but it was too much. That's been the play for him, is to block anyone who criticizes him one way or another. And that has been confirmed again. Just before recording this, he did make a response to everything going on with the current series he's voicing in. And he says, hey all, this will be my last tweet on this platform. I will no longer be using Twitter after this. If you look at the replies on my latest announcement tweet, you'll see a lot of comments like this. This has been going on for years now, and while the normal procedure has been to block and move on, I truly don't think Twitter is worth it anymore. In the past, I have expressed that I think diversity in casting is important. It's a complicated topic, but at the end of the day, I will stand by this. I think it's important for voice actors to be given equal opportunity. And I think there have been positive changes on that front. A lot of bad faith arguers have tried to paint this as me saying things I never said. And of course, we're going to read the part 2 of this, but we know.
That's what I find interesting. Is like, remember, like, go over to this. I think it's important for all voice actors to be given equal opportunity, which implies that race be not taken into account, period.
Yes.
So it's like, it's different than diversity in casting in live action versus diversity. Like, it's almost the inverse of each other. In voice acting, you can have anyone of any race play any role, and their race shouldn't play. It should just be their voice that actually plays a role in things. Meanwhile, in live action casting, if a character calls for a certain ethnicity, you should prioritize getting a character, an actor of that ethnicity to properly fit that role, unless the role has not been settled in stone yet in terms of that. It's like, if that's what he's expressing, then that's fine. And that's I benefit of the doubt. That's what I think he's expressing.
Sure.
No, he's not just promoting diversity. In fact, authentic casting that he has made very clear is something he supports does the exact opposite in practice. We all know this. It's ruining a naturally, very organically diverse industry where your looks shouldn't matter whatsoever. It's just the quality of your voice acting skill. But anyways.
Yeah, that's what equal opportunity means in that industry. That's also anything can be weaponized. Wrong. I've tried to weaponize marshmallows. All my enemies get is delicious.
you just need better aim from when they open their mouth. Maybe then they'll choke.
But what if you like chubby bunny them and then you don't stop?
What the fuck is chubby bunny?
That's where
you've never
is that where you just shove a bunch of marshmallows in your mouth?
Yeah, and then you have to say like chubby bunny every time.
Oh right, yeah. Now I remember.
Marshmallow. I'm allergic to sugar. Oh fuck.
Oh damn.
We got him.
Give them diabetes.
Oh no! It's Seiko Kimura from Danganronpa 3. Just throw them at her because she literally cannot eat that stuff.
Oh, I remember that shit. That show was terrible.
I've heard really bad things about Danganronpa 3. I just want to keep that as my white whale of something I can appreciate conceptually from afar.
This is why I stay away from Danganronpa. Also because I don't like the art style or the characters or anything. I
also know what happens to her. I also know what happens to her in Danganronpa 3. I hate how they do her in Danganronpa 3.
Yeah.
He continues on saying, I've been reluctant to address this for years because I know a lot of these people will not listen to reason no matter what I say, and I have not wanted to add to this ongoing drama. Twitter especially is a cesspool for hatred, and it's been awful these past few years, but I think it's important for people to know that this has been happening. This is the last time I'll comment on any of this. Goodbye, Twitter. You truly suck.
So the comments he received that he's referring to specifically, man, people like you make me think we should bring back Asian hate. Damn. Woggles,
Jesus
aren't you
Christ.
that fat, dysgenic retard who said people should only voice their own race? That's not an Asian. Okay, listen. Someone's a retard in this circumstance, and it ain't ProZD, buddy.
Absolutely not.
That character could easily be Asian, and you just couldn't know because of art style. Stephen Calais, you're fat and disgusting like the character, but he's white. Why are you voicing this character? There can be pale Asians.
Yeah, what?
Or he could just voice a white guy. It's fine.
I have met Asian people who are paler than me.
Doesn't Saria get I thought Saria gets mistaken occasionally for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, she gets mistaken for an Asian?
No,
she is Asian. She gets
mistaken for white.
I did. Oh, my bad. I did. To be fair, to be clear, I did not know her race.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I love the idea of Kaiser just be like fucking aliens turns to her and is like, have you ever been mistaken for Asian?
Oh, man. Not to mention, it's just like another weird thing is that there's a common default of like whiteness in anime characters being the
That's also
default,
yeah.
even though, yeah.
Although, I mean, to be fair, there is some weird precedent to that because a lot of like Japan's animation scene is influenced by Western media. So like their stylizing is supposed to be sort of, it's supposed to be Asian or it's supposed to be Japanese, but it's also supposed to sort of be North American as well. Like it's there's a little bit of mix in there in terms of how that's influenced the art style, but it's never like 100% consistent in terms of that. Everything's differently styled.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he gives 3 examples.
I was just going to say a little bit about like how it's usually when it comes to these characters, you should not assume that the characters are white until you learn about their name. That's usually the tell.
RWBY, I mean, I'm half Korean, and I look like...
becomes like Komi-san, where they just give... Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just love RWBY here. I'm half Korean, and I look like an Italian man. Like, I'm so white, you can see through the yellow in me. RWBY! Oh my God. I can't believe I just read that out. Oh, damn it. I should have stopped myself. Like, my brain, my mouth did not catch up with what my eyes were reading.
Oh, man.
Spike Spiegel's from Mars. Vash the Stampede is a plant. Yeah, you see, those are characters that could very easily be any kind of, like, paler-skinned race. Like, you could even be, like, fair-skinned Mexican, fair-skinned Filipino, fair-skinned Australian.
Yep.
And, like, in terms of, like, ethnicity and like, other, like, qualifying characteristics, Spiegel is apparently like a Jewish name, so a lot of people have like believe that Spike Spiegel is probably Jewish, even though that is not explicitly stated in the show.
I thought like
it wasn't just from.
I thought
it wasn't just from his last.
He's like
meta-wise
Jewish German.
I'm pretty sure he's like Jewish Asian because he there was like a mention, I believe, in a. I don't know. I believe in like a novel or manga or something like that. That somebody know that he looks Asian, and also it's not just from his last name that people think he's probably Jewish, but also the specific model of his gun that he uses.
I'm sorry, man. It's okay, RWBY. That's on me for not reading it carefully. As legit, Kogias where Lelouch Euro-American looks more Japanese than Suzaku Japanese. I don't agree with that because, I mean, surprise, surprise, there's a lot of brown-haired people in Japan. I was going to say characters in Japan. I'm like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Japan isn't real, guys.
I mean, there's none of that too.
It's a myth. It's a myth invented by the Finnish to try and convince us that there's no fishing spots out there that they're claiming.
I knew it.
Yeah. But like going back to what... Sorry.
I was going to say, don't let big Finland trick you.
Finland.
We're almost
going back to what Twilight...
Nick, it's okay.
I was saying,
sorry.
Like, going back to what Twilight was saying, just like, like don't assume necessarily that they're white unless it's like, some certain, like, unless there's their name, or in the case of something like Komi-san, where they actively like say or show like, oh yeah, no, like their white skin and whatnot, or just like in the manga, it would be like a monologue about like specifically detailing her white skin.
Well, like you can there are a lot of Japanese people who talk about their relatively white skin as well. Like white skin is considered beautiful in Japan, so like there's a whole bunch of like skin whitening cream and stuff like that. Yeah, the Yuki Onna. So like you can't say that just because a character has white skin in an anime that must mean that they're not Asian.
The point is Lelouch looks more Asian. I disagree.
I feel like they look equally Asian, kind of.
Yeah, at best.
Do all Clamp characters look the same to you people? What the fuck?
Yes,
they do.
They're all stick bugs.
I mean, well, except in Kogias's case, because the titties are bigger than usual.
I mean, they're not as bad. They're not as badly designed as Arena Tanemura characters. Those characters, you can't tell the fucking difference. They all look the same.
Yeah. Also, I should technically I should somewhat clarify that it's a combination of clamp and also like I think I'm forgetting the first name, but something Kimura. Takehiro Kimura.
There we go.
May he rest in peace. His last role was designing characters for Dakan no Rose, the latest Code Geass.
Look, everyone knows that Shirley is best girl. That's all I'm saying. Anyway.
Comments, most of them with only a few likes, where they're saying things about his race. Obviously, very aggressive comments, but he's cherry-picking these responses to make it sound like he is the subject of racism. Like, that's the only thing going on here. Now, this is part of the reason why I always say this type of stuff detracts from the real criticism.
One moment. Periodic Pete, I completely lost track of time. I got to get up early tomorrow, but there's some money for the laughs and fun. Stay platinum, guys, and have a good night.
Right.
Have a good night, Pete.
Appreciate it, Pete.
Awesome. See ya.
See you around.
Also,
but yeah, like
he was the subject of racism. These people are being fucking racist to him.
Yeah, and if you think there are actual really good criticisms of him and his work and what he has said in the past, then why not show those tweets yourself?
Yep, not to mention, like, sure, one of them has 5 tweets, the other has 40. 40 is still like a
40's a lot
amount.
on Twitter. 40's a lot on Twitter, especially if you're like a nobody.
Yep. And like, sure, while he's not a nobody by any means, like, that's still like a few examples that kind of show, and combined with everything else.
I meant the person who made the tweet is a nobody, to be clear.
Okay. But yeah, just like, oh yeah, that's already enough that show that it's not necessarily like active cherry picking right there. And again, like, hey, why not condemn that still, Rev? Why not still be like, yeah, that's not much, but that's still like,
yeah, I mean, like,
no point does he
one
condemn
make
harassment.
someone leave Twitter. Literally one. Like, it doesn't matter. He's showing the ones that pissed him off the most.
Like, yeah, like, it would be one thing if he was like, all right, you still kind of deserve like a fair amount of stuff, but I don't condone harassment. No, he's very much trying to be like, yeah, no, this guy got what he deserved in terms of all this stuff, and all these people calling him out, and he's just being a bitch about it, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
This stuff serves as an opportunity for someone like ProZD to show these comments and say, oh, it's because these people are racist. They're just, acting outrageous. They're doing these things while deflecting all the valid criticism people are actually giving. That's why you don't give
then show
people
it.
like ProZD a chance to play the victim. And that's what he did immediately. He doesn't address any of the criticism about his support of authentic casting and how he is quite literally violating his own principles by taking this role.
Guys, I don't think he's showing it.
Is really the way to sum this up. And also, people were also pointing out that authentic casting wouldn't even support other people playing in the show. But anyways, I think you really get the point.
You didn't look into this more than a glance.
Your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section.
Clearly not.
More positive. We'll just call that end because you're just going into that stuff. I don't think it's anything. Twy, I'll ask this question again to you again. Are you going to play Digimon Time Stranger with the English voices or the Japanese voices?
Oh, there's English voices? Oh my god, I think I might do that.
Nice. All right.
If they don't sound authentically Japanese, you gotta just.
I feel like I want to issue a formal apology to ProZD if, in fact, we cannot find any kind of case zero beyond what we have seen. I feel like I have misjudged you, my good sir, and I apologize. Yeah. I don't think we'd probably align on quite a few things, but I'm recalibrating that you did not say what people have accused you of saying. And I apologize if I've ever spoken ill of you in the past on this topic.
Yeah, same here. I like, again, there's just a lot of craziness. Like, in hell, whether or not you said whatever these guys are accusing you of saying, let it be known once again that whatever harassment you suffered is completely unjustified. There's no excuse to outright harass somebody or chase them out or say racist shit against them. That's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, two things. One person, Crimson Rose Super Soldier. Hey, Team Jack, first time catching y'all live, and I've just been binging your streams. I know this is off topic, but no one has mentioned this. Doesn't Crescent Rose sound like the Halo 3 shotgun?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I would not
Rooster
be surprised. Yeah, Rooster Teeth. Remember, Bernie Burns is the other sole owner of Halo. Like, he actually has part ownership of the IP, which means that he has access to all of those fucking assets. So it would be easy for them to get the sound effects from Halo and just use them for whatever they wanted. So yeah, it's very likely they just use a lot of the sound effects from Halo for RWBY, and they're just mixed all in.
And will I be playing Time Stranger? Depends. Because I do not have a PS5 and I don't have a Switch 2. So if I can get one of those consoles, yes, I will play it. But I would have to get one of those.
And to do that, you guys can donate more to any of our Patreons or or through coffee, or visit us on all of our different channels and support us there, and just pay us more money here in the streams, because I do distribute it from the main hosts. But not the Serial Navelgazer. Fuck that guy.
I wish someone would, but not Rev or his wife.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, oh man, this.
Well, is it going to be on Steam?
Right
Is Time Strangers going to be on Steam, Twi?
Maybe. But I know that there was like a special box that had like an Aegeomon card in it. I kind of want that, because you know me, I fucking love Aegeomon.
Okay, you want the greedy version, okay.
I'm sorry.
You need to have your husbando.
My boy. He is my husbando. I want him.
All right, guys, you need to donate so Twi can fuck her favorite Digimon.
I need it. Listen. We already got the Digibrazzers art, Twi. Okay, we got it in 4K.
I thought you were gonna say Digibro, aka Trixie.
No.
Wait, did Digibro rebrand again?
No, that was back in like 2020 when they transitioned and became Trixie the Golden Witch. Or in
I thought
Yig.
they were called Iggy for a while or something like that.
Branches of Yig. They had many names around that time. In like 2020, 2021.
Oh, I'm glad they landed on Trixie, because it's way easier to like pronounce than Iggy. That's weird.
Yig. Yeah, I think the channel names are called different things, but you just call Trixie.
What do you mean I'm spending too much money on video games again? When have I spent too much money on video games? When was that? The only games that I've bought lately have been Rune Factory and Story of Seasons.
Digibrazzers sounds so cursed. I mean, you all know that Renamon's in the front of that. Renamon.
You do not look up Renamon without filters.
Or you could just be brave and look up Renamon without filters.
No. Ew. I don't. Okay, there are like 5 Digimon that I will not look up without filters. The first one is Renamon. Then there's Leomon. And then there's Leomon for some reason. Then there's like a combination of like Gabumon and Were-Garurumon. And I think a combination of like Gilmon and Vmon and I think X-Vmon.
Silver-haired Freak says, I would just remind everyone that Renamon is a child. That's not how that works.
Different different Digimon of like different like isn't sort of like
it's not like a literal child. Like a lot of the child level Digimon have childlike personalities. That does not make them children necessarily. That is just the level that they're in. In the Japanese, it goes baby to child, adult, then perfect, and like ultra or something like that.
Remember,
Mega
everyone,
like
being an Ephobophile means you're into baby too. There's a sequel to Baby. Yeah, it came out. Apple announced it last week.
The Baby was so good. Where's the sequel?
So in English, those were changed to sound less human and more for like the fact that they're meant to be battle monsters. So it was changed to Baby, In Training, Rookie, Champion, Ultimate, and Mega. But the Japanese, like it's meant to be a sort of like, because you're raising this thing from an egg, and then you're raising it to adulthood, and then they die. Yeah, it is Tamagotchi. So like that's the reason why they have the levels the way that they do. That doesn't literally make them children, because you can raise them up to like adulthood, and then they will just immediately die. If you don't like, there's just a small chance that they will just die at like, I don't know, 20 or whatever.
It should be able to raise them into geriatric.
It's the microplastics, okay?
Well, you can, but like there is just a like a random chance that the evolution will fail.
Yeah, Digimon die. Digimon die all the time, but like almost like very regularly they reincarnate. Although that depends on the continuity.
Yeah,
continuity and location, because in the original Digimon Adventure, if they die in the human world, they're dead for good. But if they die in the digital world, they get reincarnated.
Yes. And that was only somewhat retconned in Try, where it was learned that if you reset the digital world, then everything that originates from the digital world will also be reset. And the tragic thing is, Wizardmon is the only one who does not get reset because he was not from that digital world.
So we're left crying a second time. It's great.
Yes. Yes, it's wonderful.
Anyway, we should wrap up here. Rev was... one way or the other, he's spreading misinformation.
Yep.
He's a charlatan.
Charlatan, barely even human. Wait.
But yeah, like there's a reason why. Like now, I'm even more confident in this to say this than I was back then. Like I remember tweeting like, I almost got to hand it to Rev for helping to resuscitate ProZD's online reputation by complete accent with his video. Almost. Like, between this and Cloudy's clip, yeah, a lot of people are reevaluating. Nice job fixing it, villain.
Yeah.
Maybe this was Rev's plan. Maybe Rev is playing the heel.
Ah, shit.
Fun fact, in German dub, Renemon's voice is male. In Japanese, the voice is male, too.
Yeah, I think
really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, Digimon technically don't have gender.
They don't. I just didn't know that the voice for Ramon was male in the Japanese.
Yeah, so all you thirsty fuckers out there, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but if you get your own Digimon, nothing happening there.
Hey, to be fair, most of them watch the dub.
You mean I can't do anything with Angelomon and Devilmon and a few others?
Nope.
Fuck.
I mean, horny people online will tell you otherwise, but that is a lie. Digimon don't procreate like we do. They
yeah.
Okay, but why do they wear pants, Twilight? I'm joking. I'm sorry.
It's probably just because data gets mixed up in weird ways in the digital world. Like it's a thing that happens in a lot of the lore, is that data from the real world gets mixed up when it comes into the digital world, and it doesn't translate correctly. So that's why you have trees that don't have roots, but they have plugs in them, or you have like the sides of cliff walls have TVs in them and things like that.
There's no laws against the Digimon, Batman. Yeah, there are the laws of physics.
Oh my god.
But joke's on you, they still have mouths. Ryan, someone get the spray bottle. Damn it. We need more members so I can add the spray bottle.
If you know what they say, if there's a cope, If there's a cope, there's a way.
Mods, spill that man's orange juice. Anyway, let us wind down. Does anyone have anything to announce?
So for me, in my case, I'm still working on the video. But most importantly, Death Battle has confirmed that the RWBY versus Mecha Death Battle will be the 21st of this month on Sunday. And I plan to host a live stream reaction to that death battle on my channel, Kaiser versus the World. So if y'all want to react to that shit with me, I'm going to get a thumbnail together, see how we're going to do that.
I just realized September 21st is the International Day of Peace. That's hilarious.
Irony.
Fantastic.
And the day after is Hobbit Day.
The entire world will be at peace because of the outcome of that fight, I'm sure.
Do you remember the 21st night of September? Said stories.
But yeah, I'm going to be hosting that on my channel, so stay tuned for that. I'm going to get a thumbnail together and just get everything set up. And maybe I'll live stream at some point before that time, just to get my feet wet. But yeah, hope y'all join in for that.
All right then.
Serial?
All right, in my case, well, I've officially I'm waiting on one cameo, and like I have a few other things I need to get done on the side, but otherwise, as of yesterday, I have finished editing the recording for all 3 sections of my RWBY Volume 1. I mean, not RWBY Volume 1, RWBY Retrospective Part 1. It is at around 1 hour and 35 minutes.
Nice. Dwight, you have anything?
Hopefully I can get that done by the end of the month. It'll probably realistically be done by sometime next month.
Hell yeah!
No, I don't have anything done. I am still in the editing dungeon for my client. I won't get anything started until I'm done that, which may take a while because probably by the time I'm done that video, she'll have another video up for me. So I'm going to get that one done, and then I'll probably try to start something.
All right. I am still hard at work fixing RWBY. Episode 10 should be coming out this Friday. I just actually got the last bits of art, so I need to edit that in. And hope have a preview for all the sketchies tomorrow. You may notice episode 7 is missing. I got a copyright strike. I put an announcement on the channel for that. And I'm still dealing with that. It should be back up if everything goes right within about 10 or so days. We'll see. My first appeal to the strike got rejected by YouTube itself, but hopefully my second appeal, which was much more thorough in my language, will get on through. Why? I used music from Final Fantasy VII Remake, and apparently that song is really, really persnickety. Episode 8 also got hit, so I might get another strike. I don't know how that'll affect streaming.
What was the composer?
That's Nomura. Sorry, not Nomura.
Nobuo Uematsu?
Yeah, Uematsu. That's Uematsu.
Okay, because I was about to say, because I remember, I think it was Final Fantasy 15 that had Yuki Kajira, and I think Yuki Kajira stuff could be very finicky in terms of
I've
whether
never
or not
gotten
people
hit
snipe
for
you for
using.
copyright.
I've never gotten hit for using a Final Fantasy 15 song.
I have for SAO.
Huh?
Really?
Yep.
Jiro Boat says Bumblebee is best ship and always relevant. That is an opinion.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all. Well, obviously, Bad Fan Fiction Night this Friday night. Please go. If anyone that missed it, we also had all of our. We did the Hunger of Mahar Voln tabletop role playing game session.
Hell yeah.
Go check that out. That was a lot of fun. They finally made it onto the island and got their asses handed to them, which was great.
Yeah.
And
I kicked ass.
Yeah, and Twi kicked ass. Then
I did pretty okay too.
you did all right. The next one will be next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but next Saturday. So be fair to join us for that one. And of course, next week, another Jack stream. So until then, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all